Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Who do you think I am? A dog that comes when you call it and goes away when you wave it away? I.O. Kiss me. Let's be together forever, okay? In front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Two figures intertwined and lingering. The girl sat on Su Yao's lap with her back to the door. The slender waist was tightly restrained. The hot breath fell on Su Yao's neck. She gave Su Yao a seductive smile. From today on, the two of us can be together forever. The girl's eyes were rippling and her face was flushed. Bend down. Inch by inch. Close to Su Yao's thin lips. Suddenly, Su Yao woke up from his erotic dream. Subconsciously lowered his head. Forehead. An intense feeling of pleasure swept through my body. But it was just a dream after all. Brother Yao, what were you doing just now? Your voice sounded so sexy. Have you watched too many romantic action movies recently and felt like you were in the middle of the action? A dark-skinned young man with two small canine teeth laughed. By the way, aren't you going to propose today? Is everything ready? Su Yao rolled over from the bed. Of course I am ready. I will definitely win. I will invite you to the wedding banquet then. Su Yao fell in love with a girlfriend online named Linny, who was the campus beauty of Jinghai University. She is the heroine in the dream. I kept Su Yao hanging for 4 years in college. But Su Yao himself didn't know. On the school boulevard, Su Yao was wearing casual work clothes and he looked very handsome. She stood under the dormitory with a bright red rose in her hand, standing out from the crowd. Su Yao's idea is very simple. He wanted to give Lin Yi a surprise. You will definitely be deeply moved. At the same time, at the dormitory door, a girl with long flowing hair, fair skin, and wearing a white French dress stood out. Su Yao saw the girl at first sight. This is the female netizen he has been thinking about for several years. The girl is very beautiful. She looks very pure. The two met on the campus network and added each other on QQ. During holidays, Su Yao would find various ways to send gifts to Lin Yi, order takeout for her across the city, and take care of Lin Yi in every possible way. Seeing his girlfriend whom he had been thinking about for 4 years, Su Yao was so happy that he almost exploded. Today could finally bring a perfect ending to their relationship. AE. Lin Yi was chatting and laughing with her sister just now, but her laughter stopped abruptly when she saw Su Yao. Why are you here? Didn't you ask me to propose to you? Lin Yi was obviously stunned when she heard this. She turned to look at her twin sister. A look of confusion. It's true that she and Su Yao were in an online relationship. But she didn't want to marry a poor man. Dating is fine, but marriage is not. She likes Su Yao a little bit. But I can't commit myself to you yet. In fact, this was just a bet between her and her sister. Hey! AE. This is the dog you mentioned. I didn't expect she looked so good. But I suggest you take a piss and look at yourself. E is the campus beauty of Jinghai University. There is no way she will marry you. Just give up on this idea. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Su Yao very rudely. A stinking part-time worker wants to hook up with college students. A toad wants to eat the swan's flesh. Ari is not someone that just anyone can like. Lin Yuan's words were full of sarcasm. He calls me a poor guy and a worker. He didn't give Su Yao any face in front of so many people. To put it bluntly, Su Yao is Lin Yi's backup. It's just that Su Yao didn't know. Why are you still bothering with this poor guy? Today's society is very realistic. Without money, who would date you? Every word Lin Yuan said was heart-wrenching. He said while pulling Lin Yi's wrist. Tell him the truth. Otherwise I'm afraid he won't give up and will pester you every day. Lin Yi bit her lip. Pause. Su Yao, I'm sorry, my online romance with you is actually just a bet between sisters. Let's break up. I'm sorry I lied to you. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but Su Yao heard it clearly. He. Su Yao suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at Lin Yi with a smile. I spent his money for 4 years and only now told him it was a gamble. Isn't this obviously a joke on him? Su Yao frowned. Veins popped out on his neck. In Su Yao's opinion, Lin Yi is a simple and lovely girl. He never dreamed that these words would come out of the mouth of such a girl. Let me ask you, haven't I been good enough to you in these years?
Lin Yi remained silent and slowly lowered her head.
Su Yao was very nice to her. It can be said to be very good. But Lin Yi is a girl who is unwilling to fall into decline. She thought she was very beautiful and could definitely have something better. Even if I feel reluctant, so what? You say it, look into my eyes.
Su Yao gritted his teeth and always maintained the gentlemanly demeanor that a man should have.
Don't let yourself do anything extreme.
Lin Yi bit her lower lip. Looking at Lin Yuan, even if she insisted, her family would not agree.
Su Yao, you heard it right. Let's break up. My family is right. You only have a high school diploma, and I have a bachelor's degree. We won't be happy together. You're just a burden to me. Where can you find a job now without a diploma? There is no way out for someone like you. Lin Yi's words made Su Yao's mind go blank instantly. 4 years? He was deceived for 4 years? Su Yao suppressed his anger and asked Lin Yi, why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to break up? I'm sorry, Su Yao, I didn't mean it.
People go to high places, and water flows to low places.
With my current beauty, I have a car if I want one, and I have a house if I want one. What can you give me? Will you let me pay the mortgage together with you after we get married? Will you let me live with you like this, with only daily necessities in mind? I'm the campus beauty of Jinghai University. I can get a lot of luxury cars and mansions with just a flick of my finger. Su Yao, face the reality. It's impossible for us to be together. Let's just pretend we've never dated in the past few years. Hearing this, Su Yao's face turned pale. If you don't want to date me, why didn't you tell me earlier how much money he has spent on her in the past 4 years? Forget about food. Every time you said you didn't have enough living expenses, I transferred money to you.
Every time you said you had no clothes to wear, I immediately bought them for you online.
Every time you said you wanted to go out for fun, I transferred money to you. Do you know how I have been living these past few years?
When I had no money, I hid in the dormitory and ate instant noodles, and went out to hand out flyers, all for the purpose of making your life better.
And now you break up with me. Su Yao was in a terrible mood at the moment. Lin Yi, who do you think I, Su Yao, am? Is it a dog that comes when you call it and goes away when you wave it away? We can break up, but don't call me cheap. Return me all the money I spent on you in the past 4 years.
I'll give you a discount and return me 100,000 yuan.
Chapter 2 Chapter 002 Tang Ning, how about you marry my sister? Xiaoyi, did I hear you right? This is your boyfriend, and he actually asked you to pay him back? It's really hilarious. You don't have money but you want to learn how to date? Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Su Yao was so angry that he was speechless. Doesn't this woman realize that she has a problem at all? During the 4 years they've been together, he gave all his heart to her, and in return he received words like these.
After saying the previous words, Lin Yi remained silent, allowing her elder sister to ridicule Su Yao. Seeing that more and more students were gathering around, Lin Yuan did not forget to add fuel to the fire.
He wished he could humiliate Su Yao completely.
If anyone has to blame someone, it's Lin Yi's own fault for being too cowardly. I have been a sister's slave since I was young, and whatever my sister says is what I do.
Even his own life events cannot be decided. I gritted my teeth but didn't know what to say.
She remembered all the good things Su Yao had done to her over the years.
From a conscience point of view, she felt guilty towards Su Yao.
But because of her sister, she had to listen. He bit his lower lip and remained silent from beginning to end.
Lin Yi was just about to say that she would pay him back when she made money. But he was interrupted directly by Lin Yuan. Su Yao, are you mistaken? You gave all these to Yi willingly. We didn't ask you for it.
I've seen stingy people, but I've never seen anyone as stingy as you.
Hearing this, Su Yao almost laughed out of anger. 4 years. He devoted 4 years to it. What I got in return was this sentence. If he says he has no living expenses, I will beat him immediately. If he says he has no money to buy clothes, I will beat him immediately.
If he says he wants to go out and play, I will give him money immediately.
Su Yao sneered, I guess your parents are not as positive as me. And you said I was stingy. You guys are so shameless. I'd like a dog to wag its tail for me. You. Su Yao, don't go too far. I'm overdoing it? Have I gone too far with you? At least I still have some dignity. Not only did you trample on my feelings, but you also bit me back. There are no women in the world as shameless as you.
I didn't break up with him for 4 years because I wanted him to be my free ATM. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless.
Su Yao didn't know what words to use to describe these two women. She turned a deaf ear to Lin Yuanyuan's scolding of Su Yao. If it was Su Yao scolding them, they wouldn't be able to bear it. I will pay you back the money slowly? But marriage is impossible. Unless you become rich, I will never be able to be with you in this life. Su Yao was silent.
Listen quietly to every word Lin Yi said.
I'm asking you a question. You really don't plan to be with me?
My Yi wants to marry a rich man, live in a big house, and drive a luxury car, but you can't give her these.
If you want, you can continue to be her backup. Lin Yuanyuan's words completely overturned Su Yao's 3 views. Ha ha. Su Yao couldn't help laughing.
Always maintain the demeanor that a man should have. But who knows what this person will do once he is pushed into a corner. Su Yao is not a saint, he is also a human being. He cannot be so magnanimous as to pretend nothing happened when he knows he is being tricked. He sneered, with the nature of your family, when I become rich, you will be the first one to be dumped.
Lin Yi, I'm tired, let's break up. I'm so unlucky to have met you.
Seeing Su Yao say break up so firmly, Lin Yi couldn't help but tremble. She was a little reluctant, or perhaps a little greedy. After all, Su Yao had been very obedient to her in the past 4 years.
It's hard to find such a good man even with a lantern.
But her cowardly character prevented her from refuting her sister. Because his family thought Su Yao's family was not well off, they did not allow the two of them to be together. But she couldn't bear to part with this ATM, so Lin Yuanyuan let Lin Yi hang like this.
Lin Yi knew she was in the wrong. Keep your head down from beginning to end. He kept pinching his fingers. Lin Yi was very conflicted. Why are you still hesitating? You will be going to work at Tang Group in a few days. There are many outstanding men there. You're still afraid that you won't find someone who's good to you. If that doesn't work, the factory your parents told you about is not bad either. It's better than following this poor bastard.
Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, Sister Su Yao came over with her best friend Tang Ning.
Seeing a large group of people gathered in front, Su Rui thought, which idiot is causing trouble in front that has gathered so many people? As soon as Su Rui finished scolding, Su Yao's voice was heard.
Only then did Su Rui realize that the idiot she was scolding was actually her own brother.
Su Rui. Didn't you say you wanted her to be a witness when you proposed to her? Why are you still arguing? Su Rui is Su Yao's eldest sister and works as an agent in an entertainment company. I'm doing pretty well. She has seen many people lose their fortunes in online dating scams. Disagree from the beginning. It is said that online dating is unreliable and you will be cheated.
But this silly boy was stubborn and said there was nothing wrong with being high school alumni.
People break up even when they are lying in the same bed. Not to mention online dating. The result was that they shot themselves in the foot. Su Rui was helpless.
She sighed deeply and said to her best friend beside her, Ning Ning, it would be great if you could be my sister-in-law.
Have you heard of bloodline suppression?
When my brother bullies you, we will beat him together.
Of course Su Rui was just saying it casually.
I didn't expect that the speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it seriously.
Tang Ning actually listened to him. Okay. I like Io anyway. Tang Ning is the only daughter of the Tang Group. Her temperament and beauty are enough to surpass Lin Yi by dozens of streets. With assets worth hundreds of billions, it owns hotels, shopping streets, real estate, villas, amusement parks too many to count.
However, Su Rui didn't know this and always thought Tang Ning was just an employee of Tang's company. He took advantage of his profession to take good care of Tang Ning.
After a while, the two became good friends who could talk about anything. At this critical juncture, if she doesn't support him, who will?
Just push through the crowd. Tang Ning was wearing a fitted dress that hugged her hips. She had fair skin, a pair of long, white, and delicate legs, and was 170 centimeters tall with long wavy hair. She walked through the crowd of students and immediately attracted countless attention.
It was obvious that Lin Yi's limelight was directly overshadowed by Tang Ning's beauty.
She walked up to Su Yao seductively, hooked her hands around Su Yao's neck and suddenly leaned forward and kissed him. Brother, she doesn't want you, but sister loves you.
How about you marry your sister? Sister, you have a car, a house, and savings? But you don't even ask for a dowry when you get married. I just want to ask you one question, do you want to do it or not? Su Rui's jaw dropped at Tang Ning's hype. This best friend is good at getting along.
She really helps when something happens. Su Yao was inexplicably hugged and kissed by a super beautiful woman, and was also stunned.
What's going on?
Before he could react, a clear voice came from his mind.
Ding. Host, please answer the multiple choice question.
1. Continue to pursue Lin Yi, and the reward is that the two of them are together.
2. Reject Tang Ning and receive a reward of 1 million. 3. Stay with Tang Ning and get a new member gift pack as a reward.
The sudden system prompt sound startled Su Yao. He has been in love with Lin Yi for 4 years. During these 4 years, he has been devoted to his girlfriend. In order to make his woman live a better life, he has not even attended any parties during his work period, for fear that he would spend money and would not be able to take it out when Lin Yi needed it. It can be said that he has lived worse than a dog in the past 4 years. The only way for me to entertain myself is to read novels online, so I naturally know what the system is.
This is the legendary Golden Finger. Su Yao never dreamed that he would become the male lead one day. However, it is still unknown whether this system is awesome or not. With Lin Yi? That is absolutely impossible. Su Yao has a bottom line even though he likes Lin Yi. Reject Tang Ning?
For a woman he had never met, even if he was very beautiful, he had reason to reject her.
But I just can't swallow this. No one wants him, Su Yao.
Here comes the person, and she is a super beautiful lady. After thinking for a while, Su Yao directly passed the first 2 options.
At worst, you can thank them later.
Then he knelt on one knee in front of everyone and raised the box in his hand.
He said to Tang Ning, "Beauty, will you marry me?"
Chapter 3 Chapter 003 I Come to Love You, Sensational Campus Network.
One dares to say it. One person actually dared to answer it. Tang Ning smiled happily and actually took the diamond ring from Su Yao in front of everyone. A bit small though. But she didn't dislike it at all.
In her words, I don't care about these external things.
What I care about is Su Yao. From now on, Su Yao is my husband.
If other women dare to spy on his body and soul, don't blame me, Tang Ning, for being rude.
After saying this, he deliberately glared at Lin Yuan. Shameless thing. Io, you must pay back the 100,000 yuan you spent on your sister.
Don't play tricks on me, or you'll get a lawyer's letter. Tang Ning's domineering attitude in protecting her husband made the students cheer loudly.
It's better to do it today than to postpone it. Let's go get the certificate later. Tang Ning even arranged it directly. Lin Yi was stunned, looking at Su Yao in disbelief. He was clearly proposing to me just now, how come in the blink of an eye, he switched to another woman? What is this operation? She questioned Su Yao unwillingly, what do you mean? You were proposing to me just now. For some reason, Su Yao actually found Lin Yi a little funny at this moment.
I proposed to her just now and she refused. She even got anxious when he married another woman.
Su Yao laughed, I proposed to you, but you said no, didn't you? Why, are you upset to see me marry another woman?
Lin Yuan widened her eyes and put her hands on her hips. It's uncomfortable for your sister.
She is just a cheap woman. How can she compare with my sister?
Before Lin Yuan could finish her words, she felt a burning pain on her face.
Tang Ning slapped Lin Yuan hard on the face.
His eyes revealed disgust for women. Su Yao was a man and was embarrassed to hit a woman, but it was different for her, Tang Ning.
In other words, this kind of woman is in debt. You? How dare you hit me?
Lin Yuan questioned Tang Ning, covering her swollen face. Tang Ning showed no sign of weakness. I hit you because I think highly of you, Pu Xinnu.
Who is she, Tang Ning? The heir to the Tang Group.
Even the bigwigs in the business world have to compliment her and call her miss when they see her.
Who the hell is Lin Yuan?
Anyone who dares to call her a bitch must want to die.
After this slap, the students watching were immediately in an uproar. Well done, this is how you should deal with women like this.
The boys were the ones who echoed the loudest.
It's so infuriating.
It looks like he wants to jump out and slap himself in the ears.
Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Su Yao's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task selection.
The sign-in system has been opened for you, and a new member gift package is also given. Note, all items in the gift package are in accordance with the procedures and are legal and compliant.
Please feel free to use them. You will never be sent to step on a sewing machine.
The next moment, 3 novice gift packs appeared in front of him. Only Su Yao can see this gift package.
Host, please open the first gift package first. Su Yao followed the system's instructions and clicked the first button. Hello host, the first gift is a car key, which is already in your trouser pocket.
Remind you again, please use this app if you have a driver's license, so as not to be caught by the traffic police for stepping on the sewing machine. The system prompts that the process is over.
Su Yao reached into his trouser pocket and found a LaFerrari key. This is a Ferrari.
Commonly known as the King of Extreme, there are only 499 of them in the world.
It's so expensive, it's not a crime.
Host, please rest assured that these are all in accordance with the process, everything is reasonable and compliant, please feel free to use it. After hearing the system repeated again, Su Yao finally put his heart at ease.
What about the second and third?
Host, please don't worry.
When the time is up, the system will automatically send a reminder.
Note, the host has parked the car at the school gate.
Please drive the luxury car away within 3 minutes to avoid causing a commotion in the school.
Hearing the notification tone from the system, Su Yao subconsciously grabbed Tang Ning's hand. With the guidance of Lin Yi and Lin Yuan, he walked towards the gate. Su Rui had had enough of the fun and quickly followed. At this moment, Lin Yi was like a wild cat with its fur standing on end, stamping her feet in anger.
Su Yao! Lin Yi roared. I tell you, after you leave, there will be no chance for us to be together again. I will never forgive you in my life. Su Yao and Tang Ning interlocked their fingers. He deliberately raised his hand. I will never marry you, any other woman in my life.
Hearing this, Tang Ning raised her hands high on purpose. She just wanted to piss off this woman. But at the same time, I am also grateful to this woman for showing mercy to Su Yao, otherwise she would not have been able to snatch such a handsome husband halfway. A handsome guy holding hands with a top beauty instantly became a beautiful scenery in the school. Looking at the two people leaving, Lin Yi stomped her feet in anger. Su Yao, you will regret this. You should be the one who regrets this. Su Yao left after saying this. Don't be sad. There are many good men out there, and we don't need him. Lin Yi was silent and glared at Lin Yuan. Her eyes seemed somewhat dissatisfied but helpless. A super luxury car appeared in front of the school gate, immediately attracting countless people to watch. There were even those vain girls who stood in front of the car and posed for various photos. This figure is as charming as it can be. Hello? What are you doing? Don't scratch my car. I can't afford the compensation even if I sell it. The speaker was a very ugly guy in his early 20s. Several girls were so frightened when they heard the sound that they quickly left the car and gathered around the young man, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, we just wanted to borrow your car to take a picture. We didn't touch it, so don't worry, it won't be scratched. Hearing this, the young man not only did not blame them but smiled and said, Ladies, how about adding me on WeChat? We can study posing together tonight, okay? After saying that, he stretched out a dirty hand and put it on the waist of one of the girls. He even pinched one of them's butt. When several girls saw that the guys opposite were interested in them, they thought they were about to hook up with a rich man and were immediately overjoyed. Okay, I'll add you. After that, he opened WeChat and prepared to scan the code. Just as the girl was about to scan the other party's WeChat, Su Yao took out the key from his pocket. Beep. The Ferrari's butterfly doors open. Su Rui opened her eyes wide, a little bit unable to believe her eyes. Sure, bro. You're usually very stingy, but this proposal is really expensive. How much did it cost to rent this car? Su Yao did not answer, just urging Su Rui to get in the car. Although both of them were very confused, they didn't ask any more questions and got in the car obediently. This was the first time they had seen such a handsome car, and many boys took out their phones to take pictures. After the Ferrari was driven away, only the boastful young man was left standing there awkwardly. At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. I wanted to use a luxury car to show off and pick up some beautiful girls and have sex with them at night. I didn't expect the car owner to show up so promptly. Not only did he not get the chance to seduce the beauty, but he also got slapped in the face a few times. In just a few minutes, the photo of Su Yao holding hands with a super beautiful woman appeared on the campus website. Most importantly, he is also the owner of the top sports car Ferrari.
Soon the entire campus network exploded.
Oh my god, this girl must have saved the galaxy in her previous life to find such a handsome man. If he were me, I would put him on the bed and have sex with him 100 times every night.
Oh. This is so cool. But why do I look a bit like Yi's boyfriend?
Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Su Yao's identity as a wealthy man is exposed, and the school is in an uproar. The girl who saw the video happened to be the sister's roommate. Seeing the two of them coming back, he happily stepped forward to report the good news.
Yi, you're back just in time. Guess who we saw on the campus internet? Your boyfriend.
After saying that, he quickly handed the phone to Lin Yi to see.
But Lin Yi is not in any mood at all now. He pushed his roommate's hand away and said unhappily, "I'm in a bad mood now. Just leave me alone."
You are a poor fellow, what else do you have to be nostalgic about? After saying this, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. This bitch was so cruel, she beat me so hard that my face is swollen.
I will definitely return when I find a chance.
By the way, Director Wang called just now and asked when you can come over.
Lin Yi feels terrible now.
She cares about Su Yao and her own future. It's true that girls shouldn't be love-brained, but she seemed to have really hurt Su Yao's heart. If she were to be honest, Su Yao had really been very good to her over the years. She had long been accustomed to Su Yao's kindness. Seeing Su Yao holding hands with another woman, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable.
So conflicted.
Sister, could you please say less? Su Yao is indeed poor, but he is really good to me.
Why do you and your parents look down on him?
Given their family background, you will only suffer if you marry into their family.
What's their family background? Have you ever been to their home?
Although I don't want to marry him now, you can't say that about him.
Hey! What do you mean? Are you blaming me for being nosy? Why are you still thinking about a poor fellow like him? When you become a movie queen, will you still need such a lickspill around you? I'm not saying anything bad about you, Su Yao is indeed very handsome, but can being handsome be enough to make a living? When you give up your career and become a housewife, you can't even imagine what life will be like. This is for your own good, sister.
Take this paper and wipe away your tears, otherwise how are you going to audition tomorrow? Lin Yi felt a lump in her throat and couldn't help but pick up the phone to call Su Yao.
It was snatched away by Lin Yuan.
I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Su Yao is such a poor guy, so let's just break up.
I'm telling you, if you keep in touch with him, I absolutely don't agree. Based on your looks, there are a lot of people like Su Yao. Listen to me, I promise you'll find someone better.
At this moment, the roommates didn't know that Lin Yi and Su Yao had broken up.
He was so excited that he was holding Lin Yi. Come and take a look. That's your boyfriend. Oh my god, and this car, it's so cool.
I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so rich and drive a limited edition Ferrari. I think it's called LaFerrari, and there are only 499 of them in the world. Not only in Jinghai, but even in Wancheng, there are only a few of these cars.
In other words, you can't buy one just by having money.
This is enough to prove the identity of this car owner.
Oh my god. Did you save the galaxy in your previous life? Not only did you meet such a handsome boyfriend, but you are also so rich? We are so envious. We were unemployed right after graduation.
I really envy you for becoming a wealthy wife right after graduation. My roommate looked like he was about to cry with envy.
Oh my god. Oh, Earth. How could he have such a good thing?
When you become a rich wife in the future, don't forget to introduce us to some handsome guys to start our business. The roommates saw that the comments below were getting more and more intense.
The whole person is floating. Lin Yi didn't say anything.
Her phone had just been taken away by her sister, so she was naturally not in the mood to pay attention. She fell headfirst onto her little bed and began to cry softly. After dating Su Yao for 4 years, I learned from him that his parents are retired workers and they own a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the old town of Jinghai.
How could he be a rich second generation?
However, the photo posted on the campus website is of Su Yao himself.
The comments under the photo are exciting.
Some sharp-eyed girls even noticed, this boy seems to be the one who proposed to school beauty Lin this morning.
Although Lin Yi's roommate knew about it, no one else knew.
At this time, a girl with a dog avatar posted a new comment. When I passed by the teaching building just now, I saw a boy holding a bouquet of flowers and proposing to our school's beauty. The clothes he was wearing were similar to the owner of this car. This statement directly confirmed that Su Yao was the super rich man.
Is that the boy you're talking about?
Yeah, I saw it too, and was rejected in public by the school beauty. If the male lead is really the owner of the LaFerrari, then our school beauty Lin will cry to death.
It's more than just crying to death, it's like my intestines will be destroyed.
In just a few minutes, this photo became a hot topic on the campus network.
I really didn't lie to you. This guy really looks like your boyfriend. If you don't believe me, I'll forward it to you.
Seeing her roommate talking so excitedly, Lin Yuan directly opened Lin Yi's phone and went to the web page.
A title suddenly appeared on the homepage. Who has a front view of a LaFerrari owner? He looks so handsome from behind. I really want to see the front view.
Top. Let's push this information to the top of the homepage. Soon, the page was flooded with comments.
Top.
Everyone, push as hard as you can, push me up.
Everyone will have a cup of milk tea. This milk tea is not milk tea, you know.
There was also a lip-biting emoji next to the comment. Immediately after this comment, a large number of freeloaders appeared under this comment.
I have to say, this comment is really effective.
A few seconds later, a 2D boy avatar posted a photo and attached a video. The video happened to show Su Yao closing the car door and showing his face towards this side.
Oh my god, this really is your boyfriend. Wow. I envy you so much.
She will soon be a wealthy lady.
This is something we will never be able to envy in our lifetime.
Lin Yuan also saw the message and couldn't sit still for a moment. She tremblingly handed the phone to Lin Yi. Although she didn't believe that Su Yao was the rich man. But the photos are there, and one has to admit that he is the owner of the LaFerrari.
Oh my god.
Her little heart was about to burst.
Xiaoyi, don't you want to call Su Yao? Maybe it's still too late. If I hadn't instigated Xiaoyi to reject Su Yao's proposal, wouldn't she be the rich sister-in-law now?
By then, with Su Yao's connections, he would be able to get any man he wanted.
Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan wanted to slap herself a few times. Regret it. The intestines were destroyed. What are you still standing there for? Call Su Yao quickly.
You said those words just now just to test him.
Anyway, as long as Su Yao can be brought back, everything is fine. He kept urging Lin Yi to make a phone call. As long as their sister marries into a wealthy family, they don't even need a job.
Lin Yi didn't say anything, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears.
Lin Yuan didn't care about her sister's feelings and forced the phone into Lin Yi's hands. Hurry up and fight.
Any later, your position might become someone else's.
No, we have to get Su Yao back.
Chapter 5 Chapter 005 I will slowly warm your heart.
It's easier said than done to chase. Just now you said something so decisive. Lin Yi choked. Lin Yuan looked as if she was very disappointed with her child. Money. Luxury cars. What's wrong with licking it? Is there any couple in this world who doesn't quarrel when they are in love? Lin Yi stood there in a daze.
The whole person felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That's right, the guy driving the luxury car is his boyfriend.
It's him, Su Yao. Ah.
Seeing that the man in the photo was the boyfriend who had given her warmth for 4 years, Lin Yi suddenly screamed as if she was possessed. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend was really a hidden rich man, but she couldn't resist the confirmation of the pictures and finally had to confirm it. But I just listened to my sister and rejected him in front of everyone. At this moment, Lin Yi regretted it so much that her intestines turned green.
It's all over.
She did all this by herself. She destroyed her dream of becoming a wealthy wife with her own hands.
Now, she regrets it.
Just like the rumors said, I regret it so much.
It's too late, isn't it? At this moment,
Lin Yi could no longer conceal her inner emotions. She fell headfirst onto the bed, covering her head with a pillow and burst into tears.
Crying until I was hoarse. But none of this is of any use.
Not only did Lin Yuan not feel the slightest bit of guilt, she even scolded Lin Yi for not living up to her expectations.
Why are you crying? Su Yao loves you so much, if you give in to him, won't this matter be solved perfectly? Take the phone and call him right away. Maybe Su Yao hasn't gone far yet. Be humble.
With your relationship over the years, maybe he will forgive you right away. At this time, I don't know where Lin Yuan got the confidence to say such words. In the past 4 years, Su Yao has been obedient to her in everything. If she gave in and cried a little, maybe he would be moved, because Su Yao hated to see her cry the most. She quickly wiped away her tears, picked up her phone, and dialed a number with the word stinky baby written on it.
This side. In the Ferrari. Su Yao's cell phone rang.
He just glanced at her coldly.
With a swipe, he hung up. Lin Yi was waiting anxiously.
She expected Su Yao to answer her call, but she didn't expect to hear the number you dialed is busy.
Lin Yi still didn't give up. Keep fighting.
I told you not to have an online romance, don't have an online romance.
Are you crazy? You have a stubborn mind. Are you satisfied with being humiliated to death today? I think you are just a jerk.
If your sister Ning Ning hadn't helped you out, you would have lost all the face of our Su family.
Why don't you thank them now?
After hearing this, Su Yao's doubts were immediately resolved. He wondered how such a beautiful woman could appear out of nowhere and say she wanted to marry him. And helped him slap his face. It turned out to be my sister's person. Only I, Su Rue, can bully my brother.
No one else can. Hearing this, Su Yao's heart collapsed. She is indeed my biological sister. Tang Ning didn't think so.
She had been coveting Su Yao's body for 3 years. She had finally managed to snatch it away, so she wouldn't let it go so easily.
Who said I was helping a Yao out?
This diamond ring is on my hand. From now on, we are a family. From now on, your generation status has been upgraded, from a best friend to an elder sister-in-law.
You are blessed to have a sister-in-law like me. Io, sister just likes you. I want to be your wife. It's not too much. Su Yao. Su Rue. Is this woman serious? For a moment, Su Rue couldn't believe her ears. This woman hides it well. When did a Yao set his sights on her? I'm telling you.
This ring is already on my finger, I won't take it off. Anyway, I, Tang Ning, will definitely be the Su family's daughter-in-law.
From now on, I am a Yao's fiancé. If you dare to bully a Yao again, I will not be polite to you. Su Rue couldn't believe her ears.
The good sister who had been with her for 4 years suddenly betrayed her. Tang Ning, you are a woman who values love over friendship.
3 people were fighting and playing in the car.
Finally, Su Rue turned her attention to the car.
By the way, Io, where did you rent this car? Look at the brand, it's a Ferrari. You are really willing to spend a lot of money for that woman.
Su Yao originally wanted to say that this car was a reward from the system.
If you really say that, these 2 women will definitely not believe it. I found an excuse later.
My friend and I invested in a live streaming company, and the company rented this car to shoot short videos.
I've paid the rent anyway, so it's a waste to just leave it there.
Su Yao's words seemed very convincing.
After all, live streaming companies are making money now.
Especially when short videos are popular, if they go viral, the sales could be as low as hundreds of thousands in one day, or as high as hundreds or even tens of millions.
Su Rue simply said oh. To be honest, he was happy for Su Yao from the bottom of his heart. Several times in the video, I saw Su Yao eating instant noodles in the dormitory.
I transferred money to this guy but he refused to accept it. As I thought about it, the corner of my mouth twitched. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Su Rue hid in the back row, quietly wiped away her tears, and asked with a smile.
Okay, I'll leave my brother to you. I'm at ease.
But this guy is only 21 years old now, so he can't get a marriage certificate yet.
You can only get engaged first.
Just to make it clear in advance, my brother is young, you are not allowed to bully him.
Tang Ning pouted and looked at Su Yao lovingly. Bully?
I feel bad for him and he's still being bullied even though it's too late.
You think too much. Speaking of which, it's nice to have a husband train you since you were little, isn't it? Forehead. Can these 2 women still be tainted? Su Yao was so embarrassed that he couldn't listen anymore.
The reason why Tang Ning targeted Su Yao was because of Su Rue. I learned from her how funny this younger brother is.
How to be considerate. Over time, I fell in love with this guy. By the way, today I would like to thank that man named Lin for giving me such a good little wolf dog. Now that she has caught me, how can I let go?
Even though Su Yao is only 21 years old now, it doesn't matter, she can wait.
At first, you might not be comfortable with me. It's okay, we can take it slow.
Tang Ning knew that Su Yao had been in love with Lin Yi for 4 years, so it might be a little difficult for her to get into his heart in such a short time. But she has confidence. I can warm this boy's heart. After all, feelings can be cultivated slowly. She still has this charm and confidence.
The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. They live under the same roof.
This boy is at an age with overflowing hormones. She doesn't believe that she can't win him over. Seeing Su Yao remain silent, Tang Ning bit her lip. I know you have feelings for that girl just now, don't worry, I won't force you. I will stay by your side and wait until I warm your heart. At this moment, the system prompt sound came again in Su Yao's mind. Congratulations to the host, you are successfully together with the second female lead, you can now open the second gift package. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 If you shed a few tears, Su Yao will soften his heart.
Su Yao followed the system's instructions and opened the second gift package. I wondered what it could be.
Then a touchscreen appeared in front of him that only Su could see. Congratulations to the host for activating the sign-in system.
The system will automatically sign in for the host at the designated location and send corresponding rewards. Note, this system is quite casual.
The host can sign in by himself.
If he forgets, it doesn't matter.
The system can also do it for him.
Does the host want to activate it now? Su Yao was delighted to hear such an awesome notification tone.
I have something to complain about in my heart, so please don't be polite, just listen to my ears.
This sound is like that. Anyway, it sounds a bit flirty. It's just wonderful. Su Yao clicked the activation button without saying anything.
Congratulations to the host for activating 10 points of physical strength.
Note, prepare accommodation in advance to avoid any problems in an emergency. Su Yao? What does it mean? I don't understand.
System, I am still a little innocent, and I feel a little embarrassed to describe this kind of plot.
You don't have to describe it.
As we go on, the plot becomes a bit dirty.
Come on. Don't forget to sign in every day.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and receive a cash reward of 500 million. The money has been deposited into your bank card.
Su Yao once again exclaimed that this system was so fucking awesome.
A beating heart, trembling hands. Even 1,000 alpacas in his heart could not hide his feelings at this moment. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Yao's phone rang, and the balance on the phone showed 500 million and 1 yuan.
If I hadn't seen this message.
He didn't even know how poor he had become because of taking care of Lin Yi.
However, he was sober and couldn't help but ask. Could this money be of unknown origin?
Host, please put your heart in your crotch. These are all in accordance with the procedures.
Everything is reasonable and legal.
After the system finished speaking, the corners of Su Yao's mouth rose slightly.
Anyway, he is a rich man now. It's almost noon. How about we go have a meal first? I have to go to work after the meal. Now is the age to fight hard. If you don't fight now, when will you fight? Just say you're doing it for the company's 1,000 yuan overtime pay. Su Rui smiled, yes. 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 By the way, if she didn't go to the company's ancestor, her assistant really wouldn't be able to handle it.
Thinking of this, Su Rui rubbed her forehead.
My head hurts. By the way, Io, have you told your parents about your proposal? Yes.
Su Rui wanted to say something, but after thinking it over she felt it was unnecessary.
Anyway, the proposal was successful in the end.
As for the partner, Su Rui feels that it is not that important anymore. For her, her brother marrying her best friend is a good thing.
Anyway, my parents have grandchildren to hug. Maybe you will be happier to know that your daughter-in-law is your daughter's best friend.
Then comes the next difficult problem.
My younger brother has a partner. And Su Rui is still a dry teaser.
In the end, no one dared to introduce her to a boyfriend. It is rumored that Su Rui has high standards and does not like ordinary people, and she only wants to marry into a wealthy family.
Anyway, it's all kinds of smears.
Her parents were extremely worried, but she acted as if nothing had happened. In her words, marriage is not just a matter between two people.
Many women are forced to close their businesses once they get married.
She lived a life of poverty alleviation, working day and night, and was called a lazy person by her in-laws. This is not the life Su Rue had imagined. The old couple were very worried about Su Rue's matter. Whenever Su Rue called, the old couple would ask their daughter when she would find a boyfriend. Su Rue would respond with a few words for a short while. After a long time, she even felt annoyed. This side. Lin Yi burst into tears when she found out Su Yao was a rich man.
Lin Yuan was even more anxious than an ant on a hot pan. Why hasn't anyone answered yet? Answer the phone.
No matter how many times Lin Yi called or how many videos she played, Su Yao never responded.
Xiaoyi, don't you have Su Yao's address? Why don't we go to his house now? Maybe we can still make it in time. Oh. Stop crying. You're making me upset. This guy isn't dead, why don't we just bring him back?
Based on Su Yao's character, if you act coquettishly and shed a few tears, won't he soften his heart?
After all, you have been in a relationship for 4 years, right? What is that woman? To put it nicely, she's called an intruder. To put it bluntly, she's a mistress. You are a genuine person, are you afraid of her? Crying can solve the problem? Everyone can go and cry. The more pleasure I felt in scolding just now, the more I regret it now. As long as Su Yao's parents approve, the matter will be half done. If we persuade Su Yao a little more, the matter will be settled.
Or just push him down and make it a done deal.
Walk. Let's do this.
Your name is Didi, let us go to Su Yao's house and keep watch. As long as his parents like it, this will definitely work. Let's take advantage of Su Yao's return home and go to his house to secure the position of daughter-in-law first.
Is this possible? Why not?
Hurry up and call Didi, let's go early. Let's deal with these two old guys before Su Yao goes home.
At the same time.
As soon as Su Yao parked the car in front of the hotel, Su Rue's cell phone started to send a series of deadly cue messages. That's right, I guess the ending of the story ever since Su Rue left the house. The person who called was Su Rue's assistant. Her name is Mi Duo and she is a newly graduated assistant intern.
When Su Rue mentioned this girl, she felt a headache. Not only is he stupid, he's also a crybaby.
What gives Su Rue the most headache is not this girl.
A new artist came to the company.
He is not very old but has a lot of problems. It was originally given to Lao Wang, but I don't know what this guy said to the boss, but in the end it was assigned to my group.
He acts like a big shot all day long.
As long as Su Rue is not in the company, this guy will scream and yell. If this continues, she is afraid that there will be sequelae.
Never mind, let's eat first. The three of them got on the elevator and went directly to the second floor.
Su Rue often came to this restaurant to eat. It was economical, affordable, and the food tasted good, making it the first choice for working people like them.
After sitting down, Tang Ning and Su Rue ordered their food. Su Yao took out his cell phone to report the situation to his parents.
He was originally feeling very depressed, but since he had the system and 500 million yuan, women would only affect the speed at which he made money.
On the phone. Mr. and Mrs. Su Jigua were so happy that they almost flew.
What did you say? The proposal was successful.
Hearing this, Su Jigua slapped his thigh happily.
Finally, someone from the Su family managed to get the deal done.
Everyone says online dating is unreliable.
I think this is quite reliable.
How about we register an account for Rue as well? Su Yao didn't intend to tell the two old people about how Lin Yi humiliated him. After all, that scene.
It's so sad to watch.
My parents are old and can't stand the hard work.
So Su Yao didn't intend to let his parents know about their relationship.
Old lady, we will have grandchildren soon.
In the room, Lu Shuzhen was picking beans with a basin on the dining table. Hearing Su Jigua and Su Yao chatting, he came over with beans in his hand.
Son. You're telling the truth. Will you come back for dinner tonight?
After getting Su Yao's affirmation, Lu Shuzhen smiled from ear to ear. Okay, I'll go downstairs with your dad to buy some groceries later.
Need not. Let's go out for dinner tonight. It's so expensive to eat out.
Besides, your father's cooking skills are comparable to those of a great chef.
Why waste that money?
Su Yao felt sorry for Su Jigua, who was covered in wounds after retiring from the army. Although I have raised it for so many years, it still happens from time to time.
Finally, the old couple gave in because they couldn't convince Su Yao anymore. By the way, Io, remember to call your sister back for dinner.
Ever since I asked her when she would bring her boyfriend, this girl has been playing the game of disappearing.
Is it so difficult to find a man?
Chapter 7 Chapter 007 The popular top star Luo Fanxian.
After hanging up the phone, Su Jigua said happily.
Old lady, take out the passbook quickly and see how much money we have left.
Upon learning that Su Yao's proposal was successful, Su Jigua's first reaction was to ask Lu Shuzhen for the passbook. My son doesn't know etiquette, and as a parent I can't do this.
Although we are not a wealthy family, we must have this etiquette. The young ones don't know the limits, but we old ones have to know. Mother Su quickly took out a few bank cards and a passbook from her bag in the closet, and started to calculate carefully with her mobile phone.
A total of 368,000. Let's take out 350,000.
When the child comes back, we'll discuss how much the betrothal gift should be.
If it's not enough, I'll ask my former colleagues to borrow some more. Well, you've got what you want, old lady. I'd also like to say hello to my former comrades. If it doesn't work, we have a backup plan.
This is the first time our daughter-in-law is visiting us, so we should be nice to her.
After dinner, let's go to the supermarket downstairs and buy some seafood. Buy some more good fruit. I have a bad memory, take a pen and write it down. Lu Shuzhen stopped picking beans, and Su Jigua stopped doing handicrafts. The old couple were busy preparing snacks. After all, it's their first time here, so we must take it seriously.
Tang Ning had experienced many ups and downs in the company, but for some reason she felt a little nervous when she went to her husband's house for the first time.
Turned to look at Su Rui. Tell me, what should I give to my parents when I go to your house for the first time? The way he called them parents was so affectionate that even Su Yao felt inferior to him. Su Rui half-jokingly said, then give me something practical. Practical? Su Rui nodded. Oh. I see. Just as Su Rui finished speaking, the phone in her bag rang again. In just half an hour, Mito had made dozens of calls. Su Rui was annoyed by the phone calls and wanted to turn off the phone, but as an agent, her professional ethics made her finally answer the call. A crying voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Rui, you finally answered the phone. I was really tortured to death. The little ancestor is upset again, please come back and comfort him. He said if you don't come to the company within half an hour, he will refuse to perform. Su Rui was secretly complaining in her heart. Am I a fucking person? I am already in my 20s and still need someone to coax me? The little ancestor that Mi Duo mentioned is an artist from Su Rui's company, named Luo Fanxian, a top popular star. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He would rather not cooperate with a big company and come to their small company. He also specifically asked Su Rui to be his agent. When Su Rui heard the name, her head started buzzing and she rubbed her temples. New. I'll be back after dinner. Woo woo. Sister Rui, can I ask you to come back now? I really can't hold it anymore. If you come back later, you will collect the body for me. Sister Rui. My dear sister, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Su Rui is gone. If she doesn't come back, I'll tear up the script and I won't take any roles. She won't make any money. Su Rui gritted her teeth, this guy is simply strangling her lifeblood. Okay, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Su Rui sighed helplessly. You guys eat first. There's something going on at the company that I have to go take care of. By the way, tell my parents that I want to go home for dinner tonight. I haven't been back for a long time. I miss them a lot. If her parents hadn't urged her to get married every day, she wouldn't have hidden in the apartment and refused to go home. Su Yao nodded. After saying that, Su Rui picked up her bag, called a Didi and rushed back to the company. The most troublesome person in the entire company is Luo Fanxian. Su Rui felt overwhelmed when she heard this name. He is difficult, hard to deal with, and also delicate. If possible, she really doesn't want to take this guy's business. Su Rui even wants to strangle this thing to death. On the way to Su Yao's house, Lin Yi was on pins and needles. Lin Yuan on the side didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a moment of silence, he said, when we get there, you have to be sweet-mouthed, okay? This is the gift I bought for Su Yao's parents. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. I remember that his parents are honest people. You are the campus belle of Jinghai University. You have a pretty face and a diploma. Plus, our family runs a processing factory, so the conditions are not bad. The most important thing is that you are beautiful, you know? You have to learn to leverage your strengths. If Su Yao's parents knew that you refused the marriage proposal, you should say that it was a test for Su Yao. Isn't it normal to test the man before proposing? When the time comes, I'll act coquettishly and cutely. I don't believe they won't want such a beautiful daughter-in-law. It would be better if Su Yao didn't tell his parents about you. The one who is near the water gets the moon first. Sister, I think this is very bad. This is not acting like a spoiled child, it's lying, okay? Lin Yuan slapped her thigh and said, at this time, what's the good and bad thing? Do you know how much the car Su Yao drives is worth? The starting price is 50 million. With this car, you can live on it for several lifetimes, okay? In front of money, dignity is just a request. Also, I heard that there is only one luxury car in Jinghai at present. You can't buy it just by having money. Just think about Su Yao's status. He's been lying to you, so you're even now. But what you said this morning was really awful. Do you think Su Yao will really forgive me? Why do you care so much at this time? I just want to ask you if you still want to be a rich wife? Lin Yi nodded and thought she wanted to be Su Yao's woman. Because she really likes Su Yao. Okay, then you just listen to me. When you marry into a wealthy family, don't forget to introduce some handsome guys to me. Then, Lin Yuan turned to the driver beside her and said, Master, can you please hurry up? We are in a hurry. From the conversation between the two, the driver roughly heard the content of the conversation and snorted coldly. He glanced at the rearview mirror with disgust. He replied unhappily, Beauty, if you are in a hurry, can you please go earlier next time? I am on 4 wheels, not a plane. Besides, it is rush hour. I would like to go faster, but my strength does not allow it. Lin Yuan was so angry at the driver that her chest heaved violently. He said unhappily, believe it or not, I will complain to you. It's annoying to have to deal with shift changes and receive guests. The driver was also a tough guy who confronted Lin Yuan directly. There are so many people who have complained about me, and you are not the only one who can make a difference. If you keep pushing me, I'll tell you to get out of the car. You what? I've seen a lot of people like you. Get off. I don't want to give you a ride anymore. It's bad luck. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant driver. Before Lin Yuan could continue to refute, the driver swung the steering wheel. Stopped directly on the roadside. Get off here. I really don't want to take your order anymore. Just go down, who cares? I promise to file a complaint against you. Casual. The driver uttered 2 words and drove away on the accelerator. It was noon in June and the sun was shining brightly. The two of them were studying at school, so naturally they had never been exposed to the sun. Soon I felt dizzy and swollen from the sun. Lin Yuan was so angry that she flew into a rage and stood there cursing. Fuck you, you said you'd just leave us here. Just leave us here. We must file a complaint. Even complaints cannot change their current situation. It was the time when the taxi drivers were changing shifts, and everyone was busy going home, so no one was willing to give them a ride. There was no choice but to grit my teeth and rush to Sue's house under the scorching sun. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 At my age, I have everything I need, except morality. Old Town. 6th floor. When the old couple heard that their son brought his daughter-in-law home, they couldn't stop smiling. Normally they just watch old Wang next door holding his grandson, which makes the old couple very jealous. But I still have to pretend not to care. Otherwise, when the other party asks, your Xiaorui is already so old and still not married. It will be difficult for a woman to get married once she turns 30. After hearing this, Sue's father and mother wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Now there is hope. Get married this year, and next year I can take my grandson to Versailles. It's beautiful just thinking about it. My dear, Su Jigua, can finally hold my head up high. Go, ask Xiao Lu from the canteen to bring 5 cases of beer up to our house. Su Jigua held the rice bowl in his hand and talked to his wife with a beaming smile. That's right, he just wanted to let all the neighbors know that his son Yao was looking for a wife. Shut up those bitches. Come on, let's get some dong wine and celebrate in advance. After saying that, he handed the small bottle in his hand to Lu Shuzhen. It's rare to be happy, it's okay to drink a little less. As he spoke, Su Jigua touched his face, tears streaming down his face. I never thought that I, Su Jigua, would also become a father-in-law. I just don't know when I can become a father-in-law. Old man, just take a sip. Well, I am happy. Su Jigua took another sip and then tactfully put the bottle back into the cupboard. Thinking back to these two children, the corners of my mouth unconsciously curled up. Xiaorui is a stubborn girl. She has always told them that she will make a lot of money when she grows up. But as parents, what they want is simple. As long as their children are healthy and they have a happy family, they will be satisfied. Making money depends half on hard work and half on fate. Don't force it if you can't get it. As a mother, you have to talk to your children sometimes. I'm just a little worried that this girl might ruin her body. Which child is not the apple of their parents' eyes? As long as she takes care of herself, we won't rush her into marriage. What is life for? It's all about happiness. If marriage makes her unhappy, then don't get married. She is so busy, she has no idea where to get her next meal. Just think about it, how sad I am. It hurts. Do you know how sad I am? This is a father's love that has been pent up for many years, and at this moment he can no longer conceal it. Su Jigua woke up with a runny nose, feeling as aggrieved as a child. My dear, let's eat quickly. Let's go to the supermarket after dinner. By the way, give Lali a call and ask him to leave a big lobster for us. And there's Lao Wang next door. Tell him to select some of the best fruits for us. Choose what's expensive, remember to choose the good ones. As for the chicken, duck, and fish, I'll be the chef tonight and you can help me. Lu Shuzhen patted Su Jigua's thigh and said with a smile, aren't we going out to eat tonight? Su Jigua slapped his forehead and laughed. Oh, by the way, how could I have forgotten about this? The old couple were feeling very excited. Suddenly, there was a knock on their door. Knock knock. Su Jigua and Lu Shuzhen looked at each other and thought, didn't the boy say he would come back in the afternoon? Why did he come back so early? The urgent knock on the door immediately perked up the two of them. Oh. Old man, hurry up and clean up. I'll go open the door. How come you're here so quickly? Lu Shuzhen stood up subconsciously and quickly touched her hair. I was afraid that my outfit was inappropriate. Old man, what do you think of my outfit? Very good, go open the door quickly and don't let our daughter-in-law wait anxiously. Lu Shuzhen ran to open the door happily. The moment you open the door, there were two girls coming towards me. She recognized Lin Yi, she was Su Yao's online girlfriend. He immediately and warmly welcomed the two sisters into the house. Where is Su Yao? Does this kid know the rules? Why do you ask you to come here by yourself? Come on, come in and sit down. I'll ask your uncle Su to help you peel some fruit. How could this brat Yao do such a thing? See how I deal with him when he comes back. You guys sit down, I'm going to make a phone call and scold that kid. Lin Yi instinctively wanted to stop it. Mother Su, a Yao has something to do, so I came up first. This is a gift for you. Lu Shuzhen instinctively pushed it away. We'll all be a family from now on, why waste that money? Hearing this, Lin Yi was delighted. I wondered if I had a place to stay now. A few minutes later, Lu Shuzhen came out of the house. His expression changed visibly. Mother Su, I'll peel the fruit myself. Don't call me Mother Su. I can't bear it. Also, you're going the wrong way. After saying that, Lu Shuzhen stuffed the gift on the table into Lin Yi's hand. He asked the two sisters to leave the house directly. Mother Su, I really love Su Yao. Can you let me wait for Su Yao to come back? It was my fault for what happened this morning, but I just wanted to test whether he truly loves me. Originally, Lu Shuzhen wasn't that angry. Hearing this, he immediately lost his good temper. Whether it's true love or not, you shouldn't trample on Su Yao's dignity in front of so many people. Didn't your mother teach you that? Respecting others means respecting yourself? Su Yao loves you to the core. He has transferred all his money to you without telling us. Do you know how he has been living these years? When she thought about the suffering her son had endured in recent years, the usually reasonable Lu Shuzhen became unreasonable. How nice of you. You're done with just one test. So what did you find out? The ugliness of the human heart? Or is it your greed? Get out of here. We don't welcome you in the Su family. Go out. Did you hear that? Faced with Su Ma's expulsion, Lin Yi was at a loss. I couldn't help but focus my eyes on Lin Yuan.
Who knows what's wrong with this woman? He came up with an arrogant look on his face, with his hands on his hips.
He angrily said. What's your attitude? Yi just said a few harsh words. As a man, Su Yao is too stingy. Yi has been with Su Yao for 4 years. How do you think the compensation for the loss of youth should be calculated? Lu Shuzhen was almost laughing out of anger. With Su Yao for 4 years? Did he sleep with her or get her pregnant? Lu Shuzhen also has a daughter. She originally wanted to drive the two people away, but she didn't expect that this woman would shamelessly ask them for compensation for the loss of their youth?
I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless.
Are you here to get back together or to have a fight? Lu Shuzhen didn't tolerate Lin Yuan either. She thought she was just a shrew, so she would accompany her.
Old man, bring me a broom, I'm going to drive away the plague god.
What?
Lin Yuan widened her eyes.
Isn't it said that Su Yao's parents are cowardly?
As long as you take a tougher stance, they will give in.
Why do I feel a little overwhelmed?
He held his head high and said, anyone who comes is a guest. If you dare to chase me away, I will make a scene at your doorstep.
They said your Su Yao defiled my sister. She got pregnant but she refused to admit it. Hearing this, Lu Shuzhen could no longer bear it. Although Su Yao is naughty, he never does anything promiscuous. Which mother can bear to be labeled as such a dirty person? Turned around and went to the kitchen. When he came out, he was carrying a bucket. Before Lin Yuan could continue to curse,
a foul smell wafted from his body.
Lu Shuzhen poured foul water all over Li Yuan without any hesitation.
He is young, but he has a very bad heart.
If you like to talk nonsense, you will have to pay the price.
When Lin Yuan heard Li Shufang scolding her like that, coupled with the smell of rotten water on her body, she was immediately furious.
Mr. Lu, what do you mean?
We came to your house with good intentions to apologize, but you splashed water on me.
Is this how you apologize? Or did I misunderstand the apology? Besides, I'll tell you. People my age have everything except morality.
If you don't get out of here, I'll throw shit at you.
Chapter 9 Chapter 0091 Million Meeting Gift. I originally thought that Su Ma was an honest person. After such a contest,
only then did Lin Yuan realize what Bronze and King were.
Nizi, for the sake of your relationship with my son, leave quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself. You are not a good sister. If you listen to her in everything, you'll be finished sooner or later.
You Lin Yuan gnashed her teeth in anger. You old woman, keep your mouth shut.
Bang! A loud slap echoed throughout the corridor. Lu Shuzhen slapped him very hard. The sudden pain made Lin Yuan shrink back subconsciously. He covered his face and roared, "You old woman, you dare to hit me. Believe it or not, I will lie down on the ground and blackmail you to death. Come on. Let's see who blackmails whom first. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. I don't believe you can come up with any tricks today." Lin Yuan never dreamed that Su Yao's mother was so fierce. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Yi stood aside in a daze. She was not a bad person by nature and had always felt a little guilty towards Su Yao. Seeing Lin Yuan arguing with Su Yao's mother, she bit her lip and dragged Lin Yuan away. Now, Lin Yuan was furious. "Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Get out of my way." Lin Yuan pushed Lin Yi away and started getting ready to fight.
"If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I will never be done with you."
"You old woman, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Isn't it just a humiliation? What's so great about that? Your son has been Xiaoyi's lapdog for 4 years. What's wrong with humiliating him?" Bang! Snap! Snap! I never hit a woman. Are you still a human being?
Those slaps just now were given to her by Su Zhigua.
As a man, he has the final say. How has my son treated you over the years? Don't you know?
He loves you, pampers you, and holds you in his hands.
Your living expenses, tuition fees, and travel expenses, which one of them was not paid by my son? If it's wrong for him to love you, then I can only say that my son's sincerity has been eaten by dogs over the years.
A woman who doesn't know how to respect others and has no moral integrity should never expect to enter our Su family.
Besides, you'll never have a chance in your life. Su Yao has proposed successfully. Get out of here right now.
When Lin Yi heard that Su Yao was going to marry another woman, her first reaction was disbelief. My Su Yao is too kind-hearted, that's why you guys are controlling him.
Isn't it enough that you have sucked his blood for so many years? How dare you come to my house and cause trouble? The way you eat is so ugly. Sooner or later, you will get your comeuppance. Dad Su, that's not the case.
I came here to sincerely apologize.
Apologize? Is there anyone who would apologize like this? Lin Yi knew she was in the wrong.
After his elder sister's fuss, his face turned pale immediately.
Then everything went dark and he almost fell down in the corridor. Sister, can we stop making trouble? What did we do for 2 hours? I just came here to explain to Su Yao. Can you please stop making trouble? Lin Yuan was filled with anger. He gave Su Yao's parents a reluctant glare. No. Just at this moment, a familiar laugh was heard in the corridor. It's Su Yao. That's right.
Her eyes naturally turned towards the corridor.
Just happened to meet Su Yao's eyes. The two looked at each other. The light from the morning was long gone in Su Yao's eyes when he looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes then fell on Tang Ning's hand. My heart ached. If she hadn't refused, Su Yao's arm would be hers now. Tang Ning gave the Lin sisters a disdainful smile. She deliberately leaned towards Su Yao. Husband? Isn't this your ex-girlfriend? The word ex-girlfriend is very strong. That's right. Tang Ning is asserting his sovereignty.
As soon as the two went upstairs, they saw Lin Yuan standing in the corridor in a disheveled state, with a pool of stinky water under her feet.
I immediately understood what had happened. This stinky water must have been poured on me by my parents. This woman is just owed. You deserve it. I was wrong. Will you please forgive me? I accept your proposal. Let's start over, okay? Lin Yi almost used a pleading tone.
He stepped forward and tried to pull Su Yao's arm, but Su Yao shook him off in disgust.
He asked Lin Yi, how do you know that if you turn around, I will still be waiting for you there? Lin Yi, you trampled our relationship under your feet. I'm planning to get married. Don't you think it's funny that you come to me and ask for reconciliation at this time? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Why don't you dump this old woman? Hearing what Lin Yi said, Su Yao suddenly became furious. What old woman? She is Su Yao's legitimate wife. Who are you? You're just an ex-girlfriend at best. Get out of the way and don't block our way home.
When Lu Shuzhen saw her daughter-in-law for the first time, she looked at Tang Ning from head to toe with a smile on her face.
This girl is so pretty and beautiful. Old man, how much good fortune did our Su family burn in the past life?
When Lu Shuzhen saw Su Yao leading a super beautiful girl, her attitude immediately changed 360 degrees.
It's Ning Ning. Come sit inside.
It was Tang Ning's first time meeting her in-laws, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
He called out shyly. Dad. Mom. The words mom and dad made Su's father and mother very happy.
He quickly went forward and held his daughter-in-law's hand.
Hey. Be good. Be careful not to get your feet dirty. Let's sit inside. Dad. Mom. This is your first time at home and I don't know what to give you. This is a little gift from me to my parents. I hope you can accept it. After saying that, Tang Ning took out a bank card from her bag. When Su Rui asked Tang Ning to give a practical gift, her first reaction was money. Not much, just 1 million.
This wave of Versailles really surprised everyone.
Lin Yuan's eyes almost popped out when she heard this. Su Yao, it must be Su Yao who gave the money to this woman. If Xiaoyi agrees to Su Yao's proposal, then wouldn't the money be theirs? Oh my god. Now. Lin Yuan's intestines were broken.
Tang Ning's move was nothing more than a slap in the face to the Lin family. Facing blood-sucking worms like the Lin sisters, this is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation. If I still have some shame, I won't be able to stay here for a moment. See Su Yao holding Tang Ning's hand. Lin Yi's heart aches. She regretted it.
I totally regret it.
Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, she threw herself into Su Yao's arms.
Never let go. Io, I'm sorry. I was really wrong. I apologize to you, okay?
I shouldn't have said such nasty things in front of so many people.
I shouldn't have hurt your feelings. I know I was wrong now. Can you forgive me? Just once, for the last time. Tell me, you and her are fake, right?
Lin Yi's voice was choked with sobs, and there was pleading in her eyes and mouth. She thought that if she just gave in, Su Yao would come back to her and beg for mercy again.
But this time, she really lost. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Rewards 100 luck points. Io, I'm sorry, I really love you. Just pretend I didn't say anything this morning, okay? We start over. I will only be good to you from now on. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Yao frowned and almost couldn't help laughing. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? The words that come out sound like farts. Love is casual humiliation? Or is there a distortion in the word love itself in her dictionary? Lin Yi, are you daydreaming?
I, Su Yao, am a human being, not a dog.
I am not someone you can just wave and send away at will. Sister Ning and I are planning to get married.
We'll start living together tomorrow.
You don't stand a chance.
Hearing Su Yao's words, Lin Yi felt like she was struck by lightning. The last glimmer of hope on his face was extinguished by Su Yao's words. At this moment, Lin Yi almost collapsed. She hugged Su Yao tightly. She begged Su Yao.
Don't leave yourself.
She tried to avoid the topic by crying.
Io, what you just said was just angry words, right? Are you kidding me? Io, you didn't treat me like this before. You obviously loved me so much. Yes. He, Su Yao, loved her before.
I love her so much that I want to give my life to her.
What do you get in return?
Su Yao smiled coldly. You also know it was in the past.
From now on, I, Su Yao, only love Sister Ning. You won't be happy. She's so much older than you.
Su Yao sneered. Haven't you heard the saying that height is not a distance and age is not a problem?
Also, let me correct you. Sister Ning is only 3 years older than me.
A woman 3 years older than you is rich. Tang Ning complained in his heart. No, you are holding a mountain of gold. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife.
The next second, he burst into tears.
Io, you don't have any emotional foundation with her.
This kind of marriage will not be happy. Let the previous unpleasantness go. Let's start over, okay? Please, I can't live without you. Woo woo woo. Lin Yi was crying with tears in her eyes.
If, in the morning, she had not listened to her elder sister, perhaps the result would not have been like this.
No matter how Lin Yi begged, Su Yao's face remained indifferent.
Even if he wasn't with Tang Ning, he wouldn't accept this woman. His dignity as a man tells him that this kind of sister slave is not suitable to be a wife. If they really get married, Su Yao will have to spend the rest of his life under the criticism of this woman. Lin Yi, as your ex-boyfriend, I advise you to stay away from your sister.
You have good conditions. If you can develop steadily, your future may be bright.
If you take some crooked paths, your life will be ruined.
Excuse me, please let me go.
If you don't let go, I'll call the police.
Lin Yi's hands were ruthlessly pulled away by Su Yao.
At this moment, she finally understood the helplessness and powerlessness Su Yao felt when facing her in the morning. She bit her lip and begged, Io, please give me one last chance. I swear, I will only love you in this life. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, my husband doesn't need other women to treat him well.
You can love anyone, but you can't spy on my husband. Also, I can do everything you just said. Remember this. From now on, Su Yao is my Tang Ning's man. If you're harassing him, we won't be standing outside the door talking like this then.
Please take care of yourself, Miss Lin.
How could she listen to these words? Now she only wants to win back Su Yao.
I don't know whether I love him sincerely or I love his money.
Anyway, I just want to stay with Su Yao. I'm sorry, please let me go. There is no relationship between the two of us now. Su Yao took Lin Yi's hand away, took Tang Ning's hand and walked into the house without looking back. Lin Yi slumped weakly in the corridor. She cried. Crying so hard that I couldn't speak. What a pity.
There is no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, the door of the Su family was closed. Su Yao was also determined not to see this woman again. In the end, Linny and her sister finally left the Su family under the drive of Su's father.
After the two sisters left, the Su family fell into complete silence. Su Yao found a seat for Tang Ning to sit.
Then she solemnly introduced Tang Ning to Mr. and Mrs. Su, Mom and Dad. This is Tang Ning, my sister's best friend, and my fiancé. Although Tang Ning was used to many ups and downs, she was still a little nervous when she saw Su Yao's parents.
After all, they are my parents-in-law.
Then he politely said, Dad, Mom, hello, please take care of me in the future. There were always smiles on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Su.
Well. Oh my. You said our daughter-in-law is really pretty.
In addition, Tang Ning looked very elegant and the old couple praised her repeatedly. You two stay at home, your dad and I will go downstairs to get something.
You'll have a treat tonight. Your dad will cook for you.
Before leaving, Su Jigua gave Su Yao a thumbs up.
This kid is pretty good and has the same style as me back then.
As soon as the old couple got downstairs, they saw a Ferrari parked at the door. Father Su sighed, whose kid is so promising that he can drive such a good car. If my son Yao can buy a wheel, I'll be happy for half a year.
Old man, a person's life is destined. Sometimes luck comes and you can't stop it, right? You have to believe in Io. He works so hard, he will definitely be able to buy a wheel.
The old couple just left. A system prompt sounded in Su Yao's mind.
Ding.
Because the host has no bad feelings, the system will reward an extra 100 luck points.
Host, to whom should I give the luck value? Hearing this, Su Yao was stunned. Can this thing be given as a gift?
Of course, there are certain limitations to giving luck points to others. You can only give them to your blood relatives. The first person Su Yao thought of was his parents. Throughout their lives, the two of them worked from dawn to dusk, and for decades they revolved around the two siblings. I am reluctant to give them food and clothes, and always leave the best for them. Life was hard in the past and their family lived in financial difficulty. Whenever they came across delicious food, the first thing his parents would say was that they didn't like it.
In fact, it's not that I don't love you, it's that I can't bear to let you go.
Thinking of this, Su Yao's nose felt sore.
Give these 100 luck points directly to your parents.
They've had a hard life, it's time for them to enjoy themselves. Who knew that Su Yaogang gave his luck to his parents? The door was opened, and the old couple came in, carrying a bunch of things with smiles on their faces.
I was so happy as soon as I walked in. Son, I have good news for you. Our neighborhood is going to be demolished.
Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Even the top stars can't handle Su Rue. According to the size of their house, they will have to pay at least 5 million in compensation. This demolition has been talked about for several years, and Su Jigua thought it was going to fail, but he didn't expect it to be implemented today.
5 million. That's good. With our savings, it's enough to buy a house for you and your sister. When the time comes, your mother and I will buy a smaller one and live in it ourselves. Which of your families needs us? We'll go over and help out for a few days. It's rare to be happy today. Let's go out for dinner tonight.
By the way, call your sister and ask her what time she will be back. Lu Shuzhen was busy washing fruits in the kitchen, and Tang Ning, as the future daughter-in-law, naturally went over to help.
Su Jigua was busy booking a hotel.
Then this difficult task will have to be handed over to Su Yao. Since Su Rue first arrived at the company, her ears have never been quiet.
Mi Duo said while crying.
She said that Luo Fanxian scolded her and was so mean to her, and they were still making trouble in the office. It was already difficult for her to deal with Luo Fanxian, and now there was a crybaby around her. Su Rue rubbed her aching temple and sighed helplessly.
Where are the people?
In your office.
When Su Rue heard Luo Fanxian's name, her eyelids began to twitch.
I shivered suddenly all over.
Damn it, why does Luo Fanxian always cause trouble at such critical moments?
I finally got the chance to have a quiet meal, but this guy ruined it. If it weren't for the fact that he was a top star, Su Rue would have wanted to slap this guy to death. I stood at the door of the office and adjusted my breathing before pushing the door open.
Logically speaking, Su Rue is his agent, so her attitude should be better.
I didn't expect to see such a sour face as soon as I entered the door.
It was as if Su Rue owed him millions. Who were you having lunch with at noon? Why didn't you answer my call? Or are you afraid of seeing me? As soon as Su Rui entered the room, she saw Luo Fanxian sitting on the sofa angrily.
Those eyes were staring straight at him.
I'm telling you, I'm yours now. Don't think I'll just pat your butt and get out of bed and deny my ownership of you. My innocence has been destroyed by you. You must be responsible for me. Su Rui's eyes almost popped out when she heard this.
You came to my apartment drunk, stripped yourself naked, and took over her bed, making her sleep on the couch all night, and you still have the nerve to come and ask her to take responsibility. Su Rui has seen many bitches, but she has never seen someone as bitchy as this.
Su Rui was helpless. Luo Fanxian, I'm telling you, last night was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me when I say you broke into my house and took off all your clothes?
Believe it, why wouldn't he believe it? He drank on purpose and then took off all his clothes. With his perfect body, any other woman would have been drooling with envy. But this woman was like a piece of wood. She just left him on the bed.
The weather in August was really bad. She didn't even turn on the air conditioner.
There was only one fan in the apartment, and it was blowing directly at her.
Luo Fanxian. Is this still a normal person? Sometimes he even suspected that Su Rui was a stubborn person. His love is so obvious, can't this woman see it? Oh my god. People say Su Rui has a low IQ, but she graduated from a 211 university.
People say she has a low EQ, but she is doing very well in the company and among clients. But when it comes to love, he is simply an idiot.
No. Worse than an idiot.
He took off all his clothes and washed himself, but she remained indifferent. This made Luo Fanxian doubt himself a little. You know, women who want to be him, Luo Fanxian, would go around the earth. Such a big piece of lean meat was placed in front of Su Rui, but she didn't even look at it.
Luo Fanxian only felt that his self-esteem was hurt.
As soon as he saw Su Rui's face, he felt helpless. He was now in the state of mind where he wanted to press this woman down on the bed and rub her hard.
Oh. Luo Fanxian sighed. Not only did I not get to pick up the person. When I woke up in the morning, I had a circle of prickly heat on my back and neck. He didn't say anything else. He wanted to make breakfast, but the refrigerator was emptier than his stomach. Is this still a woman? Does she usually drink wind in the morning?
In fact, Su Rui didn't deliberately not turn on the air conditioner last night, but it happened to be broken and the repairman had not arrived yet. I originally planned to send Luo Fanxian away after he woke up from the fever.
I didn't expect that I fell asleep.
The next morning, there was a power outage due to maintenance of the apartment lines. Seeing that Luo Fanxian was sleeping soundly, she did not wake him up. I didn't expect that Luo Fanxian would be treated so badly just last night. No wonder Mi Duo cried on the phone, saying that Luo Fanxian was like eating dynamite when he came to the company and cursed everyone he saw. The problem is that he is the company's god of wealth and cash cow, so even if he is scolded, we still have to smile and look at him.
To be honest, no matter who it is, they would be angry.
I was already doing Su Rui a favor by not strangling her to death. Because of what happened last night, even though she didn't mean it, she still felt a little guilty.
In fact, this little bit of prickly heat is nothing to Luo Fanxian. It will disappear in the morning after applying ice. But he didn't. I just want to keep it for Su Rui to see. Let her blame herself and be nicer to herself in the future. Actually, I didn't mean to not turn on the air conditioner for you last night. He didn't say anything about the air conditioner. Because it's rotten. The problem is it's August. Not only did they not use a fan, they also covered him with a quilt. Where is my ferry board? Honestly, I'm not done with you for what happened last night. If you make me unhappy, I'll ask my assistant to cancel the script I accepted yesterday. You'll have to pay for it. Su Rui. I feel like 1,000 alpacas in my heart. They say you shouldn't touch a tiger's, but she really wants to do that. In fact, Luo Fanxian had no intention of blaming Su Rui from beginning to end. He just couldn't help being angry. Why wouldn't Su Rui be attracted to a man like him who had both good looks and money? Luo Fanxian sat on Shaofa with his arms folded across his chest, looking Su Rui up and down. Although this woman is already 27 years old, time has not left any traces on her face. On the contrary, her age has added some charm to her. Like Su Yao, Su Rui inherited Lu Shujian's good looks. The two siblings have one thing in common, which is that they have super long legs and super good looks. Otherwise, Luo Fanxian wouldn't have given up being a rich young man to come to a small company like theirs to be a top star.
As long as he needs it, he has countless resources at hand. At this moment, Su Rui happened to meet Luo Fanchuan's eyes. This guy is usually difficult to deal with, and now he's even angry. Anyway, the face is so dark that it looks like water. Just when the tension between the two reached its peak, Su Yao's phone call successfully saved Su Rui's life. Hey! Sister, when are you going to get off work? Dad has booked a table at the hotel next door and asked you to come back for dinner tonight. Okay, I'll go back after I finish dealing with things here. Then I'll tell my parents. After Su Rui hung up the phone, she turned around and saw Luo Fanxian walking up to her. With a push of his hands, he imprisoned Su Rui directly in front of her desk. Luo Fanxian is 1.9 meters tall, a head taller than Su Rui. The two were very close to each other. What do you want to do? Su Rui avoided her eyes, fearing that this boy would go crazy again. At this moment, Luo Fanxian just stared at Su Rui quietly. After a pause, he said, I want to go too. Try it without me. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 A movie star son-in-law suddenly appeared. A shopping mall near Su Rui's home. Luo Fanxian wrapped himself tightly. In the June weather, people who passed by thought he had a mental problem. Cast a strange look. But Luo Fanxian didn't care at all. As soon as I got off the car, I started looking up the sunflower manual on Baidu. He quickly typed in the search bar, what should I give my father-in-law when I meet him for the first time? Soon, a variety of answers popped up below. Some said they would give wine, some said they would give china. But he remembered that Su Rui's parents seemed to have high blood pressure, so alcohol naturally could not be sent as a gift. I don't smoke, so I can't give you cigarettes. So he nudged Su Rui and asked, hey, what do you think I should buy for my parents when I meet them for the first time? Su Rui rolled her eyes at him, thinking, it would be better if you didn't ego, you don't have to buy anything, and don't talk nonsense like you are now, I will thank you for being the main sect for 8 generations. Seeing that Luo Fanxian acted as if everyone owed him millions, Su Rui was really afraid that this guy would fall out in front of her parents. Then the whole family will be unhappy. Luo Fanxian pushed the shopping cart to the fruit section. I thought that Su Rui's parents were getting old, so it would be a good idea for them to eat more fruits. Just buy whatever is expensive. In the blink of an eye, the shopping cart was full. Due to Luo Fanchuan's status, the two of them picked out the things and left in a hurry. Sons-in-law have a common problem when meeting their father-in-law and mother-in-law, nervousness. No matter how big Luo Fanchuan's wound is, he is still an ordinary person. I calmed down my inner restlessness and straightened my appearance in the rearview mirror. Su Rui was standing behind the car holding a bunch of things and she could hardly straighten her back. When I turned around, I saw Luo Fanxian still stroking his hair in front of the rearview mirror. Oh my god! Are you a butterfly? If you don't leave now, one of the neighbors will probably call the police and report you for disturbing their neighbors. Su Rui almost roared at Luo Fanxian. So helpless. She is in so much pain. What sin did I commit in my previous life to have encountered such a thing? Really? Super annoying. You bought a lot of stuff but didn't come to move it. If it weren't for the fact that he was the company's cash cow, I really don't want to serve him anymore. Su Rui clenched her teeth and lowered her voice to a very low level. But Luo Fanxian still heard it. Hey! What just floated past? Ah! The bag in my hand was snatched away. When Su Rui came to her senses, the fruit bag in her hand was already empty. 5 meters away. Luo Fanxian looked back and smiled, thinking to himself, were you impressed by my handsomeness just now? Su Rui just made a tisk sound and called him a fool. With such an neurotic personality, it would be strange if he could get married in the future. Unit 1, 606. Replace your skull mask, or you'll scare my parents. Even though Luo Fanxian was wrapped tightly, sharp-eyed citizens still noticed something. Sister, do you think that guy just now looks like Luo Fanxian? I really want to get an autograph. Stairwell. The two girls passed by Luo Fanxian. When Luo Fanxian heard that a girl wanted his autograph, his nose turned up like Astro Boy. Be jealous, Su Rui. Su Rui rolled her eyes. Only teenage girls would chase stars. She was already past the age of being an infatuated fan. The two sisters stood in the corridor for a long time. The back view and height are indeed similar. But Luo Fanxian is a big star.
It's probably not realistic to appear here. Maybe they just look a bit similar. Before the girl could take the initiative, Luo Fanxian turned back. A condescending look. Would you like an autograph? Originally, the two sisters were still wondering whether the man in front of them was Luo Fanxian. Now they are sure that this is a counterfeit product. Without waiting for Luo Fanxian to take out the pen, he left without looking back. Luo Fanxian stood there in a daze, holding a plastic bag in one hand and a fruit basket in the other. Are these little girls blind? Do you have to run to the airport and squeeze until your head is broken to feel comfortable? He's such a big living person standing in front of him, and he doesn't want an autograph? Are these two girls sick? Luo Fanxian frowned, his face full of disbelief. Without his bodyguard, he is no longer himself? Dad, Mom. I'm back. Lu Shuzhen heard the sound and got up and opened the door. She hasn't seen her daughter for a month, she is so happy. Just opened the door, and then closed again. I thought to myself, this little brat, I just said a few words to her and she dared to hide in the apartment for a month and not go home. Although Lu Shuzhen felt distressed, she was also angry. I haven't come back to see them for so long. She should have been locked outside the door for a while. At the door, Su Rue looked helpless. At the critical moment, Luo Fanxian did not forget to add insult to injury. I didn't expect you to be so popular. Even your mother dislikes you. Do you want me to help you? Believe it or not, it only takes me 5 seconds to get your mom to open the door. Su Rue rolled her eyes at Luo Fanxian. I'll give you 30 seconds. Need not. 5 seconds. If I open the door within 5 seconds, you will be my personal agent from now on. No matter what you do, you have to live with me. Su Rue had seen her mother get angry before, and every time she would lock her out of the door for a short while. Use this method to vent your dissatisfaction with her. Calculate the time and start walking for at least 2 minutes. So he said confidently, okay, no problem. If I win, you just go to Lao Wan's side obediently. Okay, no problem. Luo Fanxian raised his eyebrows and smiled at Su Rue. What he said next almost scared Su Rue downstairs. Mom, open the door, I'm Su Rue's boyfriend, please open the door for me. There are so many things and they are so heavy, and your daughter won't help me. Hearing this, Su Rue rushed forward and wanted to cover Luo Fanxian's mouth, but unexpectedly she ran directly into his arms. What is even more unexpected is that this seemingly frail man is so strong. Su Rue was hugged so tightly that she couldn't move. A fresh fragrance greets you. Yes, this is the smell of shampoo. At the same time, Luo Fanxian was counting. 1, 2, 3. Haven't counted to 5 yet. Lu Shuzhen opened the door. Su Rue was afraid that her mother would misunderstand, so she raised her hand and grabbed Luo Fanxian's waist hard. Ah! Luo Fanxian reflexively let go of Su Rue. But this scene happened to be seen by Su's mother. I thought Su Rue was bullying me. He took a glance and turned to look at Luo Fanxian. Immediately delighted. Mother Su looked Luo Fanxian up and down, and found that he was a little taller than Su Yao. Mom, I didn't know what you like, so I bought some fruit. Well. Luo Fanxian's bold move stunned Su Rue. How unwelcome I am. There is a saying that goes, the mother-in-law can only be controlled by her son-in-law. What a good child. Su Rue is such a jerk. How dare she ask someone to take so many things? Come in and sit down quickly. Lu Shuzhen took the fruit basket and took Luo Fanxian straight back to the house. It was as if her own daughter was a transparent person. Is it so unwelcome if you don't get married when you are older? Su Rue stamped her feet in anger. Is this your biological mother? As soon as Luo Fanxian entered the door, Lu Shuzhen asked about his well-being. After all, this is the first time Su Rue brings her boyfriend home. Be nice to others, otherwise they will run away. Children. It's so hot, take off your mask and eat some fruit. What are you still doing standing at the door? If you stamp your feet, the tiles will break. You'll have to accompany me then. Kid, I think you look a bit like my idol. How great it would be if you were Fanxian. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 I will cry so hard that I faint in the toilet. Old man, come and see, we have a son-in-law now. As soon as Su Zhigua entered the door, he heard Lu Shuzhen calling him. He said he had a new son-in-law. After seeing Luo Fanxian, Su Zhiguo's old eyes suddenly brightened. Who are you, Xian? I am that Xian. The two people seemed to be playing a charade. Although Su Zhiguo rarely watches variety shows, he still watches TV dramas. You are the guy, and I confessed my love to the school beauty but was rejected, and I was proposed to by the stunning CEO. I recognize you. My dear, we are so lucky, he said. He received 5 million yuan in demolition compensation in the afternoon.
A celebrity son-in-law came to our house in the evening.
You just sit there and get the autograph. It's amazing.
No, I have to go out and show off to the neighbors, so they won't say that my little Rue is an old lady who can't get married.
If you don't come, it's fine. But if you come, it's terrible. Hearing this, Su Rue became anxious. Dad, he's just an artist in my company. I really have nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter whether there was anything in the past. The important thing is that you can actually have something now.
Su Yao and Tang Ning, who were following behind Su Zhiguo, almost laughed out loud at what Su's father said.
Dad, it's not what you think. No, it has to be what we think. Then, Su Zhiguo raised his hand and slapped Luo Fanxian directly on the chest. This palm strike almost caused Luo Fanxian to bleed internally.
When Mr. Su saw that Luo Fanxian had taken the blow head-on, a smile that couldn't be kinder appeared on his face.
Put your hand on Luo Fanxian's shoulder. A change of norm. Young man, my Su family only has this one daughter. I, old Su, don't have much ability, but Xiao Rui was raised by me since she was a child. As a father, I hope she lives a good life. You know what I mean. Su Zhiguo knew that the entertainment industry was a mess.
A handsome and wealthy young man like him might like girls older than him just because he thought it was fun and fresh. But if you dare to play with Su Zhiguo's daughter, you have to ask Su Zhiguo whether he agrees. At this moment, Luo Fanxian also felt the pressure from his future father-in-law. On the surface, the two seemed to be talking and laughing, but in reality, they both knew what was going on.
Dad Su, I will treat Rue well.
Su Zhiguo smiled and said, You have a good physique, young man.
Let's fight if we have time. Ha ha. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the compliment.
It's still not a good move, but we can still have 2 fewer people go tonight.
Okay, Su's father responded happily, it's about time. Let's go downstairs to eat.
The family went out first, and Su Yao walked behind to lock the door, walking a little slower. As soon as Su Rue came back, she was disliked by her mother. Naturally, she was in a bad mood. Plus, Luo Fanxian is so shameless and attentive in front of his parents.
He really knows how to act. Otherwise, how could this guy have won so many Best Actor awards?
I was also disliked for not having a boyfriend before.
Now I have a boyfriend out of nowhere. Why do I feel like I'm redundant? Do I deserve to be despised just because I'm an old leftover woman? Su Rue never understood why there is such a big prejudice against women in today's society.
When working in a company, it is generally difficult for unmarried women to become senior executives in private companies, except in public institutions.
People always say that men and women are equal, but are they really equal in real life?
Even those who are older will be criticized by the outside world.
Is it really wrong for a woman to marry late for the sake of her career? Su Rue let out a long sigh. Io, do you think I was really wrong? Su Yao shook his head. You're not wrong.
Everyone has their own opinions.
The ideas of my parents' generation are very simple. They think that only when you have a family can you have someone to lean on.
But Su Rue understands that there is no such thing as true love in today's society. There is no such thing as I will treat you well all my life.
So there is nothing wrong with her being self-reliant.
Su Yao patted his elder sister on the shoulder.
He knew what she was thinking. No one is wrong here. The problem is that everyone thinks differently. Don't think about it. Your parents are doing this for your own good. The brother and sister talked as they walked.
As soon as they got downstairs, they were shocked by the scene before them. A bunch of neighbors gathered around his Ferrari.
Everyone was shocked. Oh my God! What kind of car is this? It looks so cool. I think it should be worth hundreds of thousands. It should be this much.
Whose child is so promising that he can afford such a luxurious car?
Hey! Old Su, you came just in time. You are more knowledgeable, come and see how much this car is worth. If the price is right, I'll let my son buy one too. This is so cool. That is. Come and take a look. When ordinary people have nothing to do, they like to get together and chat. Su Jigua used to be a driver in the army and had driven countless cars. Although he didn't know the specific model of this car, he recognized its appearance. It was called a Ferrari. He knew this thing was valuable, with a starting price of 300 million. This car is very handsome in appearance and shape, he estimated 5 fingers. Estimate this number. Su Jigua made a 5. Everyone was surprised. I'm not wrong, am I? It'll cost 500,000. Su Jigua shook his head. I don't think 500,000 yuan can even buy a wheel. Old Su, how much money were you comparing just now? 5 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all picked up their phones to take pictures. It would be a waste not to take a picture of such a valuable car. Just as everyone was posing for photos, the Ferrari's butterfly doors opened. Su Jigua's eyes were the same as everyone else's. He couldn't wait to see whose child was so promising. I am so envious. Then I saw Su Yao, Tang Ning, Su Rui, and Luo Fanxian walking over. The Su family's children look like Lu Shuzhen, and the neighbors all think that the 2 children are very beautiful. Unexpectedly, when Tang Ning and Luo Fanxian came out, all the neighbors were shocked. Pulling Su Jigua's sleeve in disbelief, he said, "Not bad, old Su. No wonder you asked me to pick lobsters for your house today. It turns out you have guests." Tang Ning greeted all the neighbors generously. "Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm Tang Ning, Su Yao's fiancé. Please take care of me in the future." Luo Fanxian also acted very familiar and took out a pen to sign autographs for these neighbors. According to his current net worth, his autograph can easily sell for 5 figures. But he usually doesn't sign. These uncles and aunts were tactless and curled their lips and said, "Why sign? Signing will dirty my clothes and I rarely wash them." Luo Fanxian had never been so embarrassed in his life. "This is the first time I see someone having trouble with money." It was a snotty-nosed kid who finally resolved the embarrassment. She said in a baby voice, "Big brother, my clothes are dirty. How about you draw on them? They are dirty anyway, and mom can just spank you." Luo Fanxian squatted down and rubbed the little guy's head gently. "Don't worry, your mother won't hit you." "Why?" the child asked curiously. "Because this can be sold for a lot of money." "Shoo, don't tell them, this is our secret." Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Goddess and God. Of course, the old aunts and uncles don't know the value of things. He simply treated Luo Fanchuan's mobile money printing machine as air. What they care more about now is this big 4-wheel drive thing. "Why, I've lived half my life and never seen a car door that you don't have to open with your hands. The most impressive car used to be my second uncle's Wuling Hongguang, but he wouldn't let me ride in it." The person who spoke was Uncle Wang, who sold fruit next door. Most of the neighbors living here are honest farmers. They are very simple people and have a good relationship with Su Yao's parents. As long as they are called, everyone will come to help. When Su Yao and Su Rui were young, they were often taken care of by these neighbors. When these honest and decent neighbors see such a luxurious car, most of them are terrified and dare not even touch it. "Don't touch it, old man. If you damage someone's car, we can't afford the compensation." Lao Wang's outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. The old woman is right. If the car was damaged, he wouldn't be able to pay for it even if he sold his fruit stand. But from his eyes, it can be seen that he is more eager than Su Jigua. "Old Su, whose child do you think is so promising?" Su Jigua agreed, "Yes. But we can only watch." "Dad, Uncle Wang. What are you studying? It looks to me like you're discussing national affairs." "We are discussing cars." Su Jigua laughed. "Let's talk about whose son is so promising that he has such a luxurious car." Su Yao smiled and pulled Su Jigua to the car door. "At that time, our family was poor. My father had just returned from the army with injuries all over his body and could not do any heavy work. Because his superiors had squeezed out his quota for official business trips, they assigned him a job as a security guard. Even though my father felt very aggrieved, due to the lack of communication at that time, he had to swallow his anger, otherwise he would not even have the job as a security guard. The mother worked as a dishwasher in a restaurant and saved only enough for one child's tuition in a year. Su Yao did very well in the college entrance examination. Considering his parents' sadness, he had no choice but to tear it off.
When he met Lin Yi later, he foolishly thought he had found true love. It was not until later that I realized that in other people's eyes, I was just a spare tire.
Not even as good as a spare tire.
Then he said with some sadness, "Dad, I know your regret. Our family was poor before, and my sister and I had no money to go to school.
You sold the only reward you received from the army to support my sister and me in school.
I don't study, and you chased me for 5 blocks for this matter, and finally stopped when you couldn't run anymore."
In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to study. As a son, he doesn't want to let his parents suffer. As a result, I am a bastard. Fortunately, I finally understand it today.
After saying that, he grabbed Su Jigua's hand and put the Ferrari keys in his hand in his. He smiled and said, "Dad, you know cars, how about you try this car?"
Su Jigua glanced at the car keys in his hand.
This logo is exactly the same as the luxury car parked in front of me. I was so happy that tears welled up in my eyes.
He sniffed his nose and an indescribable joy appeared on his face.
After being stunned for a few seconds, she turned around and wiped her tears. His son has become successful, and Su Jigua feels extremely proud.
He has never been so happy even when he got married.
In order to make himself look less annoying, he deliberately said that some debris got into his eyes. Then he said carefully, "Your father has never driven such a good car.
What if he breaks it down? If it's broken, it's broken.
Dad, you were a man who dared to drive a tank, and you are afraid to drive this car."
Su Jigua was naturally not afraid.
He was afraid that his son would have to repair the car if it got damaged, and he felt bad for his son spending money. He quickly stuffed the car keys into Su Yao's hand again. When the neighbors found out that the car belonged to Su Yao, they all gave him a thumbs up.
"Old Su, you are so dishonest.
I asked you for a long time just now, but you didn't say it was a Yao's car."
"Are you afraid that we would take it?"
Because everyone had a good relationship, Dad Su naturally knew that this was a joke played by his neighbor on him. "I really didn't know this was my Yao's car."
"Well done, kid, we're proud of you."
As neighbors, my uncle and aunt shamelessly took advantage of the situation. Tang Ning stood in the crowd and looked at Su Yao quietly. She could feel that she liked this little wolf cub more than she thought. "Come on, it's a rare happy day, I'll host you all, please give me some honor and have a meal together, so that my future daughter-in-law and son-in-law can recognize each other.
Even if I am no longer around, I hope you can lend a hand." Hearing his father say this, Su Yao choked.
Su Rui also bit her lip. I had been thinking of explaining it to my parents after dinner, but then I thought, let us just make do with it. Although this guy is annoying, he does often defend her outside.
So not inherently bad. If Luo Fanxian is sincere, then give it a try. Okay, let's go to the old place, eh?
Yes, the old place.
You go first, we'll go back and change our clothes. Other neighbors followed suit.
Yeah,
just put on your slippers and go eat. Sorry, you guys go first. We all know the way anyway. Order the food and we'll be there soon.
The neighbors are very considerate.
This car looks like it can only seat 4 people.
There were so many of them, and although they were all very curious about this luxury car, they were too embarrassed to ask Su Yao to run back and forth. We are all old neighbors, and none of us would be so annoying.
Even if Su Yao drove them, it was a favor.
There are not many neighbors living in the old city, and with Su Yao's family of 6, there are only 3 tables of people. The younger generation has gone out to work, and those who stay at home are either students or retired elderly people. By the end of the dinner, most of the neighbors had left. The rest are people who have close ties with the Su family. We are all old neighbors who know each other well, so there is no need to speak in a roundabout way.
I always praise these 2 siblings for finding a good match.
Su Yao was also drunk. On the surface, he felt relieved about Lin Yi, but deep down he felt sorry for himself. I was really fucking trapped by my pants at that time, which was why I was so devoted to a woman like Lin Yi. Fortunately, I was rejected today. Otherwise, he will live in dire straits all his life. At this moment Su Rui was also a little drunk. She had been with Tang Ning for several years and knew that she was a good girl. Holding her brother's hand, she warned him, "Io, Ning is a good girl. I praise her not because she is my best friend, but because she is really excellent. Don't worry, she has a good personality and will never fight with me in the future.
You can rest assured about this." After hearing these words, even Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Yao was secretly complaining in his heart. He can't even defeat a single woman, so if 2 come, wouldn't they be trying to kill him? When I become an aunt, I will give you a big red envelope. It's getting late, let's go back first. Su Rui got drunk and fell into Luo Fanchuan's arms.
The remaining few old uncles who were on good terms with each other smiled at each other.
We were all adults, and everyone looked as if they understood everything. Don't delay the young couple from doing their good deeds at this time.
Everyone who needs to be evacuated should be evacuated immediately.
Chapter 15 Chapter 015 The couple's first intimate contact. Su Yao is drunk. Tang Ning helped him into the door.
The old couple tactfully said they wanted to send their daughter off and made an excuse to go out.
Now Tang Ning and Su Yao were the only ones left in the room. Io, do you know which room yours is?
With Tang Ning's support, although Su Yao was drunk, she still remembered her room.
Open the door. Tang Ning carried Su Yao back to the bed with some difficulty.
Seeing you drink without blushing or beating your heart, I thought you were a king, but I didn't expect you were a bronze.
Tang Ning placed Su Yao on the bed.
He got up and went out, and came back with a towel in his hand,
just about to wipe Su Yao's face.
As a result, Su Yao threw her directly onto the bed. The lights in the room were dim and the two were very close, almost face to face.
Tang Ning wanted to struggle to get up. But she didn't expect the drunk Su Yao would be so strong. With a gentle hug, Tang Ning was restrained and unable to move. Tang Ning's face suddenly turned red.
Since she agreed to a trial marriage with Su Yao, she was also prepared. But she hadn't experienced human relationships in so many years, so when Su Yao held her in his arms, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous.
Sister Ning, can I ask you a question?
Tang Ning shifted her body, trying her best to avoid suffocation.
Responded, yeah. Su Yao asked, Sister Ning, did you agree to my proposal just to help my sister?
After all, this was the first time they met, and he was younger than Tang Ning.
It is said that when looking for a husband, you should look for one who was older than you and considerate.
So he really couldn't understand why this beautiful, elegant and sexy woman in front of him would choose to accept his proposal.
After hearing Su Yao's unclear words, Tang Ning did not respond immediately. Lying on Su Yao's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat.
In fact, I've liked it for a long time. After the intimate contact, Tang Ning was no longer as shy as before and rested her head on Su Yao's chest. From time to time, I could smell the alcohol on Su Yao's breath.
Tang Ning lay on Su Yao's chest and quietly described the whole process from when she first knew Su Yao to when she got to know him better. Actually, I noticed you when you were in the 3rd grade of junior high school. At that time, I learned from your sister that she had a younger brother who was naughty, cute, and a little manly. In fact, I didn't have any feelings for you at the beginning. But, slowly, I was brainwashed by your sister. In her words, you have always been excellent and the pride of this family. Later, whenever your sister posted pictures and things about you, I got used to the sexual attention. You would be the first to stand up when she was bullied. Even if there were several people on the other side, you were still not afraid. Although you were beaten black and blue, you did what a man should do. You would do housework, you would accompany your parents to the market to buy vegetables, you would cook for your parents, and wash clothes. Gradually, I thought, it would be great if you could be my boyfriend. But, I heard from your sister that you fell in love with a girl, and you were crazy about her. I felt really heartbroken at that time. I know how that feels. Because I'm hopelessly in love with you.
But I know that love doesn't necessarily require possession, and love is not about getting.
As long as you are happy, I will be happy. If that woman treats you badly, I will snatch you away without hesitation. I have to thank that woman surnamed Lin for giving me such a good husband. If I have the chance to meet her, I will thank her in person. Io, I like you. After saying that, I don't know where Su Yao got the strength from, but the two of them swapped angles. Tang Ning couldn't help but look at Su Yao, who was lying on her chest. I thought he would do something. Finally, I fell asleep. This made Tang Ning feel confused and at a loss for words. Tang Ning straightened Su Yao and went to the living room. The old couple were very tactful and never came back after they went out. After a busy day, Tang Ning was a little tired. Tang Ning felt warm at the sight of the newly prepared set of toiletries in the bathroom. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed and quietly looked at Su Yao, who was sleeping beside me. There is no doubt that Su Yao is really handsome. So handsome that it makes people obsessed. Tang Ning's love for him was pure and without any additives. She murmured softly, "You are my husband from now on, your chest and abdominal muscles are mine, it should be okay to take a look at them quietly." Tang Ning bit her lip, her heart was beating fast.
She liked him before, and he had a girlfriend. But now his fiancée is her, Tang Ning, so it is up to her to protect Su Yao.
Su Yao, I love you.
It was unclear whether Su Yao heard Tang Ning's words while he was asleep, or if he reacted because Tang Ning touched him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed Tang Ning's hand, pressed it hard against his chest and fell asleep again.
Tang Ning found a comfortable position and lay down next to Su Yao. There is no family intrigue.
At this moment she suddenly felt so at ease.
That night, Su Yao's parents did not come home.
The old couple went to the hotel and said that they had never been romantic when they were young, and they wanted to make up for these regrets before they died. This seemingly peaceful night caused a huge wave of joy as the two people slept soundly. I go home at night because the child of my neighbor next door works part-time as a self-media person to earn a living. She made a blessing video of the eating process and posted it online. I didn't expect it to be forwarded directly by Luo Fanxian. It was fried in less than 10 minutes. Oh my god, this is the male protagonist of today's campus network, and there is a sequel.
Who's with him? I am not seeing things. It's the superstar Luo Fanxian.
I heard that one of his autographs can be sold for at least 100,000 yuan.
I said that the campus tycoons were not simple. See, I was right. In less than an hour.
The girl's video went viral on major websites, quickly reaching over 100 million views. The excited heart and trembling hands. According to preliminary calculations, 30,000 yuan was received in her account. This was the first time she made money in the 2 years of her part-time self-media work.
Sure enough, the top stream is the top stream.
The girl's mother suddenly remembered something and stood up suddenly.
It's broken, where are Xiaobao's clothes? She was like crazy. At this moment, the woman's intestines were almost broken.
Her son said that the name was worth a lot of money, but she didn't believe it. She thought the boy was making an excuse because he got his clothes dirty, so she beat her son severely.
At least 100,000.
My husband, who usually seldom came to the balcony to smoke, was in a good mood or had a brainstorm, but when he saw clothes in the washing machine, he just washed them.
Now I am sitting on the balcony and smoking leisurely.
When he saw his wife coming, he happily stood up to take credit.
Wife, I have already washed the clothes.
I'll hang it up after I finish smoking my cigarette. The short-haired woman's eyes widened. He slapped his thigh and sat down on the ground.
She cried, Old Wang. Why aren't you so diligent on weekdays? Are you washing clothes? It's money laundering. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 There is no regret medicine in the world. Do you know how much the name of the son-in-law of the neighboring Su family is worth? At least 100,000. Quick. Press pause, I don't know if it's too late. Over time.
The number of video reposts on a single platform reached 100,000. Now everyone on the internet is discussing who the young man who walked with Luo Fanxian is.
The power of the internet is far stronger than we imagine. Because you will never know what powerful existence is hidden behind the internet. I'll go. He is really the owner of the Ferrari.
I just checked, and this is the first luxury car of the Jinghai brand.
How happy it would be to be his woman. Soon, some netizens brought out the video of Su Yao proposing in the morning.
Now, the girl who rejected him must be regretting it so much. I don't think he's regretting it, but he's thinking about committing suicide.
The comments under the video intensified. Soon this video was also seen by Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa. I couldn't sit still for a moment.
She knew that Su Yao drove a luxury car, but when did he have any contact with the superstar Luo Fanxian? You have to know that Luo Fanxian is the ceiling of the entertainment industry, and I heard that the power behind him is very powerful. Such a powerful being is so kind to Su Yao.
Could it be that Su Yao's background is even more powerful than imagined?
Thinking of this, Lin Yuan slapped her legs until they turned purple.
Mom, Xiaoyi. Come out quickly. Lin Yuan jumped up from the sofa.
He trotted all the way to Su Fengjuan's room and knocked hard on his mother's door. In the room, a plump middle-aged woman in a nightgown yelled with an extremely impatient face.
You're in such a hurry. Why are you howling outside in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
Mom, Su Yao is not only rich, look at the attitude of this top fresh meat towards him.
Just like a family member. It's all your fault. You looked down on me before and asked me to persuade Xiaoyi.
Now such a super rich son-in-law is lost alive.
It's true that a daughter is like her mother. Lin Yuanyuan's mother is not a vegetarian either. Why are you yelling?
He's just a poor worker.
How can he be richer than the factory director's son?
The son drives a Land Rover.
Several million. I don't know. Your sister won't survive without Su Yao. How much cargo can that little broken car carry? No matter how rich he is, can he be richer than the factory director?
Speaking of which, he has long hair but little knowledge, which made Lin Yuanyuan so angry that she rolled her eyes.
This car costs 50 million yuan. What? 50 million? As she spoke, Su Fengwan moved closer to Lin Yuanyuan. You know this one, right?
You watch the TV series he plays every day.
Su Fengwan nodded. Yes, how could she not know him?
Like other women, Su Fengwan also likes to chase stars.
By the way, why does the guy from the Su family look so familiar? Mom, this is the current top star Luo Fanxian. Your favorite star.
Su Fengwan snatched the phone and carefully read the messages in the comment section.
A matchbox like this is worth 50 million.
Mom, you don't believe me when I say you are uneducated.
This is not a matchbox, this is a Ferrari.
You said it would have been great if you hadn't let me stop Xioi.
Su Yao's car is enough to buy 10 factories. Seeing that Lin Yuanyuan was speaking very sincerely, Su Fengwan felt a little bitter. Is this really that valuable? What's true or false? I'll check it out for you.
LaFerrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, worth 50 million.
This is all money. He is not even on the same level as your factory director's son. It's all your fault.
If you hadn't instigated me to stop EE from dating at all costs, you're satisfied now.
Hey! Why are you blaming me? I said that because you said Su Yao has no money. Who doesn't want to find a good one for their daughter? With just those few things, how can you compare with Su Yao? Not only is he ugly, he also looks sloppy. Is this the super handsome guy in your eyes?
Mom, I really doubt that there was something wrong with your aesthetic taste back then. When Su Fengwan heard this, she stood there in a daze. Although she was very reluctant in her heart, after thinking about it, she found that she could not refute it. She said that, but she had no idea that the other person was so ugly.
Su Yao must be lying to you.
After all, there are many packaged ones on the internet, like that mountain that looks like a weight, and the beauties change every day.
Later it was exposed. Wasn't it packaged by the company? Impossible. Su Yaojue can't possibly be a local tyrant. This has to be fake. It must be fake. What's fake about it? The facts are right in front of you. If you still don't believe it, then you are blind.
After that, the mother and daughter started quarreling in the living room.
It was almost like an earthquake. Ah!
Then a scream came from Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi opened the door abruptly, her hair disheveled and her eyes bloodshot as she stared at the two people pulling each other's hair and yelled, "Are you guys done yet? It's already this time and they're still arguing.
My happiness was ruined by you too.
You still have the nerve to argue here.
I've had enough of you."
Both mother and daughter were angry, and they immediately lost their temper when they heard Lin Yi's yell. The two of them bombarded Lin Yi together.
I'm asking you not to be with that Su guy, but you can hold on for a while. Aren't there many daughters who quarrel with their parents over men in reality? Hearing this, Lin Yi was completely speechless.
The anger in my heart has reached its peak.
The whole person was shaking with anger. Su Yao is really nice.
In his words, he is more active in transferring money to her than her parents.
It's really good to her. It was my own mind that was blinded by the devil.
Otherwise, the person who would be envied today would be her, Lin Yi, instead of the woman named Tang Ning.
However, it's all gone. It's really gone.
She regretted it so much that her heart felt like it was about to explode.
But what can we do?
Su Yao hated her. It could be said that he hated her to the extreme. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cried so miserably today. He only had other women in his heart. He didn't even look at her the whole time. Lin Yi covered her ears and screamed.
Tears couldn't stop flowing.
At this moment, she felt like her heart was about to explode. It was not because of anything else, but because she found that she really liked Su Yao.
Tears couldn't stop flowing down the corners of my eyes.
She cried her heart out. He didn't get his last breath and his eyes rolled back before he fainted.
Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Su Yao, it's not a fever, it's horny.
Seeing Lin Yi fall down, the mother and daughter were completely panicked.
After shouting for a long time without any response from Lin Yi, Su Fengwan yelled at Lin Yuan. "What are you still standing there for? Make a phone call. Who did you hit? Call 120. What's funny is that Lin Yuan's first reaction was to call Su Yao. Half an hour later, Lin Yi went to the hospital accompanied by Su Fengwan and Lin Yuan. After some rescue, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She is feeling depressed. On the hospital bed, Lin Yi's face turned pale. He looked like he was about to die. What happened today dealt a severe blow to her heart. This usually high and mighty school beauty has become a joke. Beside the bed, Su Fengwan frowned. Lin Yuan is even more like a headless fly. The slap I received in the afternoon still hurts a little. I guess he's obsessed with money. Mom, why don't we bring some gifts to apologize? Lin Yi closed her eyes helplessly when she heard this. She begged Su Yao like that in the afternoon, but he showed no sign of changing his mind. If they bring gifts, aren't they bringing shame upon themselves? Hearing this, Su Fengwan couldn't sit still anymore and jumped up from her chair. It was a little after 1 a.m. and she exploded without caring that there was a patient resting in the next bed. What? Apologize? You want me to go with you to apologize? He was so angry that my daughter was hospitalized. I was planning to look for the score with him, and you're apologizing? Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately refused. She stood up suddenly and said angrily, Su Yao and Xiaoyi have been dating for 4 years. This man is an emotional animal. I don't believe that Su Yao is really willing to give up Xiaoyi. Yes, that woman must have been the one who caused this. Otherwise, it would be me, the eldest aunt, who would be riding in the luxury car today. Mom, I think it's useless to ask Su Yao for this matter. We have to get to the root of the problem. The woman next to Su Yao is a slutty vixen at first glance. You're relying on your looks to snatch men from me. Bah! As she spoke of this, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth. This slutty vixen, I'm going to ask my friends to check her out tomorrow, and I will definitely not let her go. On this point, the mother and daughter reached a consensus immediately. The lively night finally returned to calm. Everyone is back to the days of getting up and making money. It's not that they don't want to sleep, but that they can't sleep because they don't have money. The next day. Morning. Su Yao slowly opened his eyes. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a beautiful dream to him. He wanted to lie in this beautiful dream forever. When I opened my eyes, I saw a lusty and pure woman lying quietly beside me, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and it seemed that she had slept very well last night. Perhaps it was a telepathic connection, because just as Su Yao turned his head to look at Tang Ning in his arms, she happened to open her eyes. Long eyelashes, fair skin, high nose bridge, and sexy lips. To be honest, I really have an appetite. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Yao looking at her and her face turned red. The hint of blush on her fair skin looks particularly charming. Su Yao is a normal man. There is no way to remain calm like Liu Xiaohui. In addition, the woman in his arms was a stunning beauty, and under the stimulation of hormones, she immediately responded. But Su Yao is not a man who is obsessed with sex. Besides, this woman is my sister's best friend. He shouldn't do such stupid things. Take a deep breath. Pull your arms out and prepare to get up. Unexpectedly, Tang Ning hugged her tightly and refused to let go no matter what. I thought yesterday was just a dream. And all of this is true. Not only did he pick up a wife, but she was also a goddess level 1. At the same time, Su Yao, lying on the bed, quietly felt the system prompt sound coming from his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. 10 points of charm have been issued to you. Note, charm value is divided into 6 levels, namely bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary master, and super king. The higher your charm value, the more you are attracted to women. It has been successfully distributed to you and can be absorbed by your body. As the system prompt sound ends, the reward given by the system will also be credited to the account. The comfortable feeling from yesterday once again washed over Su Yao's whole body. Su Yao could clearly feel that all aspects of his physical skills were improving. An indescribable feeling of comfort continuously spread from his sea of consciousness to every part of his body. Su Yao couldn't help but shout in his heart, "It's so fucking enjoyable." The body's needs are becoming stronger at this moment.
Seeing Su Yao was stunned for a while, Tang Ning touched Su Yao's forehead in confusion.
Isn't it a fever? Su Yao shook his head. It wasn't a fever, it was just horny.
The two looked at each other.
I thought Tang Ning would be embarrassed. Unexpectedly, this woman was very bold.
She stared at Su Yao and pounced on him.
This was something that Su Yao was a little bit surprised about.
I drank alcohol last night and didn't take a shower. He smelled terrible, and he didn't want to leave a bad impression on Tang Ning under such circumstances.
Immediately afterwards, Su Yao began to feel his body becoming sticky. Yes, it should be the impurities in the body. We are not in a hurry about this matter. You're not in a hurry, but I am. When Tang Ning said this, Su Yao thought there was something wrong with his ears. Don't know what to say for a moment?
Then I'll go take a shower first.
Okay, I'll wait for you in bed.
After saying that, Tang Ning deliberately pulled her suspenders to reveal a piece of white.
This woman is simply a witch.
Tang Ning supported her head with one hand and looked at Su Yao's back with curiosity with her bright eyes. She consumed a lot of oil last night, but it still felt like it wasn't enough.
She wanted more. After that, Tang Ning lay on the bed and pounded the bed happily, looking forward to the two of them being in love with each other in the future.
As she thought about it, her fair little face suddenly turned red to her ears.
Is this still the domineering female president?
She's just like a little girl in love. There was the sound of running water in the bathroom.
Under the shower, Su Yao was surprised to find that the 4 vaguely visible abdominal muscles had turned into 8.
And these strong chest muscles.
Beautiful mermaid line.
Even the adjacent corners of the face become clear. Su Yao, who is already very handsome, has taken his appearance to a higher level. With this body, he is simply a fighter among men.
No wonder Tang Ning couldn't help herself after touching her last night. After taking a shower, Su Yao simply wrapped a bath towel around herself, originally thinking that the woman would be as shy as before.
What Su Yao didn't expect was that Tang Ning wasn't shy at all. Instead, he stared at Su Yao's body with shining eyes. At this moment, the identities of the two people were magically exchanged.
Su Yao was like a lamb to be slaughtered, and Tang Ning is the legendary wolf.
It looks like he wants to gnaw until there is nothing left to the bone. Su Yao watched Tang Ning climb up seductively. She also made a finger-biting gesture towards him. The strap on her right shoulder unconsciously slid down her slender arm,
revealing the snow-white shoulders. Su Yao was so hungry and thirsty after seeing this.
A surge of great power is about to break through the body. What Su Yao didn't expect was that this woman was so bold. She came up and tore off the fig leaf tied around his waist without saying a word.
Su Yao's heart and I. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 Cohabitation.
I originally thought that Tang Ning would be frightened and scream.
The expected result was completely different from the reality.
On TV, girls are always shy when they encounter such things.
The reality is, Tang Ning wanted to strip Su Yao naked. Because it was the first time Tang Ning saw a naked man, she was stunned when she saw Su Yao's big thing.
He said in disbelief, "It's so magical, it can actually grow longer."
In the room, the air solidified. Tang Ning swallowed unconsciously.
There is a saying that goes, once a woman becomes lustful, there is really nothing a man can do. Before Su Yao could react, Tang Ning pushed the man, who was a head taller than her, against the closet with both hands. Su Yao lowered his head and happened to see the pair of snow-white eyes. One of them couldn't help but hold Tang Ning's little face in his hands and kissed her directly. The kiss was unrestrained. The kiss was so selfless. Just when the two were getting excited, there was a hurried knock on the door.
Brother Yao. Brother Yao. It's me, Xiaohu.
Su Yao wanted to ignore it, but the knocking on the door outside was too intense. He endured it again and again and almost burst into curses.
Which bastard ruined his plan at the critical moment? Sister Ning, wait for me, I'll be back soon.
Su Yao had no choice but to climb up from Tang Ning reluctantly.
Reluctantly, he pulled the bath towel draped over the bed. Tang Ning bit her lower lip. I still feel unsatisfied.
There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He pulled the quilt over him and crawled right in.
Hey! Brother Yao. Why are you making so much noise in there?
As soon as Su Yao opened the door, a burly young man suddenly spoke.
He gave Su Yao a wicked smile. My eyes unconsciously looked towards the crack in the door.
Judging from this kid's character, it goes without saying that he did it on purpose. He grabbed Wang Xiaohu's arm and pulled him into the living room.
What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out if you're watching me.
Wang Xiaohu grinned, revealing two little fangs.
I'm sorry, Brother Yao.
You old man, just treat me like a fart.
I really didn't know my sister-in-law was here too. If I knew you two were having sex, I wouldn't dare disturb you even if I had 100 heads, right? I think you did it on purpose.
Wang Xiaohu chuckled again, this time in a harmless manner. He joked, Brother Yao, you used to stick a knife in your brother's ribs, but now you stab your brother for your wife.
Ah.
Wang Xiaohu sighed.
My heart aches so much.
Wang Xiaohu's coquettish voice while pinching his neck gave Su Yao goosebumps all over his body. I wish I could slap him to death.
Fuck you, kid. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out.
After saying that, Su Yao slapped Wang Xiaohu on the forehead.
I'm telling you, if you owe me anything. When I have time, I will help you get rid of your internet addiction.
Good. Wang Xiaohu has a dark complexion, is not tall, has two dimples when he smiles, and is not particularly handsome, but at least he has a good-looking appearance. This guy is good in everything except that he is unreliable. The reason why I have such a good relationship with Su Yao.
3 words. Be loyal. Please sit down for a while.
I'll go in and change my clothes.
Okay, Brother Yao.
I'm not in a hurry, really, I'm not in a hurry at all.
You can continue with your business.
Don't worry about me, I'll sit here and watch TV for a while.
Su Yao was speechless.
After entering the room, he turned the door handle. If he was alone, he wouldn't mind.
Now there is Tang Ning. Su Yao originally wanted to sleep with his wife. But wait until he returns to the room. Tang Ning was already dressed. What clothes do you want to wear today? I'll get it for you. Before Su Yao could react, Tang Ning opened the closet and helped Su Yao pick out clothes. After opening the closet door, the whole person was stunned.
In her opinion, men never tidy up their wardrobes. But Su Yao's wardrobe was neatly arranged. This was something she had not expected.
But why do those underwear look like fishing nets?
Seeing this, Tang Ning thought of a sentence.
Some people look glamorous and beautiful on the outside. In fact, the interior is dilapidated. Of course, this is just a description of Su Yao's underwear.
In the past, I only saw posts online saying that boys would wear their underwear like rags.
Tang Ning was still laughing at that time. What kind of boy would be like that? Today she finally saw it. For a moment I didn't know how to describe Su Yao. He tilted his head and asked, "Where are your underwear?" "I can't see them." "Su Yao, I only have those 2.
I don't have time to buy them because I'm busy with work."
Hearing Su Yao's words, Tang Ning couldn't help but feel sad.
He must have done this because of that woman named Linie.
Su Yao doesn't have many clothes.
Judging from the condition, each piece has been worn for more than a few years. He sacrificed so much for a woman and yet was scolded like that.
Thinking of this, Tang Ning's heart ached. How can there be such a heartless person in this world?
You don't need to bring these clothes with you when you move today. I'll have someone prepare everything for you over at Huanhua Creek. Tang Ning, who was a domineering female CEO just a second ago, immediately turned into a docile kitten when she saw Su Yao standing behind her.
There are only 2 in there, and this one looks a little better.
It's a little better, but it will still leak air when I walk.
Hearing this, Su Yao was simply. I've only ever heard of girls' skirts leaking air. I've never heard of pants leaking.
This made Su Yao feel a little helpless. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison.
When Su Yao was with Lin Yi before, he was always the most humble one.
He couldn't imagine how he would be bullied by that family if he married that woman.
Even though I had known Tang Ning for less than a day.
But Su Yao could sense that Tang Ning respected him and even regarded him as the center.
If you really want to compare the two together, it's like heaven and hell. When the 2 came out,
Lu Shuzhen and Su Zhigua had already prepared a table full of dishes and were waiting for their daughter-in-law to come out to eat.
Come, Ning Ning, sit here. Try this. I just ordered this yesterday. Try it and see if it suits your taste.
Lu Shuzhen picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a piece of the best lobster meat and handed it to Tang Ning.
You're tasting this. Mao Hai crab.
Please help me evaluate this craftsmanship. At the Tang family, Tang Ning often eats these things. I don't know why, but it smells especially good today.
Delicious. Maybe this is the taste of home. Lu Shuzhen enthusiastically picked up the best dishes for her daughter-in-law.
How they look at this daughter-in-law, how much they like her. She looks 100 times better than that Lin or something.
Just after Lin Yuan's fuss, the two old people's impression of their family became extremely bad.
If these two women dare to come to their house again, they will just throw urine on them.
Mom, this is very, very delicious. It's the best meal I've ever had. Lu Shuzhen smiled happily. It's delicious. Eat more.
And Su Yao standing aside was like a transparent man.
Is this still the mother who loved me as before?
As the meal came to an end, Tang Ning wiped her mouth and spoke to the two elderly people. Mom and Dad, Su Yao and I are going to move to Huanhua Creek to live together this afternoon.
This is the spare key to Huanhua Creek. I'll leave one for you. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 I'm grateful that I wasn't beaten to death. I bought a house there. It's south, very close to the company. Io's work is only a few minutes walk away. Lu Shuzhen took the key and nodded repeatedly. Well, your father and I will go with you to recognize the land this afternoon. Tell us in advance what you want to eat. Anyway, we are retired now and have nothing to do. Wait a minute.
After saying this, Lu Shuzhen got up and went back to the house. When I came back, I had a bank card in my hand.
Ning, take this. It's a little gift from my parents. You can use it to pay off the mortgage. The demolition compensation is 5 million.
Lu Shuzhen and Su Zhigua agreed that each of their children would get half of the remaining 1 million yuan, and the old couple would spend 500,000 yuan to buy a small apartment. After all, young people have their own lives. The old people are used to getting up early, and the noise made in the room will disturb their rest.
Lu Shuzhen is an experienced person.
When she married into the Su family, she was often bullied by her mother-in-law.
Naturally, I understand that there will be a generation gap between two generations. Mom, I can't accept this bank card. If we are in trouble, we will talk to you then. Tang Ning said she didn't want anything. This put Lu Shuzhen in a difficult position. Kid, don't refuse anymore. Su Yao doesn't understand the rules, but we do. It's not easy for your parents to raise a daughter. Although we come from the countryside, we still understand the ways of the world. This money will be used as the betrothal gift from our Su family. You have money on hand, it's yours, these are little gifts from your parents to you. Hearing this, Tang Ning was deeply moved. He sniffed and accepted the bank card. Mom, you eat too. Our father's cooking skills are really good. Better than that 5-star chef. I don't need to brag about this at all. Su Zhigua was very excited when he heard this. Let me tell you, the owner of the hotel where we ate last night plans to hire me as a chef. He has already invited me several times. I thought, I'm idle at home anyway, so I'll find something to do. If I don't do something, I'm afraid I'll get Alzheimer's. Su Zhigua's cooking skills are indeed impeccable, and the food tastes just like home. It just so happens that one of their farmstays is hiring a chef, and this taste will definitely be a hit. Plus, since it's her own territory, if anything happens, there will be someone to help her watch out. After all, Su Zhigua is 65 years old. Tang Ning asked tentatively, Dad, if you really want to find a job, I can introduce you to one. Food and accommodation are provided, and the monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. When you go to work there, Mom can come with you, so you will have a companion. 20,000? This salary is too high. I'm at most a chef in a small hotel. 20,000 is too high for me. Your father still knows how much he weighs. That's right. 20,000 is too high. What if your father's cooking skills are not good? People will stab you in the back. Lu Shuzhen was worried. Tang Ning just smiled. I said Dad is worth this money, that's all. At first, she was afraid that if the temperature was too high, it would scare the two elderly people. The salary was deliberately kept a little low. Unexpectedly, this is still an astronomical figure for the old couple. Dad, Mom, you don't have to think about the restaurants outside. If you really want to go, you can only go to the one I just mentioned. Tang Ning's tone left no room for argument. Also, the issue of the bride price you just mentioned. It suddenly occurred to me. It's best to take all the money you have at home. Hearing this, everyone at the table was stunned. Tang Ning could see everyone's confusion and quickly added,
In our Tang family, there is such a rule.
if the man offers 1 million, the woman will bring 2 million. What it means is, the more you pay, the more money I will bring with me when the time comes. After listening to Tang Ning's explanation, Lu Shuzhen suddenly understood. How much merit must the Su family have accumulated in their previous life to have met such a precious daughter-in-law?
She hasn't even married yet, but she's already thinking about getting money from her parents' home.
There are probably not many daughters-in-law like this. How would the Tang family feel if they knew about this? After lunch in the afternoon.
Originally, several people planned to look at new houses together, but the old couple had something to do in the middle of the trip. After saying goodbye to their parents, Su Yao and Tang Ning planned to go directly to Huanhua Creek.
Wang Xiuhu heard Tang Ning's words clearly at the dinner table. The young couple is going to their new home in the afternoon.
As Su Yao's good brother, his thoughts are very simple.
Since it's a new house, you definitely have to move things.
Although he didn't make much money and couldn't give Su Yao a decent gift, he had plenty of energy.
Although Wang Xiuhu doesn't have much money, he is a very righteous man. You can hear it from the way he speaks.
Even though this boy looked a bit unsophisticated, Tang Ning didn't dislike him.
On the contrary, I think this boy is simple and cute. Overnight,
the Su family became celebrities in the entire community. Just when everyone thought that this family would look down on others, Su Yao greeted everyone happily.
Auntie, you're taking a walk downstairs again. Brother Lu, we are getting ready to deliver the goods. Uncle Wang, why are the circles around your eyes so dark? As usual, Su Yao greeted his neighbors enthusiastically without any airs.
And Tang Ning, when Su Yao greeted her, she just nodded and smiled behind him. All the neighbors gave a thumbs up. It turned out that quality has little to do with money. After saying hello, Su Yao walked straight to Uncle Wang, who had bruised eyes.
Half jokingly, Uncle Wang, have you been playing mahjong all night without closing your eyes? I think you have some dark circles under your eyes. Stop talking. I was banging my head against the wall last night. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was beaten by his wife. Although they didn't say it, they were all laughing in their hearts. Of course, the laughter here was not ridicule. Uncle Wang, could it be that you have been having an affair with someone else behind my aunt's back and she has found out? I have the intention but not the courage. Besides, with your aunt's appearance, how dare I? It was last night. I washed the clothes diligently. Everyone was surprised. Is it wrong to wash clothes? Is there any law in this world? Laundry isn't the point. The point is, I washed out the name of Xiaorui's boyfriend. The expressions on everyone's faces changed suddenly. It's good enough that I wasn't beaten to death.
Uncle Wang, it seems that Auntie still has deep feelings for you.
What do you mean? Given her love of money, I'm lucky she didn't beat you to death. Everyone knows that Wang Digui's wife is very stingy. Don't even mention $1. She would deduct even a dime. The starting price for Luo Fanshan's name is 100,000. The fact that Uncle Wang was not beaten to death is obvious to all. Get lost, you bastards only know how to kick someone when he's down. How could we ordinary people know that such a junky thing could be so valuable? Go do what you need to do, and stop standing here and watching your uncle make fun of you. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Super God. Sign-in system. Hurry and go. If you guys stay here for a while longer, I'm afraid you'll dig up all my secrets. Su Yao chuckled.
He stretched out 2 fingers and saluted Uncle Wang politely.
Okay. Uncle Wang, we will help you retain the last bit of dignity as a man. Roll.
The 3 of them smiled and left the community under Lao Wang's gaze. Several people were drunk last night and the Ferrari was parked in front of the hotel but not driven over.
Fortunately, it's only a few minutes away from the community. Su Yao squatted down and asked, Sister Ning, get on my back.
Su Yao couldn't bear to see Tang Ning's heels rubbed red from her high heels.
Tang Ning subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Su Yao never gave her a chance. Besides, how could she have the nerve to let Su Yao carry her on his back on the street? No, it's okay, we'll be there in a moment.
Before Tang Ning could finish her words, Su Yao bent his legs and squatted down, holding Tang Ning's wrists with his left hand and his back with his right hand. The next moment, Tang Ning flew into the air and was picked up by Su Yao.
Io, please put me down. There are so many people here. How can a grown man hug a woman on the street? Put me down. It's not far.
Just bear with it and it will pass. I, Su Yao's woman, will be spoiled however I want. I don't care what others think.
I only care about you. TSK.
Wang Xiaohu followed behind the two of them and was unexpectedly fed a wave of dog food. For this single guy, this wave of dog food is a forced treat.
Very full.
Then she imitated Tang Ning and leaned her face on Su Yao's shoulder and said shyly,
Brother Yao. I want a hug too. My feet hurt too. Wang Xiaohu pinched Su Yao's neck and whispered in his ear. Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh when she heard the false voice.
Su Yao said to him bluntly, Get lost.
Just you? You are thick-skinned and tough, and you dare to compete with your sister-in-law? Don't you even take a piss and look in the mirror?
The three of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at the hotel. Wang Xiaohu has sharp eyes. The moment I saw the Ferrari at the entrance of the hotel, I couldn't hide my envious look.
Wow, a Ferrari. This is the ultimate dream of every man.
I don't know what kind of successful person can own such a luxury car.
Su Yao read desire in Wang Xiaohu's eyes.
For young people from the lower middle class like them, such luxury cars are simply the ceiling of life.
You work hard all your life, but to put it bluntly, you may not even be able to afford a wheel.
Su Yao understood very well why Wang Xiaohu would have such an expression.
Before he had these, he felt the same way as him. Perhaps this is the dream of all young people.
The desire for wealth and the yearning for power. I hope I can make a name for myself and provide shelter for my family.
Often, reality is cruel.
Even if some people use up all their energy, in the end it seems like they have done nothing in their life.
This is the greatest sorrow in life.
I have obviously paid a lot, fought hard and worked hard, but basically everyone only looks at the results. If you don't show any results or achievements, you will be a complete waste in front of your teachers and leaders. It is not terrible for a person to yearn for wealth. What is terrible is that he engages in evil ways.
Although Wang Xiaohu is usually careless, smiling, and seems unreliable in doing things, Su Yao knows him.
He is very dedicated in everything he does, but maybe he is just unlucky and does not have God's blessing.
If there is a platform, this kid will definitely shine. The most important thing is that he is devoted to Su Yao. This kind of brotherhood can never be replaced.
When the two were in deep trouble and only had 10 yuan on them, he was willing to give half of it to Su Yao. This kind of brother, Su Yao, is worth cultivating. So Su Yao could understand Wang Xiaohu's current mood very well.
Do you like that car? Wang Xiaohu nodded. I like it, but I know my own weight. By the way, Brother Yao, didn't you say you bought a car? Where is it?
Su Yao gently put Tang Ning down and took out the car keys from his trouser pocket. He said to Wang Xiaohu, I'll let you try my car later.
Hello, Brother Yao.
Wang Xiaohu laughed heartily.
Don't worry, sister-in-law. My driving skills are really amazing.
When I was 8 years old, I drove a tractor in my hometown.
It was so graceful and smooth. Don't worry, there's no car I can't drive. That's it. This guy is bragging a lot. Good. Wang Xiaohu took Su Yao's car keys. Puzzled, Brother Yao, what brand is your car?
This car key is so special, I have never seen it before.
Su Yao patted Wang Xiaohu on the shoulder and pointed at the super cool Ferrari and said with a smile. Is this the car you dream of driving?
Following Su Yao's hand, Wang Xiaohu saw the Ferrari.
The key in your hand pressed lightly.
Then a pair of butterfly doors opened directly.
Wang Xiaohu was completely stunned. Keep patting Su Yao's shoulders.
The joy in his eyes could not be concealed.
Brother Yao! Brother Yao!
Wang Xiaohu was so excited that he almost screamed.
His disoriented mind didn't know what to do now.
He widened his eyes and looked at Su Yao in disbelief. Then he wiped his eyes, afraid that this was just a dream. Wang Xiaohu excitedly circled the car body, saying over and over again, "Too cool, so cool." I reached out to touch her, but subconsciously pulled my hand back.
This car is expensive, and it's expensive to the point of being expensive. He knew Su Yao's family background and he couldn't afford this luxury car. In other words, this car might belong to Tang Ning.
In order not to embarrass Su Yao, Wang Xiaohu only touched him lightly, because he knew that many rich people seem generous on the surface, but were actually stingy to the core. Although Tang Ning didn't look like that kind of person, he knew his own limitations. At this time, dignity seems particularly thin in the eyes of capitalism. After walking around a circle, Wang Xiaohu's face obviously lost its previous excitement, and in the blink of an eye he became cautious. He has been with Su Yao for so many years, and Su Yao knows what he is thinking. Patted Wang Xiaohu on the shoulder. Drive with confidence, this car belongs to your brother Yao.
Tang Ning was a smart woman and she saw Wang Xiaohu's concerns at the first sight. Then he echoed, Xiaohu, this car belongs to your brother Yao. You don't have to think too much about it. Give it a try. If your skills are good enough, you can come to Tang Group and drive for the president.
When it comes to technology,
Wang Xiaohu suddenly perked up. Sister-in-law, you can rest assured about the technology.
I, Wang Xiaohu, don't have any special abilities, but I know a lot about this vehicle.
I'm not bragging. As long as I'm allowed to drive a tank, I dare to drive it. This made everyone laugh. Indeed, this guy is quite good at driving. Even a Ferrari that he had never driven before could be driven so smoothly. I have to say that this kid is indeed a talent. Half an hour later, Wang Xiaohu drove the Ferrari to the Wanawaxi parking lot according to the navigation.
The car just stopped.
The sweet voice of the system sounded in Su Yao's mind. Ding!
Successfully signed into Wanawaxi Real Estate, rewarded with ownership of Wanawaxi Development, and holding all shares of Wanawaxi Real Estate.
Chapter 21 Chapter 021 The wife is actually the CEO. The husband is actually the big boss.
The sudden system prompt sound almost made Su Yao stumble when he was about to get off the car. Fortunately, he was quick to act and avoided making a fool of himself in front of Tang Ning.
Only then did Su Yao understand.
It turns out that this so-called sign-in system does not require only one sign-in per day.
Instead, it will help you sign in on fixed occasions. I can only say that this system is as considerate as a super nanny. This life is just too great. At the same time, Tang Ning received a call from the company assistant.
She said that a few old-fashioned people in the company took advantage of her absence these 2 days to cause trouble in the board of directors. He also said that if Tang Ning couldn't get the development rights of Huanhua Creek, he would not be qualified to be the president. They said arrogantly that even if Tang Batian was here, they would not dare to target Tang Ning so blatantly.
Hearing this, Tang Ning's pretty face darkened slightly.
Su Yao noticed that Tang Ning looked unhappy after she answered the phone, so he asked with concern, "What's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?" In addition to real estate, there is also a piece of vacant land next to Huanhua Creek.
This vacant land is owned by the construction leader Jinghai Group. Not to mention acquiring it, even renting the land is difficult. The company submitted a bid a few days ago, but has not received any response so far.
These damn old men just bully her because she is young. Tang Ning knew that it was useless to talk about the company's affairs.
It will only cause Su Yao more trouble.
It's just a company matter. Tang Ning's expression was so grim, which meant that this matter must be quite serious.
Finally, unable to resist Su Yao's nagging, he told him the whole story.
Wanawaxi Real Estate Development Rights? Isn't this the reward you just received for signing into the system? Seeing Su Yao frown, Tang Ning thought he was angry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Tang Ning bit her lower lip.
She felt a little guilty for not telling Su Yao that she was the president of Tang Corporation. She was worried that Su Yao would feel pressured and not dare to marry her after knowing her identity.
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it.
Su Yao smiled at Tang Ning and placed his hands on her shoulders. No need to apologize for this.
My wife is the CEO, I'm proud. Having such an amazing wife, I should wake up laughing in my sleep.
However, regarding what you just mentioned, maybe I, your husband, can really help you with this.
Tang Ning opened his eyes wide in confusion.
Her eyes, already big and beautiful, now looked even bigger. Jinghai Group is very treacherous.
This piece of land is not as easy to acquire as you might think. Even if it's my grandfather, the other party may not buy it.
That's why these old guys dare to deliberately make things difficult for me. Tang Ning had gotten to know Su Yao more or less over the past 2 days. He knew that Su Yao was, at most, a shareholder of an internet company.
Even if he wanted to help, he probably wouldn't be able to.
Don't get involved in this matter.
I will find a way. Su Yao was about to say something. His phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Su Yao pressed the answer button and a deep baritone voice came from the other side. Hello? Is this Mr. Su?
I am Joe Wenbin, the general manager of Wanawaxi Development Center.
Here are a few bidding contracts that need your personal review. Is it convenient for you now? I'll come find you. Convenient. I happen to be here too. Come find me at room 609, building 11. Okay, Mr. Su, see you in 10 minutes. Su Yao hung up the phone and yelled at Wang Xiuhu, who was still studying the car, let's go.
I'll take you to see the new house your sister-in-law has prepared.
Hey. Okay. It's not a good house, just 3 bedrooms and a living room. Don't listen to your brother Yao's rant. The moment you open the door. Not only Wang Xiuhu, but even Su Yao was dumbfounded. Can this be called a 3-bedroom, 1 living room? This is the size of a large factory building. It is estimated that this large flat is at least over 1,000 square meters.
At this moment, Wang Xiuhu just wanted to pinch his philtrum.
Oh my god.
1,000 square meters of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room.
This is the first time I've heard of this in my 20s.
You have to know that when they slept in a dormitory before, they had a wash basin and a toilet, which was amazing. This scene shocked Wang Xiuhu so much that he could hardly hold on to the wall.
Brother Yao, my sister-in-law's Versailles really amazes me. This is the first time I've seen such a large 3-bedroom apartment.
It's bigger than the private plot in my hometown.
Wang Xiuhu took off his shoes tactfully when he entered the room. The next second he was embarrassed.
Before leaving, he deliberately picked out his best clothes, but he actually left his feet behind.
Standing there and smiling awkwardly. Hey. Brother Yao, I'm sorry. After saying this, the smile on Wang Xiaohu's face obviously disappeared.
There was a hint of embarrassment in the embarrassment.
Then lower your head. Shoo.
After Tang Ning changed her slippers, she handed Wang Xiaohu a pair of slippers with headscarves.
Just enough to cover your toes. Wang Xiaohu gave Tang Ning a thankful look. It's okay. Everyone has hard times. Tang Ning patted Wang Xiaohu's shoulder. Quit your previous job in the next 2 days and come to drive for Tang Group. 8,000 a month. 8,000? Wang Xiaohu was shocked. Sister-in-law, did I hear you right? Isn't 8,000 too much?
He used to work in sales, working extremely hard and only making 4,000 yuan a month at best.
Each driver can earn 8,000.
In today's world, connections really determine everything.
Why, you don't want to go? Think.
This word think expresses the thoughts of many people.
As Wang Xiuhu laughed, his eyes became moist. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, brother Yao. I will definitely work hard. I will not let you down for promoting me. Okay, stop nagging me. The money will come. There will be luxury cars too. Being my brother, Su Yao, I will never let you be poor. Wang Xiaohu's eyes became moist. He may remember what happened today for the rest of his life. Less than 10 minutes. Joe Wenbin followed the address given by Su Yao and came to room 609, building 11.
Outside the door stood a man wearing a black suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks young, maybe around 35 years old. The man tidied his appearance and rang the doorbell.
Open the door. What comes into view is a face that is so handsome that it cannot be more handsome.
And the other person was so young, I was slightly stunned.
The next second, the professional ethics that a professional manager should have was reflected. Hello, Mr. Su. Is that you? I am the head of the Wanawaxi Development Department. Just call me Xiao Zhou. Here are some bidding contracts. Please sign them. Su Yao saw the project bidding document of Tang Group at a glance. You can keep this one, and you can return the others. Okay, Mr. Su. Then take a look first. Call me anytime after you sign it. After Joe Wenbin left, Tang Ning was completely stunned. He stared at Su Yao with a pair of incredulous eyes. You? He is actually the boss of Wanawaxi Development Company? Chapter 22 Chapter 022 Sign in for new rewards. How deep is this water hidden? After Joe Wenbin left,
Tang Ning leaned against the wall with her arms folded across her chest, her eyes full of seductiveness as if she wished she could strip Su Yao naked.
Seeing Tang Ning's confused look, Su Yao decided not to hide anything.
He reached out and hugged Tang Ning's A4-sized slender waist and nodded at her nose.
Sister Ning, don't look at me like that. I will spend my whole life telling you these things.
Su Yao said the most sweet and cheesy love words, and their postures were ambiguous. If there was a bed, they would have wanted to do something serious.
Critical moment. Wang Xiaohu appeared out of nowhere. Brother Yao, I just took a look around and found that this house is really nice. There are floor-to-ceiling windows in the front and a swimming pool below. You can see everything from this position. Do you think it's cool?
Behind this is Wancheng's Nanshan Mountain. The air is very good. As the saying goes, it is connected from north to south. It is indeed a feng shui treasure land. As soon as Wang Xiaohu walked out, he saw a young couple flirting with each other and quickly stepped back.
Oops. Something got into my eyes just now. I didn't see anything. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, you two continue.
The two were amused by Wang Xiaohu's actions.
He laughed and joked, it's okay even if you see it, we'll just treat it as dog food. Wang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes into a line, staring at Su Yao unhappily, and said a little aggrievedly, Brother Yao, you can't bully me like this. You know that he doesn't have a girlfriend, yet you still say that to him.
Shiitake mushrooms, it hurts.
What's so uncomfortable?
You are still young, you can find a girlfriend slowly when the time comes.
Hearing this, Wang Xiaohu was speechless. Brother Yao, you are talking without any pain in your waist.
You can have a wife and kids, but I'm still a single dog. Don't say such sarcastic words to me, I will take it seriously.
Wang Xiaohu stayed in Huanhua Creek until 1:30 and then took a taxi back to the company.
I told my previous company that I was leaving in a domineering manner. However, according to the procedure, he will have to wait half a month before leaving.
As for Su Yao, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Yao made an appointment with Zhou Wenbin to go to Tang Group.
Tang Ning happened to be called back by the old man from the board of directors, and he went over to support his wife.
Tang Group is one of the world's top 500 companies.
As early as the 1960s, Tang Badian started from scratch with a group of brothers. In that era when gold was everywhere, as long as you were bold and daring enough, you would have the opportunity to make a name for yourself.
It took Tang's less than 5 years to transform from a small workshop into a large company. The Tang Group has remained prosperous under the management of Tang Badian. Now decades have passed.
The originally small company has long since become one of the world's top 500 companies.
As the richest family in Jinghai, the Tang family deserves the title.
It's just that recently a Jinghai group emerged out of nowhere and stole a lot of their limelight. At this moment, Tang Ning didn't know that her husband Su Yao was the largest shareholder of Jinghai Group. The Tang Group is very impressive, with its office building having 33 floors. And each floor is more than 2,000 square meters.
In Jinghai, only the Tang family is so domineering.
As Tang Ning entered the gate, the security guards straightened their backs a little straighter than usual.
President! President! President!
The employees who passed by all bowed respectfully to Tang Ning. In the huge work area, Tang Ning was seen walking with a breeze.
Is this still the little woman who was nestling in Su Yao's arms just now? Su Yao is very handsome and has a lot of charm. As soon as you enter Tang Group, you have the aura of a protagonist. Especially the pretty female employees.
If Tang Ning hadn't been around, they would have rushed over to him.
The two walked through the lobby and went directly into the president's private elevator.
As soon as he entered the elevator, a system prompt sounded in Su Yao's mind.
Ding!
Tang Group signed in successfully, and the reward for eloquence lasts for 2 hours.
Note, the opening time is determined by the host.
Although this is not the first time that the system has issued a prompt sound, every time the system prompt sound sounds, it brings different surprises to Su Yao.
Very eloquent.
Although Su Yao doesn't know where this ability will be used now, but when he first hears it, it sounds pretty cool.
The most important thing is that this system is super user-friendly. Su Yao remembered everything Tang Ning said at Huanhua Creek.
Coming to the company for a meeting at this time, these old guys must be looking for trouble with his wife.
It was exactly what Su Yao thought. Shareholders' meeting room.
When the assistant opened the door, he saw several old men sitting on chairs in the conference room with impatient looks. In addition, there were a few young men who looked somewhat similar to Tang Ning.
Probably a member of the Tang family.
They were whispering in groups of 3 or 4, but no one knew what they were talking about. When he saw Tang Ning walk into the meeting, he immediately put away the smile on his face. One of them was an old man with a buzz cut, graying hair, and a goatee, who was the first to give Tang Ning the cold shoulder.
Pa!
The old man slapped the conference table and said sarcastically.
Oh my. Young people nowadays really don't know the rules.
He has only been in office for a few days, and he's already putting on airs in front of old bones like us.
Big guys, don't you agree?
The person who spoke was Tang Ning's third uncle. There was news earlier that the position of president of Tang Corporation would be taken over by his eldest grandson, but unexpectedly, Tang Ning showed up halfway. In the end, her eldest grandson only took the position of general manager.
How could he swallow this? That's right. The fourth brother also echoed. You don't even know the rules, and you have the nerve to take over this position as CEO? It's me. I really don't have the face to do that.
These old guys are nominally Tang Ning's great uncles. But judging from the tone of her voice, she didn't treat Tang Ning as her granddaughter at all. Then why is Su Yao still being polite to them? In front of these people, Tang Ning was a junior and it was not easy for her to openly turn hostile towards them.
But Su Yao was different. If you want to bully his wife, you have to ask Su Yaotong whether he agrees. Just at this moment, Su Yao muttered to himself. Open up and be eloquent. What's wrong with taking your grandson's place? Isn't it obvious that the ducks in hand can fly? If you don't have the ability, stop talking nonsense here. If you are so capable, go and win the bidding contract for Huanhua Creek. If you can get it, my sister Ning's position as president will be handed over to you. You too, if you have the time to target a girl here, go out and act arrogantly if you have the guts. A bunch of cowards who only know how to bully little girls. Scumbag. You guys are so good at bullshitting, why don't you just go to heaven? The combined age of these old men is more than 500 years old.
Besides, they are well-known figures in Jinghai, but today they were scolded by an outsider. They all knew the top executives of Tang Corporation.
There is no such person at all. By the way, where did this little jerk come from? Someone, get this annoying bastard out of here. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 Dog eyes look down on people. It would be better if you didn't say that.
After saying this, Su Yao simply sat on the dragon head chair.
I thought they were just a group of ignorant old men.
He didn't expect that they were a group of disrespectful old guys, so why should he be polite?
It wasn't his idea to come. Was he invited by the old shareholder of Tang Group?
And also come to support his wife. These old guys have nothing to do after eating, and they just pick on their wives every day. They have only been working for a few days, and they have already caused so many troubles. I would feel a little sorry for them if I don't come and pull out their fangs today. However, what he didn't expect was that these old men, although quite old, were only mute-era players. He raised his finger and pointed at the Tang family's third son's nose and said harshly, "Old man, remember what you just said.
Wait, you're going to pay for what you said."
As Tang Baishan's brothers, none of these people have ever suffered such humiliation.
What the hell are you? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Don't think you're so great just because you came in with this girl. Let me tell you, whether she can keep the president warm is still a question. Ha ha ha. Su Yao didn't get angry but laughed instead.
He sat on the dragon head chair and crossed his long legs.
This one sentence really shocked the other party.
She has to keep her position as CEO, otherwise it will be snatched away by some idiots. Tang San has strong limbs but a simple mind, and he still has a bad temper at an old age. He picked up his crutch and was ready to rush forward and beat someone up. Fortunately, he was stopped by his eldest grandson.
People should know themselves well. He's a young man, aren't you just rushing over to get yourself killed?
At the conference table, several elderly people were talking in a rage, but Tang Ning's second great uncle was the only one who sat in his chair without saying a word.
Follow the script.
Those who jump the highest are often just clowns. It seems that this second uncle is the best among these old guys. Tang Lao San was giving away kills, but he just sat there guarding the tower. He had lived for most of his life, but was scolded by a young boy.
How could he go out and face people in the future? I scold you because I respect you. I really don't scold ordinary people.
Tang Ning's great uncle was so angry at Su Yao that his beard was furious and he glared at him. "You little bastard, stop playing tricks here.
Who do you think you are? The boss of Jinghai Group? Bah!
Even if he comes, I will still scold him.
Get down here right now. Is this the seat you sit in?" Su Yao smiled.
"Then I'll give you the seat, do you dare to sit down?" These words touched the hearts of several people.
This is the position of Chairman Tang Batian.
Even Tang Ning didn't dare to sit, let alone them.
How could the old guys be happy to be sat on by an outsider so blatantly? Of course not.
I haven't accomplished anything myself, but an outsider is taking over.
How can I feel good about this? Not happy at all. Several people were extremely angry. Someone, get this guy out of here. Suyao smiled faintly. Okay.
Even if you kneel down and kowtow to beg me, I will not forgive you.
Hearing this, the old men immediately got furious. Who do you think you are, little brat? I kowtow to you? Aren't you afraid of being humiliated? Why should I be so embarrassed?
In today's society, the strong prey on the weak and the capable prevail.
You kowtow to me, which means I am of a higher generation. Suyao's actions were intended to vent his wife's anger.
These old guys are lucky if they are not angry to death. Several old men almost got angry when they heard this.
Damn it. This kid came out of nowhere and is simply their nemesis.
The third uncle of the Tang family pointed at Suyao's nose and trembled with anger.
You. Get out of here. Get out of here right now.
Suyao raised his eyebrows, put his hands together, leaned forward, and sat on the conference table domineeringly, smiling. I don't know how to do it, please show me.
Ouch. My dearest son.
The third brother covered his chest and couldn't breathe. After taking a look, he lay down on the board. After being so arrogant in the Tang family for so long, today I met a tough opponent. I don't know where this girl Tang Ning got this thing from.
It's so infuriating.
Suyao calculated the time exactly. He placed his hands on the oval conference table and stood up gracefully.
Since your company doesn't welcome me, I'm embarrassed to stay here. I hope you regret it. Get out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you for a moment. The third son of the Tang family started cursing as soon as he took a breath.
Suyao smiled and said, please take your time, don't try to touch my porcelain. Suyao was about to be kicked out by several security guards who rushed in.
I happened to run into Zhou Wenbin, who was walking in. At the conference table, Tang's second uncle quickly stood up when he saw Zhou Wenbin coming in. He nodded respectfully towards Zhou Wenbin. What I got in return was a cold look. Speaking of which, after you've bullied the boss like that, how can you still be nice to him? I'm not looking for trouble. On weekdays,
the two groups are equal, but now they need the other party's land. You should know that if you get the development rights of this land, you can make 1.5 billion yuan by reselling it.
I have to get this land even if I have to pretend to be your grandson.
When they saw Zhou Wenbin coming, everyone's attitude changed 180 degrees.
Kick him out.
At this moment, Tang Ning's third uncle had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation and yelled at the security guard again.
This made Zhou Wenbin, who was standing by, choke. He sneered, Master Tang, please tell me, you are not here to make fun of me, are you? Who is begging for our boss to come over? Are you going to kick them out again? What do you mean? Xiao Zhou, let's go to where we came from. Su Yao didn't tolerate any of them. Since Tang's group doesn't welcome me, how can I do that?
Also, just tear up that bidding contract.
There's no point in keeping it.
I'll keep the land in Huanhua Creek to raise mosquitoes instead of giving it to you. As arrogant as the old guys were just now, they are now as humiliated. There has never been a woman serving as president since the Tang group was founded. Tang Batian only has a granddaughter and no grandson, so everyone thinks that their grandson has a chance. But what was unexpected was that the old man did not play by the rules.
He broke the rules directly and let his granddaughter become the president.
The old man would naturally be unhappy if he didn't achieve his goal. In the week since Tang Ning took office, they have either been making things difficult for him or acting weird.
Their goal is to make Tang Ning give up.
This way, he wouldn't offend Tang Outyan, and he could also put his children and grandchildren into high positions.
Why not do it?
But what they never expected was that Tang Ning actually called the boss of Wanawaxi over.
The face was slapped with a loud bang. Su Yao took the opportunity to make things difficult for these people. I say, you are the third in command, right? There are so many weapons in the country, but you insist on learning the sword. You don't want to learn the upper sword, but you insist on learning the lower sword. I think you are very fierce now that you have combined man and sword.
The third brother was illiterate and didn't understand what Su Yao meant after listening for a long time.
Zhou Wenbin never dreamed that this young boss could curse so refreshingly and elegantly.
He tried to hold it in for a long time but couldn't help laughing in the end.
Tang Ning also followed behind and laughed secretly. She whispered behind Su Yao, "Hubby, you are so handsome." Her third uncle is not an easy person to deal with. He doesn't have much ability, but he has a loud voice. Nothing is done without thinking. Third brother, apologize to President Su. Second brother. Did you hear me? I told you to apologize. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 Awesome Side Branch System. Super Bargain. Under the pressure from the second son of the Tang family, the third uncle of the Tang family was reluctant. Boss Su, I just said it casually. Why can't you take a joke so lightly? Seeing a young man standing behind the third brother, Su Yao guessed that this man was the eldest grandson who wanted to take his wife's position. Without saying a word, he slapped him in the face. After the slap, 5 bloody marks immediately appeared on the opponent's face. The whole face was visibly swollen. Before the other party reacted, Su Yao apologized. I just slapped you, how could you be so weak? Look at this handsome face, it's swollen. TSK. It's just horrible. The reason why Su Yao said this was because of what the third uncle of the Tang family said. There is no way. This old guy was too powerful before. It would be unfair to him if we don't kill him. Isn't it? You. Mr. Su, please don't go too far. The third uncle of the Tang family was full of anger. Am I going too far? I call this fighting violence with violence. Sorry, I have something else to do this afternoon. As for cooperation, we'll talk about it next time. Sister Ning, didn't you say you would take me to see Grandpa tonight? Let's go. Let's go, so we won't be an eyesore to others. No matter how much good things Tang Ning's second uncle said, Su Yao pretended not to hear them. The purpose of his coming here today was to support Tang Ning. Just going through the motions. That's all. Now that he's done pretending to be cool, why is he still staying here? Waiting for the new year? After the two left, the second uncle of the Tang family sat at the conference table without saying a word. His whole face was gloomy to the extreme. They have been preparing for this day for half a year. I was actually fooled by this kid. He really couldn't swallow this. The third brother is a short-sighted guy. The second brother's face is already so ugly, but he still doesn't forget to make trouble. Second brother, look, Quaner has been beaten, you have to take charge for me. At this moment, the second son of the Tang family was also very angry. After so much preparation, this idiot messed it up. He raised his hand and slapped Tang Quan hard on the face again. This slap stunned the third son of the Tang family. It seemed like his grandson did nothing and said nothing from beginning to end. He just attended a normal meeting. Tang Quan never dreamed that he would receive these 2 slaps for no reason. In Su Yao's words, if you don't lie in the right position, you will get shot even if you lie down. He covered his face, which looked like a pig's head after being beaten, feeling extremely aggrieved. He tried his best to figure out why he was beaten. In the end, the meeting ended in an unpleasant atmosphere. I have to say that Su Yao is quite capable of attracting hatred. In just a short while, this group of old men hated him to the core. If you don't have some skills, you really can't deal with these nasty guys. Su Yao vented his anger on behalf of his wife, and then took Tang Ning out of the Tang Corporation building. Watched Zhou Wenbin leave. Tang Ning and Su Yao got into the Ferrari. On the passenger seat, Tang Ning was puzzled. Wait, you don't really want to go see my grandfather? Su Yao didn't say anything, but just tilted his head to look at Tang Ning. What? Are you afraid that if I treat those old guys just now, Grandpa will take it out on me? Tang Ning shook her head firmly. No. I'm a little worried about you. At this moment, in a high-end villa area, an old man with silver hair and wearing Tai Chi clothes was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. As he was sneezing, he suddenly sneezed. The old butler at the side hurriedly walked up with a towel in his hand. Master, please take a rest. The old man seemed not to have heard it. He closed his eyes and walked leisurely. The moves he made were even smoother. It's obvious that he's a martial artist. No wonder Tang Ning said her grandfather was difficult to deal with. Su Yao learned that Mr. Tang didn't have any hobbies, he just liked collecting some antiques, calligraphy and paintings. He took Tang Ning to the largest antique market in Jinghai. The so-called antique market is a street dedicated to selling antiques. The business owners here are all very shrewd. In addition, there are good and bad people.
If you encounter unscrupulous merchants who add some fake products to the product, you will lose so much money that you won't even have money to wear. So, if you are not an expert, most people would not dare to shop here.
Su Yaogang parked the Ferrari.
The system prompt sound came into my ears again.
Twice a day, that's really awesome.
Needless to say, he knew that the system was here to give benefits to Su Yao.
Ding. Successfully signed in to Antique Street.
Reward, perspective eyes, which can only be used for 2 hours.
After 2 hours, the eyes will return to normal eyes.
2 hours was more than enough for him. While listening to the pleasant notification tone, Su Yao took Tang Ning's hand and walked into an antique shop that looked quite old. After receiving several rewards, Su Yao had completely mastered the system. What he didn't expect was that the system gave him such a big surprise.
The ability of perspective is only a side system in the system.
It will determine the duration of use according to Su Yao's level. For Su Yao, who just got started, 2 hours was actually enough.
As soon as you enter the door, Su Yao made a miraculous discovery. An identification box appears on all items. Product name, era, craftsmanship, value, title, spring outing, hand scroll from the Sui Dynasty fake, era, modern, craft, copy, value, very low. What Su Yao didn't expect was
this modern fake was hung so blatantly in the most conspicuous place in the store.
Is this boss crazy about money? Dare to do this? In other words, the layman watches the excitement while the expert watches the details.
Having such a big sign hanging on the door is really eye-catching. If he didn't have the ability to see through things, he might have really been tricked.
After all, it really looks like that.
If this kind of thing were given to my wife's grandfather, the Su family would lose face.
2 people came in.
A young man came up to greet them.
Seeing Su Yao looking at the spring outing picture, he came up and started praising him. This boss has a good eye. This is our shop's treasure, the spring outing painting. This is a painting created by the Sui Dynasty painter Zhang Ziqian.
This painting is the only work of Zhang Ziqian handed down to the world, and it is of great collection value. Even though the young man praised the painting to the sky, Su Yao was not moved at all.
After all, fakes are fakes. Su Yao smiled and said, I'm not very interested in painting. When the young man heard that the other party was not interested in painting, he asked, what does the boss like?
We have a wide variety of products here.
Product name, bloodstone, crystal stone. Era, modern. Technology, none. Value, low.
Name, inkstone with carp pattern inscribed by Wu Changshua fine imitation.
Era, Republic of China. Craftsmanship, handmade. Value, low.
Su Yao looked through them all, but there was nothing he liked. Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Su Yao, I have something even better, let us try it with my sister if we have a chance.
Just when the young man thought that today's performance was ruined again, Su Yao suddenly saw a ring among a pile of inconspicuous scraps. In other words, I just saw so many things. It's either a defective product or a fake. Su Yao didn't know how these people did business. Put the counterfeits blatantly in the most conspicuous place.
It's such a big store, but there is not a single decent thing. I heard this from my uncle who collects antiques in my hometown.
The antique industry has many aspects to it. The water is so deep that you can't see the bottom. I want to make a name for myself in this industry. If you don't have the talent, don't try this job. If you seize the opportunity, 1 or 2 items can turn things around, but if you are not sure, you may lose everything. To put it bluntly, you may end up losing everything but your pants.
If the system had not temporarily opened the side branch perspective eye, he was 100% being slaughtered like a pig today. I don't know if the young man just now was ignorant or did it on purpose. None of the things described are true. Su Yao picked up the ring and looked at it carefully. Product name, top grade Imperial Green excellent product.
Era, modern. Craftsmanship, pure handmade.
Value, top grade. This was the only one Su Yao liked after walking around here.
Tang Ning doesn't understand the goods.
He blinked, his face full of confusion.
Io, what's that in your hand? It looks dirty. You don't want to buy this thing.
Even the shop assistant next to him was stunned. The boss has appraised this thing and found that it is just a broken ring with no value at all. The boss told him to throw it away before he could even start. The young man followed Su Yao and asked tentatively,
Boss, do you really want to buy this? Su Yao nodded. Yes, I'll buy this.
After listening to Su Yao's words, the young man looked around and whispered in Su Yao's ear, Boss, our boss has appraised this thing and it is a broken thing.
You are simply wasting your money by buying this. Don't blame me for not telling you. Su Yao smiled.
It seemed that the young man did not intentionally introduce a fake to him.
I really don't understand this business.
I don't know how this boss managed to make his business so big.
I want this, how much is it?
The young man scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, you have to think carefully. This is just a broken ring, it has no collection value at all, why don't you look at other ones?
This is really not worth much.
Let me tell you this, my boss told me to throw him away like trash.
Su Yao smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. I want this. Give me a price.
The young man made a
50,000? Su Yao was surprised. How can such a broken thing cost 50,000 yuan? The young man hesitated and said, 500 is enough. Hearing this, Su Yao almost laughed like a pig. This is the finest imperial green, don't underestimate this small ring.
Its estimated value is at least 10 million.
If the boss knew that this guy sold this top-grade imperial green jade for only 500 yuan, would he be so anxious that he would curse his whole family? This is understandable.
The price of this ring actually increased 20,000 times based on the young man's offer.
This is simply pie in the sky.
Su Yao would naturally not let go of such a great bargain.
Cool. It's so cool.
Without saying a word, he took out his cell phone and bought it on the spot. Although Tang Ning was very rich, she really felt that it was not worth spending hundreds of dollars to buy a piece of broken stone.
Besides, this thing looks so ugly. If she dislikes it, Grandpa should dislike it even more. Tang Ning thought about it but didn't say it out loud.
At worst, I can give the antique that I asked someone to buy for me to my grandfather later.
Sister Ning, please help me carry my things. Don't break it.
Although Tang Ning didn't know what Su Yao was thinking, she still helped him keep the things safe.
After getting the documents, Su Yao planned to take Tang Ning away.
What he didn't expect was that hanging in the most inconspicuous position of the door crack was a hand scroll of Tang Yin's Pine Cliff Villa.
Name, Tang Yin's Pine Cliff Villa hand scroll exquisite works. Era, Tang Dynasty. Technology, none.
Value, top grade. After seeing the above information, Su Yao immediately took out his mobile phone to check the sales information. This painting alone sold for 71.3 million in 2013.
Su Yao was shocked by this astronomical figure.
He stood there for a long time without saying anything. Seeing Su Yao's eyes on the painting, the young man quickly followed with a smile.
Boss, let me tell you the truth. This painting is a fake. If you really want it, I'll give it to you for 5,000.
Something worth more than 70 million yuan is only worth 5,000 yuan in the eyes of this young man.
If the boss knew about this, he would definitely curse his ancestors. Seeing that Su Yao had no intention of making a move, the young man gritted his teeth and said, How about this? I'll give you 4,500. It can't be any less. If it is less, my boss will scold me. Su Yao sighed inwardly. It's not a matter of scolding or not.
If he knew that this painting was an authentic one, he would probably have dug up his ancestral grave.
Su Yao paid the money, took the receipt, and quickly returned to the Ferrari with Tang Ning. From beginning to end, Tang Ning was completely confused.
After returning to the car, Tang Ning couldn't help himself.
Curious, Io, why did you buy these two pieces of junk? A pile of rocks and a fake painting.
If I really gave these two things to her grandfather, I guess he wouldn't be able to present them to her.
Never mind.
Let's go to Huanhua Creek later. It just so happens that a few days ago, I asked someone to buy 2 pieces of bloodstone for Grandpa.
You can bring them over tonight and say they were given by you. Su Yao was amused by Tang Ning's words. Sister, are you worried about me? I'll tell you the truth. These two are good things. Don't be fooled by its ugliness. It's a piece of top-quality imperial green. It's worth at least this much. Tang Ning, 100,000? Su Yao shook his head. Tang Ning, don't tell me this ugly piece of stone is worth 1 million?
Su Yao still shook his head. No, at least 10 million.
And this is Tang Bohu's original painting. At least this amount. Tang Ning, 700,000? No, it's 70 million.
We only spent 5,000 yuan this time to find things worth 80 million yuan.
Hearing this, Tang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. I.O. Is what you just said true? Su Yao nodded. This is just an estimated price.
Perhaps these two items are worth hundreds of millions.
Tang Ning almost couldn't catch her breath.
She was very excited at this moment.
For a moment I didn't know what words to use to describe it.
Holding Su Yao's face, he gave him a fierce kiss. "I.O., you are so awesome." Facing Tang Ning's praise, Su Yao smiled mischievously.
I have something even better.
I'll try it out with my sister when I get a chance.
Chapter 26 Chapter 026 Super Loot. Tang Ning's face turned red with embarrassment at Su Yao's words. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Tang Ning's expression, Su Yao knew what she was thinking.
He licked his lips and teased her. "Sister, don't tell me you're thinking the wrong thing."
Need I say more? Of course she had the wrong idea.
After being shy, little stars appeared in Tang Ning's eyes. She never dreamed that Su Yao was so capable and not only made those old men lose face in the company. You can pick up so many things just by visiting an antique gallery.
What will happen if this goes on for a long time?
Tang Ning never dreamed that the little wolf dog he intercepted halfway turned out to be a business genius. I got two items worth more than 80 million yuan for just 5,000 yuan.
It's unimaginable.
Tang Ning didn't know much about antiques, and after looking at the scroll for a long time he still couldn't make sense of it. And this piece of stone looks just like yellow mud, and I can't really tell what it is. Believe me, Grandpa will definitely like the gift I give him.
Even though Tang Ning didn't understand, seeing Su Yao was so sure, she thought this was a good thing. Tang Ning held the two bags and couldn't let go.
After all, this thing didn't cost much. She was so happy in her heart. After fastening his seatbelt, Tang Ning weighed the bags in each hand.
I.O. I've made up my mind. We'll deliver this tonight. Tang Ning handed the bag of imperial green to Su Yao. The painting is too expensive. I can't bear to part with it. This is cheap, give this as a gift. Yes, this is it. We'll hang this expensive one ourselves. I've even thought of a location for it. It's going to be on the wall right by the entrance. After listening to Tang Ning's words, Su Yao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He hasn't even entered the house yet, but he's already so family-oriented. So after you marry in, are you planning to empty out the Tang family? But he really likes such a daughter-in-law. Since the first store.
The two wandered around several more stores. In Su Yao's eyes, none of those products that look super high-end are genuine. Naturally, it would not catch his eye. Just as the two were about to return to the car, they passed by a jade stall. There were many people surrounding the small stall. A voice caught Tang Ning's attention.
I bet on this. I have plenty of money. Row.
Standing in the crowd was a young man wearing all branded clothes. He looked quite young and had his hands on his hips, looking like he was ready for a fight. It seems that he is too anxious to buy jade.
Young man, are you sure you want this one? Sure, this is it. I have plenty of money. Open it. Brother Shao, why don't we change it? No, I'll take this one.
This stone doesn't look good at first glance.
Didn't the 100,000 yuan we gave just go down the drain? Don't be afraid. If you don't have money, ask my dad for it. He has plenty of money anyway. This is the first time I see someone talking about being a parasite so confidently. Besides, he doesn't know what I did with the money. When the time comes, I will say that I used it in the company. My dad never leaves the house, how could he know? I definitely don't know. So don't whine in front of me.
At this moment, the young man's eyes widened as if he had seen a monster.
The mouth is so wide open that an egg can fit in it. Keep pulling Tang Zhao's sleeve. Brother Shao. Brother Shao.
At this moment, Tang Xiao had already bought a red-eye ticket.
TSK. What are you talking about? Didn't you see it was on?
I'll show you what Imperial Green is in a moment.
Niece, your niece.
Before Tang Xiao could react, a familiar voice came from his ears.
Uncle, no wonder Grandpa couldn't find you these days. You are here?
Tang Xiao is not very old, but he is like a turtle turning over a field with its back high. I was stunned to see Tang Ning appear in such a place.
Big niece. Why did you come here for no reason?
Before Tang Ning could ask him, he asked Tang Ning instead.
This uncle idles around all day. Tang Outman asked this guy to come to the company to work many times, but he refused to go.
It's not that he is not smart or incapable.
It's because I'm too smart that I don't want to get involved in this muddy water. How nice it would be to be an idler all day long. Hey! Girl! You should be in the company at this point. Although Tang Xiao likes to play, he is indeed a good businessman.
If he was willing to work at Tang's, Tang Ning would be relieved.
But this guy just won't go. Now, let us gamble on stones. Tang Ning caught him. Uncle, what have you thought about what I told you last time? What is it? I don't remember. Tang Ning smiled and said, then I will go back and tell Grandpa that you were gambling on gemstones outside.
Hearing this, Tang Zhao's face suddenly darkened.
Let's go tomorrow, that's fine.
If the old man knew that I was messing around outside, with his kung fu skills, he would probably beat him half to death. Rather than dying, I might as well go to the company and help this girl. I'll say it first. I went there at least to the manager level, otherwise I wouldn't have gone.
No problem.
The position of general manager has been reserved for you.
It is said that your assistant is a beautiful lady.
Tang Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard the word beautiful girl.
He has no other hobbies. I just like beautiful women. He nodded immediately. It's settled then. Come on girl, help me see which one is good. What does Tang Ning know? He pulled Su Yao, who was standing beside him. Io, help your uncle to see which one is good.
Su Yao immediately turned on his X-ray vision and scanned the stall.
There is a most inconspicuous stone in the corner. Product name, Supreme Imperial Green. Era, modern. Craftsmanship, rough stone. Value, top grade.
Yes, this piece of imperial green is much more valuable than the ring just now.
Uncle, that piece is good. Out of politeness, Su Yao also called him uncle.
Tang Xiao first looked at Su Yao, then at the stone.
Are you sure, kid? Tang Xiao asked doubtfully. Sure. Okay, then I'll bet on this. How much?
The boss of the gambling stone shop is a thin-looking man. He has a righteous face. He looked back at the stone that fell in the corner, and then looked at Su Yao.
Young man, are you sure you want this stone? This piece is not a good thing. If you want to open it, I'll give you 500,000. Spread? This stone is so ugly and of such poor quality, and you're asking for 500,000? Why don't you go and rob it? 500,000 is 500,000, just open it for me. Su Yao said.
Tang Xiao looked at Su Yao with his chin lowered.
I thought this guy is rich. I wouldn't even blink an eye if it cost 500,000. Could it be that this money came from his eldest niece? Curious. Niece, where did this person come from? We have known each other for decades, and I have never heard that you have a boyfriend. You are the iron tree that has blossomed. After that, I heard the boss voice. Young man, are you sure you want to spend 500,000 yuan on this broken stone? Whether it is a broken stone or not, we will know it after we cut it out. Tang Xiao glanced at Su Yao. He looked at the stone again. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, alas. 500,000 yuan is just a waste. He's really stupid and has a lot of money. Before he could finish his words, he was met with a glare from the face of a knife. This kind of protection is too annoying. Uncle. You just took out a lot, didn't you? Tang Xiao was defeated. He glared at Tang Ning angrily. Said, I have loved you in vain all these years. Turning back to the stall owner, he said, cut it quickly, so my eldest niece can see if she has splashed water. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone. Chapter 27 Chapter 027 Imperial Green worth 100 million. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Are you crazy to buy such a broken stone for 500,000 yuan? Those who were discussing this all had some experience in looking at stones. In their eyes, the stone chosen by Su Yao was uneven in color and had a strange shape. It was obviously not a good stone. Everyone shook their heads. I don't know who gave this kid the courage, he looks like a piece of waste stone. Yes. $500,000 just went down the drain. Don't you think this is a fool? That is. You can tell at a glance that he doesn't understand stones. Su Yao didn't care what these people were talking about. I just looked through it.
Although this stone looks ugly, it is definitely a top quality piece. Compared with experience, black technology is much more reliable. Su Yao smiled and said nothing. I thought I'd know once I cut it out. By then, these people's eyes will be blinded. I'm too envious to even express it. Seeing so many people talking about Su Yao, Tang Ning held his hand and encouraged him, don't worry about them. I believe in you. It's that kind of unconditional belief. Even if we don't get anything good out of it, we still don't mind spending this little money. Su Yao patted Tang Ning's hand, signaling her to rest assured. Next second, everyone was shocked. Fuck. When the master cut the stone for the first time, the surface of the stone turned green, and there was a hint of light on it. This kind of green is extremely rare and can be said to be the best among imperial greens. Oh my god. It's incredible that something this good can be cut out of this piece of broken stone. Yes. I find it incredible too. Look at the bumps all over the stone. It's obviously not made of good material. If I had known this, I would have taken action. TSK. Who was the one who looked down on you the most just now? No way, I don't know what kind of good luck this is. Then the second knife, the third knife, the fourth knife. Each cut is more surprising than the last. After all, the cutting master is an old craftsman with excellent knife skills. The cut jade is even more rich in color, with natural floating flowers and beautiful colors. It is simply beautiful. Even the waste materials can be cut into top quality jade. Oh my god, I've been in the jade business for so many years, but this is the first time I've cut something this good. It's incredible. Even the master who sold the raw stones was amazed. He has been in the raw stone business for so many years, but this is the first time he has cut out such a good thing. This stone is not big. But according to this appearance, the starting estimated value is at least 100 million. How many times has it increased? Everyone shuddered in surprise. Just when everyone thought Su Yao would take the raw stone away directly, his next move shocked everyone. Uncle, I am not interested in this kind of stone. Since you are someone who understands stones, I will give it to you. Although Tang Ning's uncle looked careless, based on Su Yao's experience, this man should be quite capable. If Tang Ning was truly willing to help the Tang Corporation, she would be able to thrive in the company. With him around, those old guys shouldn't bully others as blatantly as they did today. 500,000 for a free favor. This trade is worth it. Tang Xiao smiled in disbelief. After all, this was not a small sum of money. What? You said you wanted to give me this piece of imperial green? Su Yao nodded. Yes, for you. No regrets. Tang Xiao questioned. If it were in the past, 500,000 would indeed not be a small sum of money for Su Yao, but now, this money is simply a drop in the bucket in front of him. Anyway, it's just a favor. From the tone of Tang Xiao's conversation with Tang Ning, it can be roughly determined that this cheap uncle has a good relationship with Tang Ning. Doing favors for others is equivalent to indirectly helping your wife. It will be much more convenient to handle things in the future. Su Yao nodded. Well, I'll give it to my uncle. Tang Xiao couldn't help but give Su Yao a thumbs up and praised him. My nephew, you are worthy of being my nephew. You can find an imperial green jade worth hundreds of millions with only 500,000 yuan. That's amazing. I, Tang Xiao, have never been convinced by anyone in all these years. You are the first one. When you get an advantage, you always have to praise others. Girl, this man is great. I accept him as my nephew. The tone in which Tang Xiao spoke almost made Tang Ning laugh. What's the point of recognizing or not recognizing? Even if you don't recognize me, I'm still a member of the Tang family. While several people were chatting, the news that Su Yao had cut out the imperial green had already spread in the market. Everyone picked up their phones and started taking photos and videos crazily. The stall, which was originally small, seemed even more crowded at this moment. Tang Ning could tell from everyone's expressions that Su Yao had cut out something good. Seeing that Su Yao was going to give the imperial green to someone else, she was not happy even though that person was her uncle. She jumped out and said, "Husband, we are here to shop, not to help the poor. Besides, my uncle doesn't need this little money, right?" When Tang Xiao heard this, he almost lost his breath and couldn't catch the fish. What do you mean he doesn't need this little money? He really needs money now. Unfortunately, your uncle is very short of money recently, so he hopes that you rich people can help the poor. Come on, smash me to death with your imperial green. At this moment, the onlookers were even more amazed. This is something worth hundreds of millions, and it can be given away at any time.
Even relatives may not be the case. Who exactly is this guy? Everyone has gone from being skeptical to being envious. Hundreds of millions.
Ordinary people couldn't finish eating it in several lifetimes. Tang Xiao smiled and handed the stone to the younger brother beside him. He had been playing with stones for several years, and had given away at least several million, but had not earned a single cent. Unexpectedly, he got a bargain of 100 million yuan without doing anything today.
He thought God was really kind to him.
Nephew, from today on, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to help you.
This is exactly what Su Yao was waiting for. Then I'll thank my uncle on behalf of my sister. Sister?
When Tang Xiao heard the word sister, his first reaction was that his eldest niece really knew how to play.
But this kid is really outstanding in terms of his appearance, temperament, and bearing.
Worthy of his eldest niece.
Just a few minutes.
The news that Jinghai sold over 100 million yuan worth of imperial green for the first time dominated the headlines.
Don't underestimate entertainment videos. The comments below are full of talent. Lots of variety.
Just as Su Yao, Tang Ning, and the others were about to leave, a deep, middle-aged male voice came from behind them. Following the direction of the voice, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit. Although the man was dressed simply, he had a strong aura, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person.
The air solidified.
The stall that was noisy just now suddenly became silent. Everyone subconsciously made way for the middle-aged man.
That's the situation. Not like ordinary people.
Tang Xiao knew this middle-aged man. He was the big boss of this entire antique street.
His name is Shi Quan. Please stay. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 From now on, you can walk sideways in Jinghai.
This was the first time he had seen such a big business in decades.
As the boss of an antique street, how could he not show up?
As the saying goes, there is no fraud in business. The polishing cost of such a large piece of jade alone would be worth hundreds of thousands. Not to mention carving.
How could Shi Quan let them get away when it was a profitable business?
If you can buy this piece of imperial green, and then polish it, you can make dozens of times more money by reselling it.
This is a business that is sure to make money. Boss sure.
The middle-aged man who had just cut the raw stone took the initiative to greet Shi Quan.
Just wanted to say something.
Seeing Shi Quan made a stop gesture, he stopped talking. Shi Quan came up to the two of them and looked Su Yao up and down. He looked at Tang Xiao again. No matter how I look at him, this guy looks familiar. But Shi Quan's attention was not on him.
He turned to look at Su Yao, no longer serious. Young man, you are lucky. It's not luck, it's real ability. Su Yao retorted bluntly. Shi Quan was turned away.
But he quickly adjusted his mood. Since Su Yao dared to answer like this young man must have some skills.
Shi Quan's attitude was even more polite.
Young man, I'm Shi Quan, the boss here, are you interested?
Sorry, boss sure, I'm not interested. Su Yao knew what Shi Quan would say next. Just refuse it on the spot.
Young man, don't be so decisive.
Maybe we will have a chance in the future, right?
After listening to Shi Quan's words,
Su Yao naturally understood what he meant.
When it comes to raw stones, to put it nicely, all of them are the leaders here. To put it bluntly, he is the local boss in the black market. It takes decades to produce such a good thing, so naturally he wanted to keep it for himself. Of course, the price is negotiable. I believe that no one in the entire Jinghai can offer a higher price than me.
Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any loss. Su Yao is not a fool.
Although jade is valuable, after being processed into ornaments, its value is 10 or even dozens of times that of the original stone. In other words, as long as he buys the stone, after some processing, the quality of the jade will increase by 10 or even dozens of times compared to its original value.
This is like pie in the sky.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shi, I've already given these raw stones away.
I don't plan to sell them.
Now that things have come to this, Shi Quan is not a fool. He smiled and said, well, since you don't plan to sell them, have you ever considered having a designer process them and turn these stones into finished products?
Of course, I can give you the biggest discount on the design fee and polishing cost. I have to say that Shi Quan is indeed a good businessman.
Even if you have never bought raw stones, you can still make tens to hundreds of millions just from the design and processing fees of these stones.
Anyway, he just won't do business without losing money. Su Yao is not short of money.
Of course, I won't sell these jades. Besides, he had already given the jade away, so it was not convenient for him to answer. Tang Xiao stood aside and thought for a long time. He had heard of Shi Quan's name, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. He was a local tyrant in Jinghai. He knew Shi Quan's methods and was afraid that he would harm Su Yao, so he returned the raw stone to Su Yao.
Nephew, this thing is yours. You can do whatever you like with it.
What I said before still counts.
A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. This thing is yours because you opened it. Sell it, and keep more money on you so that I can support my eldest niece. Seeing Tang Xiao talking, Shi Quan's smile became even wider.
Then please come to my office to discuss in detail. Half an hour had passed since I came out of Shi Quan's office. After professional appraisal, the raw stone cut out by Su Yao was found to be 3 times more valuable than previously estimated.
Excluding all kinds of expenses, Su Yao made a huge profit of 240 million.
Even the knowledgeable Tang Ning gave a thumbs up.
This is an easy way to make money.
If Tang continued to make money at this rate.
Don't even mention the richest man in the world. The overlords of this world are all from their Tang family. For a while,
Tang Ning was so excited that she was speechless. In front of so many people, he held Su Yao's face and kissed him. After the kiss, he realized that Tang Xiao was looking at him with a smirk on his face.
Hey, niece? I can't tell. You still have time to be so unrestrained.
Of course I did. I found such a treasure husband.
I deserve to be so cocky. In less than an hour, Su Yao made another 240 million yuan.
Before leaving, he gave all the remaining scraps to Shi Quan. Based on the price of the raw stone, it would be about 20 to 30 million.
Su Yao is a smart man. As he mixes in the upper-class society, he can't avoid giving favors here and there. People who do this kind of business know all kinds of monsters. Do him a favor, and if he gets the benefit, it will be easier for you to get things done in the future. An old fox like Shi Quan is naturally more cunning than Su Yao. He knew why Su Yao did this. He patted Su Yao on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you are a good man. I appreciate all your kindness. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle.
If you encounter any problems in the future, as long as I, can help, I will definitely help.
Let me tell you this. Mr. Tang Outyan is a local dragon. Then I, Shi Quan, am the snake on the ground. You are a smart person. I believe you can understand what Uncle Shi said. Although people in the underworld are insidious, they are very loyal." Su Yao naturally understood what Shi Quan said.
He nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Shi." In fact, Shi Quan's meaning was very clear when he said this. His Tang family is a powerful family in Jinghai, but there is a saying that goes, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake.
Su Yao understands this truth.
Today, he did Shi Quan a favor. If he wants to do something in Jinghai in the future, he won't be so timid with Shi Quan following him. In other words, in Jinghai, the Tang family is in charge of the White Road. The underworld has stones all shining on him, so he can basically walk sideways.
A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Young man, you have a vision. I am optimistic about you. Su Yao nodded politely.
Thank you, Uncle Shi.
Polite. We are a family from now on. If there is anything, let me know. Then you go and do your work first. We can drink together when we have time. No problem, Uncle Shi. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Okay, I just happen to have something to take care of.
After saying goodbye to Shi Quan, Su Yao and his group returned to the Ferrari. The Tang family has a lot of luxury cars. However, when Tang Xiao saw Su Yao's car, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression.
Sure. Niece.
As far as I know, this is the first one in Jinghai.
Most people can't buy it even if they want to. Boy, who are you? Tang Xiao began to be curious about Su Yao.
Just as the group was on their way back, the video of purchasing the raw stone just now started to go viral on the internet.
With the spread of the internet and the help of netizens' theology, soon, the video of Su Yao cutting out hundreds of millions of imperial greenstones spread throughout Jiangcheng. Even Tang Outyan, who was practicing Tai Chi nearby, saw this video. Chapter 29 Chapter 029 The cabbages in my own garden are about to be eaten by pigs. In the pavilion, Tang Outyan held his cell phone and stared at the photo on it. Hiss. Why do these two people look more and more familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. The butler at the side leaned out to take a look. He was surprised and said, "Old man, aren't these our eldest lady and young master?" Hearing this, Tang Outyan felt bad. If I hold the phone closer, I will feel even worse. The expression on his face was obviously more serious than before. By the way, who is the young man that the young lady is holding? Tang Outyan stroked his gray beard and thought for a moment. Su Yao is tall and looks handsome. Judging from his facial features alone, Tang Outyan was still very satisfied. But when he thought about the flowers that he had carefully cultivated for decades being destroyed like this old baby's heart really couldn't bear it. Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Call Xiao Ning and ask her where she is now?" "You bastard, how dare you hit on my granddaughter? Do you think I, Tang Outyan, am a vegetarian?" At the same time. In the hospital, Lin Yi and Su Fengwan saw the news at the same time. The two counted the zeros on the screen in shock. Then he screamed, "Oh my god! Several 100 million. Both mother and daughter felt unwell all of a sudden. "Mom, what do we do now?" Su Fengwan was pacing around the bed anxiously. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a vicious idea in his mind and said to Lin Yuan, "Let's expose him. If he can't get it, no other woman can get it. No matter what method I use, I want Su Yao to be ruined." Yuan, didn't you know an entertainment reporter before? It's a fact that Re is in the hospital. You shoot it, find a good angle to shoot it, the weaker the better. I just don't believe that we can't kill him with cyber violence. That bitch hit you, she's gotta pay something. Since Su Yao is so rich, we should ask him to compensate us a few million. Su Fengwan spoke very clearly. Lin Yuan also followed suit. Lin Yi fell asleep on the hospital bed because she was too tired. There are only two words to describe her experience. That serves you right. Yuan, take a picture quickly. The bigger the fuss we make about this, the better. He couldn't get over it. He was in a state of panic. Su Fengwan gritted her teeth. If it weren't for that woman, the 240 million would have belonged to her, Su Fengwan. How could she be willing to let all the money go to another woman? I'm totally unwilling to accept this. Thinking of this, I felt a surge of anger in my heart that I couldn't vent. After Su Fengwan said this, she was so angry that her hands were shaking. It seemed as if all the money Su Yao had came from her Lin family. Let's post the video and find some internet trolls to help him get promoted. It was Su Yao who caused Yi to be like this. If I don't bring disgrace upon Su Yao, I won't be called Su Fengwan. Compared with the three mother and daughters, Su Fengwan is the most ruthless one. In this luxury car, Tang Ning received a phone call. It was the Tang family's housekeeper who called. "Hey! Uncle Zhong, is there anything wrong?" Tang family villa. Tang Outyan sat in the pavilion with half-closed eyes, staring at Tang Xiao on the screen of his mobile phone. "You damned boy, I asked you to go to the company to help but you refused to go. You just idled around and gambled on stones all day. I'll break your legs when you come back." Tang Outyan's words reached Tang Ning's ears through the housekeeper's phone. "The master is on the phone, what do you want to say to the young lady?" Tang Outyan wiped his face with a towel and said, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Ask them if they want to come back for dinner tonight." As he spoke, Tang Outyan frowned. "Are you asking, who is the boy Xiao Ning is holding? If you want to be the grandson-in-law of my Tang family, you must have some ability. That one T work." After all, Tang Ning was Tang Outyan's treasure that he had held in his hands since childhood. Tang Outyan felt sad when he thought that the cabbages he had carefully cultivated were about to be eaten by pigs. Ouch. Zhong. Why do I feel like everything is wrong? It's so uncomfortable. I feel so upset. Compared to Tang Zhao's disappointment, Tang Outyan was even more heartbroken that his beloved baby was kidnapped. Now. Zhong on the side quickly hung up the phone. Pat the old man on the back to help him calm down. "Although I like to mess around, I'm not a bad person and I have a good brain. If I can put it on the right track, I will definitely be a business genius." Tang Outyan let out a long sigh. Wizard? I would almost say he's an idiot. Isn't his cousin's incident worth learning a lesson from? He was hacked to death while gambling on stones.
Jean, call the bank later.
No, call now. Freeze all the credit cards in this guy's name. Without money, I don't think he can go gambling.
Also, let him work and earn money in the future.
You're still acting like a baby at this age. You're really slapping me in the face. Tang Ning hung up halfway through the call. The phone call was filled with Tang Outyin scolding Tang Xiao.
After putting away the phone, he turned to the back seat with sympathy.
Uncle, do you know who called just now?
Tang Xiao shrugged. I'm not a worm in your stomach, how would I know who called you?
Uncle Zhang called.
When Tang Xiao heard that it was the housekeeper Uncle Zhang who hit him, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling and a bad premonition arose.
I asked hurriedly, what did he say on the phone? That's it. I'll tell the old man that I've been in the company lately. So many people posted videos of their gambling on stones online just now. Could they have been seen? Tang Outyin was very opposed to Tang Zhao's gambling on stones.
My eldest cousin lost his life because of a dispute with the owner of a gambling stone field.
Isn't he doing this knowingly? If Tang Outyin knew that he was lying, he would be skinned alive when he returned. It's over, it's over. Hurry up and find a place to park. I'll go down and avoid the limelight.
Before Tang Xiao could finish his words, a message from the bank came on his phone.
Dear user, your credit card at XX Bank has been frozen. Please contact the bank as soon as possible. Dear user, your credit card at XX Bank has been frozen. Please contact the bank as soon as possible. Dear user, your credit card at XX Bank has been frozen.
When Tang Xiao saw the words above, he was dumbfounded. He cursed, shift. At this time, even the banks dared to make things difficult for him.
Now I have no money and can't go anywhere. I can only go home and wait to be criticized. Niece, do you have a place where I can hide out first? I will remember this friendship, uncle. Please. Even if my uncle begs you. At worst, I can go to work with you tomorrow, okay? Compared to work, my dad's level of violence is terrifying. Uncle, are you sure you won't go home tonight? Sure, I want my life more than money. While driving, Suyao listened to two generations of the same age laughing in silence. From Tang Xiao, Suyao roughly analyzed Tang Outyin. It might not be that easy for him to take Tang Ning away. However, the more challenging it is, the more exciting he finds it. At least now Suyao is not short of money. What is lacking is the expansion of business. Tang Ning had just finished arguing with Tang Xiao when Suyao's phone rang. I saw that the call was from Su Rue. Oh no. Do you have time now to check the headlines? Chapter 30 Chapter 030 The Beautiful Radio Intern, Su Xiao. Headline? There's so much shit going on up there. What's so interesting about it? Su Yao had no interest in this so-called headline at all. Sister, I'm driving. I'll contact you when I get home. Office. Su Rue looked at the hung-up phone. As anxious as an ant on hot pot. As soon as the video of Lin Yi falling ill was posted in the comments section, it immediately caused an uproar. Plus there are Water Army to lead the rhythm. Su Yao was scolded by these brainless netizens to the point that even a fool couldn't stand it. Some people even threatened to hunt down Su Yao, the unfaithful man. In today's world, there are all kinds of people, and some people just can't stand others being better than themselves. Under the rhythm of the Water Army, Su Yao was once again pushed to the top of the hot search. This time is completely different from the previous ones. There were curses everywhere. There's no point in being anxious. It's obvious that your brother was being led by someone else in this matter. Su Rue glanced at Luo Fanxian, who seemed to be smiling. I'm annoyed now, stay away from me. After Su Rue hung up the phone, she paced back and forth in the office. I was thinking about how to help Su Yao solve this problem. Don't underestimate cyber violence. If you have poor mental quality, you may die at any moment. Luo Fanxian looked at Su Rue walking in circles in the office and raised his eyebrows. Let's make a deal. I'll help you solve your brother's problem. Consider your uncle and aunt's advice. Of course, you don't need to rush to answer. I don't mind that little bit of time. At this moment, Luo Fanxian changed his previous playful smile. The whole person looked very serious. I don't know if it was Su Rue's illusion or what, but when they were talking just now, she actually felt that Luo Fanxian was a little manly.
At this moment, the instigator of the public opinion could not hide his joy on his face when he saw the news that Su Yao was being cyberbullied.
This is exactly the effect she wants.
Su Fengwan looked at the comments on her phone with a smug look on her face.
She was so proud in her heart. Finally got rid of my anger.
Of course, Su Yao would have to bleed a little. Seeing that online public opinion was intensifying, Su Fengwan came up with a vicious plan.
Don't worry, this isn't over yet. I promise to bring him to ruin.
Come on, Yuan, let's strike while the iron is hot and go to Su's house again.
Yes, remember to post your location in the comments. Also, have you contacted all the reporters? Lin Yuan nodded. We've contacted them.
Don't worry, they are just some idiots who are just trying to stand up for the weak. When they release the video, they will definitely be on our side.
Su Yao and Tang Ning were rushing back to the Su family. Su Fengwan and Lin Yuan were also planning how to plot against him.
In the end, he made a stupid decision to take a large group of stupid fans to the Su family to cause trouble. Of course, the bigger the fuss, the better.
At that time, they will pretend to be weak. Play the victim in front of the media.
As the saying goes, a tree without bark is doomed to die. A person without shame is invincible. They took advantage of their shamelessness and planned to blackmail Su Yao to death.
A woman who confuses right and wrong is extremely evil.
I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless.
In Su Fengwan's words, these people are just there to watch the show, so is the truth that important to them?
Of course it's not that important.
To put it bluntly, these people are just here to watch the fun.
The bigger the incident became, the more comfortable they felt.
Su Fengwan is very good at capturing the hearts of these spectators.
So she was very sure that Su Yao would give in. What she wants now is not for Lin Yi and Su Yao to be together.
To put it bluntly, it's all about money. Wait, come with me to Su's house and we'll get the money. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll make a big fuss. It's a fact that Yi is in the hospital, right? No matter what, we have to silence them now.
If he doesn't get some money from Su Yao today, he will have no chance of getting away with it.
Yes, Mom, I support you. Yi was so angry at Su Yao that she was hospitalized. It's reasonable for her to ask for some medical expenses.
We don't want more, just ask him for 10 million.
Lin Yuan was indignant.
If you don't know the truth, you would really think Su Yao is an unforgivable man.
I think 10 million is less. At least 20 million.
No, 50 million. He can make hundreds of millions just by cutting a piece of stone, and with his net worth, I don't know how much it is when you add it all up.
I still think 50 million is not enough. Remember what I just said.
When the reporters arrive, we'll play the victim at Su's house.
The more you cry, the better, you know?
Got it.
Lin Yuan nodded.
Walk.
Half an hour later. The downstairs of Su Yao's residential complex was surrounded by reporters.
These people were invited by Lin Yuan through her connections.
At first I didn't want to take this boring little interview.
But later I heard that this man was a super rich man who has been very popular on the internet these days, and I immediately became interested.
Ordinary people love to gossip about the lives of rich people.
What they like to hear most is how super rich men play with women.
I can't play it in real life. But the spirit must be satisfied.
Then there were so many online trolls. There is a saying that goes, if you can't eat the grapes, they are sour.
If you can't play with women, you say women are not fun.
There is envy in his eyes, expectation in his heart, but he speaks of himself as being very noble.
There is no stain on his soul.
But deep down, I was envious.
When hearing that someone is going to reveal the love history of a super rich man, which media outlet can sit still?
Now is the era where traffic is king.
As long as there is traffic, there is money. No one can resist money.
In less than half an hour, a large group of people gathered in the small community. Uncle Wang, who was beaten black and blue by his wife in the morning, came back from closing his stall with a large cart of fruits. Before he could even rush into the community, he was blocked outside by a group of onlookers.
What's going on? Why are there so many people? There are people carrying guns and cannons. What are they doing?
Uncle Wang said in a northern Shaanxi accent.
As an ordinary citizen, to be honest, he also likes to join in the fun. Just lock the brakes of the tricycle.
Sitting in the car, I stretched my neck to watch the excitement.
He completely forgot that his wife asked him to go home and cook.
The community is not big,
and there are many people watching. Any little bit of wind would have been gambled away long ago.
In the crowd, a girl with a ponytail, pretty face and plump figure stood out. The girl's name is Su Xiao, and she is an intern at Jinghai radio station. She just received a notice from the team leader, asking her to interview the super rich man Su Yao. Before this, Su Xiao had seen the video about Su Yao gambling on stones. In the video, Su Yao is very handsome, and he can charm everyone at a glance.
Su Xiao is not an ordinary girl.
Both of her parents are military men.
When she stands in the crowd, she has an innate sense of solemnity.
She hated the kind of men who took advantage of their money and good looks to play with women. After seeing the video posted by Lin Yuan, I was even more indignant.
It feels like everyone wants to kill Su Yao. Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Reward for Foresight.
As a reporter, Su Xiao's attitude of wanting to kill Su Yao here was more or less full of personal opinions.
She doesn't understand Su Yao.
I only learned from Su Fengwan how Su Yao dumped Lin.
How to beat your own daughter. Anyway, it's just confusing right and wrong. Confusing right and wrong.
Now it all depends on what she says.
I have to say that Su Fengjuan's ability to create something out of nothing is really extraordinary. Although Su Xiao is an intern.
But she is a well-known iron lady in the TV station. In addition, she has a strong background, so whenever she comes forward to interview someone, no one involved can escape with a clean conscience.
It's impossible for him, Su Yao.
Then, he comforted Su Fengwan and said, "Don't worry, as long as you tell the truth, I, Su Xiao, will definitely help you fight for the greatest rights."
Su Fengwan and Lin Yuan were very happy when they heard Su Xiao say this.
As expected, there are a lot of idiots on TV.
In order to attract attention, they believe whatever others say. Su Fengwan kept pretending to be aggrieved.
It was as if Su Yao had really dug up their family's ancestral grave. This woman, once she becomes a bitch, she is invincible in the world. At this moment, Su Xiaoi, who was kept in the dark, was threatening to attack Su Yao. He seemed like he wouldn't give up until he extorted 18 million from Su Yao's pocket. Of course, this was exactly what Su Fengwan had planned. So, now they are waiting at the gate of the community.
Hot summer weather.
I was sweating profusely after standing for just a moment. There happened to be a watermelon seller nearby, so I simply bought a watermelon and squatted on the steps of the community to eat while waiting. At the beginning, Uncle Wang was worried that he would not be able to sell all the watermelons in the truck today and would be scolded by his wife when he returned home. Unexpectedly, in less than 10 minutes, the whole truck of watermelons was finished.
Just as Uncle Wan was sitting on the tricycle and happily counting his money.
A somewhat rough hand pinched Uncle Wang's ear.
"You are such a good fellow, Wang Degue.
I am working so hard outside to guard the stall, and you are sitting here leisurely watching the show.
I have such a miserable life.
I didn't know I was bewitched by a ghost and fell in love with you.
Tell me yourself, have I ever had a good day in all these years with you?"
After saying that, Aunt Wang started sobbing with tears and snot. I haven't even breathed out the first breath yet, but I've already stopped crying. I was stunned when I saw the large amount of cash in Lao Wang's hand and the change in WeChat.
"Old woman, what are you still standing there for? Look, this is the money I made by watching the fun here. Hurry up and check how many watermelons we have in stock. It's so hot, and there are so many people gathered here, this must be a business opportunity.
Let's go, strike while the iron is hot and clear out all the watermelons in stock. Who knows, we might be able to sell them all today.
How much loss can we recover?"
The couple said they would do it, and they did it. In less than 10 minutes, all the inventory was almost sold out, and there was even a shortage of supply. Just when Aunt Wang was complaining to Uncle Wang why he didn't stock up more watermelons that day, a light flashed by not far away. At this moment, almost everyone in the community has a watermelon in their hands next to the guardrail. Some were squatting, some were sitting, waiting to watch the show.
Lin Yuan recognized Su Yao's car.
When the car drove towards the community, the mother and daughter suddenly became excited.
He yelled, "Mom, here he comes, the guy named Su is here. All reporters must stand up for us mother and daughter today and expose him."
A sinister smile flashed across Su Fengjuan's mind. It's as if the money has arrived. She didn't care about the speed of the car and rushed out.
Su Yao's driving speed was not very fast. But because her vision was blocked, Su Fengjuan's rush directly made her head pop out. Fortunately, Su Yao was quick-witted and stopped the car. Su Fengjuan's alarm was just a false alarm. I thought he would get up immediately if he was fine.
But what happened next second was so shocking that Su Yao dropped his jaw. While no one was looking, he simply crawled under Su Yao's wheel. But because the chassis was too low, it was impossible to get in at all. In the end, there was no choice but to put one leg in.
Anyway, the purpose of her coming here today is to extort money. Isn't that just right? Su Yao didn't know Su Fengwan. Brake and get off the car immediately to check the situation. The foot was just placed there and it didn't get pressed. He asked with concern, "Auntie, were you scared just now?" Su Fengwan snorted coldly and started talking about money.
"Su, I'm telling you, if you don't give me 10 million today, I'll blackmail you to death." At this moment, the crowd who were watching the scene also rushed to the crime scene as soon as possible. Su Fengwan changed her previous strong attitude, covered her chest and pretended to be pitiful.
"Ouch! My leg."
She cried so hard that it shook the heavens and moved the gods. If Su Yao was a judge, he would probably give her an Oscar for Best Actress on the spot.
His acting skills are simply overwhelming those of today's young actors. In the crowd, Lin Yuan was running in front.
Seeing Su Fengwan lying on the ground screaming, he started yelling without knowing the truth. "Su Yao, not only did you abandon my sister, but you also drove your car into my mother today.
How could you be so cruel?" With the appearance of Lin Yuan, Su Yao immediately understood most of what was going on.
These two women just came here to cause trouble. Su Yao was still very confident in his driving skills, and he braked directly with that kick just now.
"I never met this old woman at all."
It's obvious that he came here to commit fraud. Without 10 million today, you can't pull me out from under this wheel. If you still don't understand even though it's explained so clearly, you're a fool. The blatant label of scam has been put on her head, anyone can see it, okay? Su Yao, can you get my mother out quickly? Everyone come and see. This is the man who abandoned my sister.
Not only did you abandon my sister, but you just hit my mom? Dear journalist friends, come and have a look. This man is Su Yao.
He was the one who had several affairs at the same time, and that caused my sister to be hospitalized.
Expose him now. Su Yao stood aside as if he was watching a monkey show.
Most people would not have the nerve to do such a thing as confusing right and wrong. Just as Lin Yuan was yelling at the top of her lungs, Su Yao heard a system notification sound in his ears.
Ding. Please make a choice.
A. Keep the peace, let Su Fengwan go, and reward her with 20 million renminbi.
B. It's none of my business, so I'll just ignore it.
I'll reward you with a super beautiful secretary.
C. Fight back fiercely, and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw.
D. Breaking off relations with the Lin family, letting Su Fengwan receive a lawyer's letter, rewarding for foresight.
Su Yao roughly went through the 4 options. He is not short of money now. I guess the beauty would be killed by Tang Ning. The lottery depends on luck.
Finally, Su Yao thought for a while and made a decision immediately.
Fall out. Otherwise you will be endlessly harassed by this plague god. Su Yao immediately got in the car and started the engine. Su Fengwan became anxious. Chapter 32 Chapter 032 The sister is so fierce. But I still pretended to be calm.
She was sure that Su Yao would not dare to run over her legs.
After all, this is a human life.
But she still underestimated capitalism in today's society. In their eyes, as long as it does not break the law, they can do anything.
Su Yao also thinks so. Su Fengwan's behavior has violated the law. Why should she be polite to a scammer? Where does she get the nerve to ask for 10 million right away?
Considering that Su Yao had fucked Lin Yi for several years and enjoyed her physically, it was understandable that he felt this way.
The problem is, we haven't even held hands or kissed each other. Want him to pay compensation? This is clearly a scam.
The next moment, Su Yao was going to teach Su Fengwan how to be a good person.
Boom boom boom. The Ferrari engine roars. A cloud of black smoke came out from behind the car. At this moment, Ferrari is like an arrow on a bow. It feels like I'm going to fly out in the next moment. Su Fengwan was surprised. He is so brave. Su Yao started the luxury car and stepped on the accelerator hard.
The loud noise scared Su Fengwan so much that she quickly pulled her feet out from under the car. Because he used too much force, the shoe straps of his high heels scratched a large area on the front of Su Yao's car.
I guess I'll have to pay for all my underwear this time.
I saw Su Fengwan climb up from under the wheel by herself.
Su Yao just felt like laughing. If you want to commit fraud, you have to use your brain.
Su Fengwan sprained her heel because she exerted too much force and lost her balance. Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan quickly helped Su Fengwan straighten up.
The purpose of their coming today is to ask for money.
Anyway, I won't give up until I achieve my goal. Seeing that Su Yao was really going to kill her, Lin Yuanyuan cursed, Su Yao, you were so fucking cruel.
I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.
My mother was right under the car just now, and you dared to drive.
You're not a human being. At first, Tang Ning leisurely recorded a video with his mobile phone as evidence.
When she heard Lin Yuanyuan calling Su Yao a bad person, she immediately became unhappy. She herself can't bear to scold her husband, so when would it be this bitch's turn to point fingers here?
Put away your phone. A slap hit Lin Yuanyuan's face.
This time Tang Ning used all her might.
After one slap, 5 finger marks appeared on Lin Yuanyuan's still swollen face. Before Lin Yuanyuan could come to her senses, Tang Ning slapped her again.
Then he grabbed Lin Yuanyuan's hair and slammed her against a nearby electric pole. Even Su Yao and Tang Xiao were shocked by this scene. While bumping, she cursed, "You damned bitch, how dare you curse my man, believe it or not, I will put you in jail for life."
Tang Ning's attack was swift and ruthless, leaving Lin Yuanyuan no chance to fight back.
Even Su Fengwan, who was standing by, was stunned. Lin Yuanyuan was well known for her arrogance in the community, but she didn't expect that this woman who came out of nowhere would be so fierce that it made her question her life.
This means there are always people better than you.
By the time she realized what was happening, Tang Ning was already clapping her hands, leaning against the Ferrari and speaking rudely.
Since your family is so shameless,
I, Tang Ning, am making this clear today. If you dare to harass Su Yao again, I will put your family in jail for life.
And you.
Tang Ning pointed her white finger at Lin Yuanyuan and cursed, "You slut, you drained Yao's money and then you turned your back on him, saying he was poor and unworthy of your family. Now that Yao is rich, you're trying to take advantage of him.
If you lick it, maybe I can give you a few cents. Now you just wait to go to jail and pay the money."
After scolding her, Tang Ning turned around gracefully. Got on the Ferrari in front of everyone.
I've seen many cool women, but I've never seen such a cool woman. Today's matter is not over yet.
I'll make them spit out the money they spent on your food, with interest.
There's more.
If they are not allowed to stay in the detention center for a few days, they really think the law is for their family.
In the car, Tang Ning outputs crazily. Is this still the high and mighty president in their minds? Where is the lady from a noble family? Where is the top socialite? Where is the lady you promised me?
Su Yao turned around and looked at Tang Ning, who was still chattering as he got into the car. They have seen many men fighting.
This woman is terrible at fighting. It's so horrible and scary.
Humph, dare to scold my husband, I will tear her mouth to pieces. After Tang Ning finished her scolding, she turned around and saw Su Yao staring at her blankly. Her attitude immediately changed 360 degrees.
He changed his temper and pretended to be weak, saying, "Oh.
Io, my hand hurts from the fight just now.
Look, it's all red here."
Su Yao took a long breath as he recalled the scene of Tang Ning beating Lin Yuanyuan.
If this woman gets ruthless, there's really no chance for men like her to survive. Of course, Lin Yuanyuan, the gossipy woman, really deserves a beating. Su Yao took Tang Ning's hand and blew on it carefully. Does it hurt? This Versailles act of this couple has confused everyone, okay? It was obviously her, Lin Yuanyuan, who was beaten. Su Fengwan was furious when she saw Lin Yuanyuan being beaten like a pig's head.
Take off your high heels and throw them at Su Yao's car.
There is no way. This is the legendary rush to send money. 10,000. 20,000.
Su Fengwan hit it hard, and something came out of Su Yao's mouth.
Su Fengwan didn't stop until she made a hole in Su Yao's hood.
Everyone, look, this woman is the mistress who stole the man.
As soon as the word mistress came out of Su Fengjuan's mouth,
Su Xiao was immediately led by the rhythm. He held the microphone and moved closer to Su Yao. That's right, Su Yao is very handsome, one can even say he is stunningly handsome. Su Xiao kept repeating to himself, don't be fooled by this guy's handsome appearance.
Don't be fooled by this guy's handsome looks. But facing such a handsome and wealthy man, how many women can resist? I can't hold it.
Pretending to remain calm, he took the microphone and started reporting. However, Su Yao and Tang Ning did not give these reporters any chance at all. He just said harshly, "Just wait for you to lose everything and spend the rest of your life in jail. Pay attention these days so as not to miss any letters from the lawyer."
Is it over? These people's first reaction was, is this the end?
It's like doing serious work, but still not having enough fun.
Not satisfying at all.
As soon as Su Yao got into the taxi, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for gaining foresight. You can get information 3 months in advance. Note, information includes urban expansion, human relationships, major traffic accidents in various places, etc. When Su Yao was worrying about where to put the funds in his hands, the system gave him such a big gift.
It was really great.
A month later, Nanning Road in the north of the city was developed. The nearby land was invested 100 million yuan, and it could make 1 billion yuan by reselling it to the developer. There will be a major collapse on the Western Suburban Railway in 5 days. At 6 o'clock tonight, a major accident occurred at the Wanhua Road intersection. The victim was the newly appointed municipal party secretary of Jinghai.
Su Yao looked at his cell phone.
It was exactly 5 o'clock, so he still had time to rush over. Li Changqing, the municipal party secretary, is dedicated to doing practical things for the people and is a rare good leader. Such a person should not die so easily.
Su Yao, we can't let him die. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 Lin Yi asks Su Yao to show mercy.
Everyone looked on in disbelief as Su Yao and the other two got into a taxi and drove away.
After such a big fuss, it ends like this? No. Of course not.
After getting in the car, Su Yao called the 4S company and asked them to tow the car and estimate the damage to the hood. Because Su Yao was a super VIP customer, the 4S store took immediate action as soon as they received the call.
We arrived at the scene in less than 10 minutes.
Su Fengwan sprained her ankle and Lin Yuanyuan was beaten like a pig's head. I met a lot of reporters today, but got nothing and even sprained my foot.
Mom. What should we do next?
Lin Yuanyuan had a pig-like face and spoke unclearly.
Su Fengwan glanced at Lin Yuanyuan with disdain. What are your abilities? Aren't you usually very arrogant? Today, I was beaten by that woman by my hair.
You're such a disgrace to the immortal board of your house.
Lin Yuanyuan was unhappy when she heard this. I have no future? I didn't see it.
If I meet that woman named Tang again next time, I will beat her to death.
Su Fengwan snorted coldly. If you meet me, you will be beaten just the same for your useless appearance. Isn't today embarrassing enough?
Although we didn't get the money, at least we smashed that guy's car, and I feel relieved.
That's right. Next time we'll smash it up every time we see it.
He doesn't make life easy for us, and we don't make life easy for him.
In the taxi, Su Yao received a call.
It was the 4S shop that called.
Hello, Mr. Su.
We have already assessed the damage to your car. The dragon patterned hood costs 1.7 million, and the body has scratches and repainting for 300,000.
The total price is 2 million. Okay, I understand.
Originally, Su Yao thought that since he was rich now, he wouldn't bother with Lin Yi for the 100,000 yuan from before.
I didn't expect this family is just a bunch of fleas.
They even dare to use it to commit crimes such as insurance fraud. There is a saying that goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. This time, the Lin family has found themselves in trouble.
Hang up the 4's call. Su Yao dialed Zhou Wenbin's number.
I asked Zhou Wenbin roughly whether Wanawaxi Real Estate had its own professional legal team.
Zhou Wenbin told me that Wanawaxi's legal team was much stronger than Su Yao had imagined.
After all, it is backed by Jinghai Group.
With such a strong legal team, is he still needed? I have to say that my legal team is very efficient.
Su Fengwan and Lin Yi never dreamed how much fun they had just had.
How miserable you will cry later. In hospital bed.
As soon as Lin Yi woke up, she saw a lawyer's letter in her hand.
After seeing the specific information above, she panicked. Mom? Mom?
I called out several times but no one answered.
I wondered where the people were at this time. Finally, when I couldn't find anyone anymore, I remembered to call Su Fengwan. Mom? Where are you?
Not only did he not get the money in the afternoon, he also sprained his foot.
Plus, he was furious when he saw Lin Yuanyuan beaten into a pig's head. What the hell are you howling about? We'll be there soon. Hang up.
If you're fine, please let me go early so that I don't waste my money in the hospital.
Two useless things. After hanging up the phone, Su Fengwan glanced at Lin Yuanyuan with disgust. We agreed to go and ask for the money today.
After making such a big fuss, he didn't get a penny and ended up in such a mess. Su Fengwan blamed all her anger on Lin Yi. All this is because this girl has no future. If I had had the energy to tie Su Yao up tighter, things wouldn't have turned out like this today. You said this damn girl, if she had agreed to Su Yao's proposal, nothing would have happened to her.
And you?
I don't know what's going on in your pig head, advising your sister to break up.
You're stupid, aren't you? Along the way, Lin Yuanyuan was listening to Su Fengjuan's scolding. It seems that the one who is against Lin Yi and Su Yao being together is Su Fengwan. It was she who instigated me to persuade Lin Yi to break up, so why is he blaming her now? Lin Yuanyuan became unhappy when she heard what Su Fengwan said. I was the one who advised Yi to break up. It was you who asked me to tell Yi that Su Yao was a poor man with no future. It was you who said that his high school diploma was not good enough for our Yi. Mom, how come it's my fault? Can you please be reasonable? The mother and daughter quarreled all the way to the ward. I'm telling you, this matter today is not over yet. Next time I see Su Yao's car, I'll smash it. Roll. I get angry when I see you. And you get so angry when your man is robbed. Tell me, why did I give birth to two useless things like you? Lin Yi is a talented student after all. Everything Su Fengwan said when she came in just now entered her ears. When I thought about the compensation information I just saw on my phone, I almost fainted. 2.1 million. It's RMB. It's not ghost money. Even if they sold everything they had, they couldn't afford it. Lin Yi was anxious at this moment. Mom, what did you just say? Did you smash Su Yao's car? Su Fengwan didn't know yet that a disaster was about to happen.
When she thought about smashing the car, she felt inexplicably relieved.
Yes. It was smashed. A big nest was smashed. You don't know the feeling of being smashed down. The anger in my heart disappeared all of a sudden. Hearing this, Lin Yi fell down on the hospital bed.
The whole sky is about to fall down.
He roared, Mom, do you know what the consequences of doing that are?
I don't care about the consequences. Anyway, I know that he wants me to be uncomfortable, so I will make him comfortable.
Lin Yi was helpless. At this time, she had no way to be filial. Facing her ignorant mother, she didn't know what to do. She yelled, You didn't smash the car, you smashed the money, do you know that? Mom. 2.1 million. We can't even pay it back if we sell everything we have, okay? Lin Yi's despair could be seen through the screen. Look at what you two have done. Why don't you just smash the car? You can also smash that car. Su Fengwan disagrees. He hit me and I haven't asked him for compensation yet. Lin Yi looked at him as if he were an idiot. Indescribable helplessness. Anyone who knows a little about the law would not smash a car. Sister, why don't you stay with Mom and try to persuade her? She advised. She didn't give a shit. She even wished that Su Fengwan would smash Su Yao's car to pieces. My face was still throbbing as I said this. Seeing that the two men had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, Lin Yi directly handed them the lawyer's letter that she had just received on her mobile phone. You can't miss it. I was so panicked when I saw it. 2.1 million. After seeing this number, Su Fengjuan's eyes rolled back and she fainted. When I woke up again, I was already lying in my own bed. Lin Yuanyuan paced back and forth in the living room. Lin Yi stood on the balcony, hesitating for a long time. Finally, I dialed Su Yao's number with trepidation. She hoped that Su Yao would show mercy because of their past relationship. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Give me a reason not to sue your mother. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. To be honest, she had no idea at all. But 2.1 million. Where can they find money? If I had agreed to Su Yao's proposal before, perhaps nothing would have happened now. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. The call is connected. Every minute and every second is torture for Lin Yi. She hoped that Su Yao would spare her family for the sake of their past. But the other end showed busy tone for a long time. Lin Yuanyuan treated her wound and walked around the living room anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. If Su Yao doesn't agree, their family will go bankrupt.
A small processing plant can only be sold for 500,000 yuan at most, and the house is worth 1.5 million yuan, but where will they live after selling it?
If they don't pay compensation, both she and Su Fengwan will go to jail.
Lin Yuan went crazy at the thought of living without personal freedom.
After Su Fengwan woke up,
he walked out rubbing his chest, which felt a little stuffy. Even now, she still holds on to hope.
He yelled at Lin Yuan, who was wandering around in the living room, "Look at how useless you are. A hood worth 1.7 million? Who are you kidding? You really think I'm ignorant, don't you? Let's ignore him. Money still needs to be paid." Su Fengwan puts her vicious character right on her face. Ignorance will eventually pay a heavy price. The words just fell. The doorbell at home rang. Opened the door. Saw two people in work uniform. Before Su Fengwan could speak, the other party asked, "Excuse me, is this Lin Yi's house?" "Yes." Su Fengwan nodded.
Seeing that they were in the right place, the two continued, "Hello, we are Mr. Su's defense lawyers. At 4:20 this afternoon, we were suspected of fraud
and blackmailed my client.
Intentional destruction of property of another person.
As your client's defense attorney, you will take full responsibility for your previous actions. This is the compensation list. Please remit the money to this account according to the date above. Otherwise, we will take legal action." Su Fengwan took the consumption list and felt sick when she saw the numbers on it. "It feels like a big stone is placed in my heart." The pressure was so severe that she couldn't breathe. "Just now I thought the message on Lin Yi's phone was a scare tactic. I didn't expect that you would come to me so soon." He fell to the ground with a thud, slapping his thighs and howling. "Ouch. Tell me what sins I have committed in this life. People say it's good to have a daughter, it's good to have a daughter. I didn't get any benefit at all, and I still have to bleed a lot. I am so unlucky."
Lin Yi made several calls in a row, but the other end got busy tones every time.
"Hang up the phone."
As soon as I returned to the living room, I was slapped in the face. Su Fengwan blamed all her anger on Lin Yi.
"You're a money loser. It's all because of you.
That's how our family became.
2.1 million. Where do you want us to go?"
"I'm telling you, whether you sell your body, sell your blood, or do anything else, you have to pay this money to me.
Don't try to get a dime out of me."
Even at this point, Su Fengwan still hasn't realized her mistake. She, Lin Yi, was an innocent victim from beginning to end. She and Su Yao had been together for 4 years, although there was no physical satisfaction between them. But her heart was full.
She wants to be with Su Yao.
But he was rejected every time by Su Fengwan, who said that Su Yao only had a high school diploma and was not worthy of her.
To be honest, she doesn't care about diploma or not.
What she cares about is that Su Yao really loves her.
Lin Yi's heart is deeply broken. Don't forget to sprinkle a handful of salt at this time.
After feeling aggrieved for so long, she finally exploded at this moment.
A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Su Fengwan viciously, screaming hysterically.
"At the beginning, it was you who despised Su Yao's low education and asked my sister to do everything possible to stop me from being with him.
Good.
For my filial piety, I did it.
I broke up with Su Yao. And your heart.
Now that I know Su Yao is very rich, and you asked me to chase him shamelessly, I did it."
"Mom? I am a human being, I have feelings,"
Lin Yi said with the sound of rain falling. I felt sorry for her crying.
"If you hadn't interfered, would I have rejected Su Yao? Honestly speaking, Su Yao doesn't owe us anything. We owe them something, don't we? Can you guys use your brains? It's a crime to ask for money by hitting someone in a car. Smash the car? Who among you came up with this dirty trick? Mom doesn't know how much this car is worth. Don't you, Lin Yuan? No? That's good.
It was originally a small matter, but it has turned into what it is now.
Be greedy and you will pay the price."
The gentle Lin Yi suddenly exploded, which frightened the usually strong Su Fengwan. He stood there in a daze with bloodshot eyes.
It was they who forced Lin Yi to break up with Su Yao.
They were the ones who asked her to reconcile with Su Yao. They were the ones who were looking for trouble and smashed someone else's car.
Now things are different. Lost money. Everything is blamed on her.
At this moment, Lin Yi felt helpless, and even powerless.
We are all adults. Not a child anymore. It's not okay to just pass the buck if you did something wrong. If this continues, this family will be ruined sooner or later. Can we be good people again? I'm tired. Once this matter is resolved, you can live a good life. Although Linny really wanted to help, she couldn't come up with so much money. Now she can only place her hope on Su Yao. I hope Su Yao can show mercy and not pursue legal responsibility any further. 2.1 million may be just a number for rich people. But for an ordinary family like theirs, it may be money that you will never earn in your lifetime. Now the only thing she could do was to ask Su Yao for help. After the big fight, the living room was eerily quiet. Su Fengwan is no longer nagging. Lin Yuan stood there blankly with a pig-like face. Looking at Lin Yi's slender and weak back, I don't know what he was thinking. Lin Yi is right. It feels great to smash the cars. But their family will also have to pay a huge price for this. Moreover, this price is not something that ordinary people can afford. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Lin Yi called Su Yao again. After a while, Su Yao's cold and indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? It was just a simple sentence, coupled with Su Yao's cold tone, which instantly made Lin Yi feel like she had fallen into the 18th level of hell. In the past, Su Yao always cared about me on the phone. All he had in his eyes was Lin Yi. The current gap is a little hard for Lin Yi to accept. The cold tone was suffocating. The tenderness that originally belonged to me is now given to another woman. To be honest, she felt really bad. But now is not the time to think about these things. Straight to the point, Su Yao, can you please not sue my mother for my sake? This end of the phone. Su Yao smiled. Give me one reason not to sue your mom. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Municipal Party Secretary Li Changqing. I'm busy, I'm hanging up. Su Yao's cold voice threw Lin Yi directly into the abyss. Original. Lin Yi still wanted to rely on the fact that Su Yao had some feelings for her and play the emotional card with him. But what she didn't expect was Su Yao's indifference was like a basin of ruthless cold water poured on Lin Yi's head. She had done all of this herself. Lin Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. The man who once cared about her could no longer be found. Lin Yi quietly watched the beeping sound coming from the phone. What does this sound mean? It means that she and Su Yao have really come to the end. In the taxi, Su Yao hung up Lin Yi's phone without any hesitation. He didn't want to waste his precious time on this woman. Su Yao had originally planned not to bother with this woman about the 100,000 yuan. It seems that he is too kind-hearted. This family is so shameless. He asked for 10 million right away. Where does this face come from? Su Yao was extremely disgusted by what Lin Yi and her family did from the bottom of his heart. He snorted coldly. Fortunately, the proposal was not successful. Otherwise, you will be a victim all your life. When Lin Yi called Su Yao again, she had already been blocked by Su Yao. What does that mean? It means that Su Yao really wants to break off all ties with her. Woo woo. It's what I deserve. I deserve it. Lin Yi lay on the bed and cried. Now even the last straw is gone. What should they do? The other side. After Su Yao blocked Lin Yi, he put his phone back into his pocket. Pointing to the intersection ahead, he said to the driver, "Master, please stop the car at the traffic light. Let's all get off the bus." Su Yao's words confused the driver in the front seat. Little brother, there is a traffic light ahead. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for me to just park the car there? As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. I don't know if all drivers have a common problem of talking too much, or if the driver Su Yao might love to talk too much. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Yao didn't waste any more words with him. You stopped the car at the traffic light. I'll give you 500,000. When the driver heard this, he slammed on the brakes. 500,000. I could hardly believe my ears. But then I thought, there is no way pie will fall from the sky. If you really park your car on the sidewalk, isn't that illegal? He can't do such illegal things. I have already lost a lot of points and been fined for driving customers before. If I continue, I will lose my job. He quickly shook his head and said, "Brother, no, if you are caught by the electronic eye, you will be fined. You can obviously get through, why are you blocking the way? Driver, listen to me. The car is broken, I'll buy you a new one. Have you ever heard that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda?
Su Yao saw that it was almost 5:10, but the driver was still dawdling.
Let out a long breath. You have to believe me.
Why should I trust you? In this world, it's not that drivers don't trust people, but there are many cases where they make promises in advance but cannot find the people afterwards. It was understandable that the driver didn't believe Su Yao's words. At the critical moment, Tang Ning spoke.
I'm the president of Tang Group, this is my business card.
Do as my husband says, and I will give you an extra 100,000 yuan, which is enough for you to buy 2 cars.
Although Tang Ning didn't know why Su Yao asked the driver to park the car on the sidewalk.
But Su Yao wouldn't say that for no reason.
As Su Yao's fiancée, she believed in Su Yao unconditionally.
Driver, please do as my husband says.
I will bear all the consequences.
He had heard of Tang Group.
In Jinghai, apart from Jinghai Group, Tang is the boss. The industries involved are very broad. In other words, he is the indirect big boss of their industry. If you really offend someone, you could lose your job in a matter of minutes. Let out a long sigh. Be sure to check the almanac next time you go out.
Okay. Brother, where do you say we should park? With his foresight, Su Yao quickly searched for the place where the accident occurred in his mind. The truck ran a red light and overturned. Crushed into the black Audi car that was crossing the road. The 2 people in the car were crushed into mud.
The scene is horrific. Su Yao asked the driver to block the black Audi's lane in advance. This can effectively avoid traffic accidents.
At first he thought about stopping a car. No need for cars to block the road.
But after thinking for a while,
if he had only stopped this car, the next one would have become a victim.
This is not fair to anyone.
After much deliberation, the only option was to ask the driver to park the empty vehicle on the sidewalk.
If the truck really overturned, it would only crush an empty vehicle.
This means the car will be crushed into pieces.
Certainly. Now, Su Yao definitely won't say it. Just tell the driver to act bravely and prevent the accident from happening. Just as Su Yao was waiting anxiously, a black Audi appeared. Human life is important, Su Yao can't care less. He rushed to the sidewalk and waved at the black Audi. No way. Li Changqing's car was stopped by Su Yao. In the car. The driver didn't know the purpose of Su Yao stopping the car, and yelled at Su Yao, "Young man, do you know whose car you are stopping?" Su Yao said firmly, "I know, give me 2 minutes." It only takes 2 minutes.
Boy, we have a very important meeting.
Please make way for me. In the back, the window was rolled down.
He is a middle-aged man with a thin appearance and good spirit.
Stick out half of your head. The man spoke in a good tone.
Young man, I don't know why you stopped me here.
But, I really have something urgent to do.
Li Changqing is as kind as rumored to be. Even though he was very anxious, he had no intention of yelling at Su Yao. It would be a pity if such a good official died.
Secretary Li, give me 2 minutes. It will only take 2 minutes. I won't take up any more of your time. These 2 minutes can save your life. Believe me. 2 minutes.
Li Changqing was completely confused.
Puzzled, young man, you said 2 minutes could save my life? How to protect it? Su Yao smiled and said, the secret cannot be revealed.
But please believe me. It was the first time that Li Changqing encountered such a nonsensical guy and asked back, why should I believe you?
There are still 15 minutes left before the meeting, Secretary Li, we are going to be late.
Li Changqing heard the driver's urging voice.
He smiled and said to Su Yao, young man, I really have something to do. Even if what you said is true, I have to go now. The opening of the Western Suburbs Railway is urgent and cannot be delayed.
Young man, I really don't have time to make trouble for you here. With foresight, Su Yao knew that Li Changqing was rushing to attend the meeting on the opening of the Western Suburbs Railway. If the railway cannot be opened to traffic ahead of schedule, something serious will happen. In a hurry, Su Yao blurted out, Secretary Li, the Western Suburbs Railway is not open to traffic, even if you rush over. The opening of the Western Suburban Railway was a notice recently issued by the Railway Bureau, and even the city government didn't know about it.
How did this guy know? A series of question marks appeared above Li Changqing's head. I immediately became interested in Su Yao. Young man, how do you know this? Chapter 36 Chapter 036 Do something a couple should do.
Su Yao would definitely not tell Li Changqing that he had a system that could foresee the future.
The problem is that he may not understand even if I tell him.
The most important thing is that ordinary people won't believe in such metaphysical things. He pretended to be mysterious and said to Li Changqing, "I can tell fortunes."
Li Changqing, Tang Ning, Tang Xiao. Driver. Everyone. When did this kid become so boastful?
As for why everyone reacted this way, Su Yao had already guessed it.
If it were someone else, Su Yao would also think that this person was sick. But this person is him, Su Yao. Soon. 2 minutes to go. A large silver truck loaded with cargo came into view. This truck is exactly the same as the one Su Yao had seen before.
It must be the driver who caused the accident. To be on the safe side, Su Yao asked Li Changqing and the driver to get off the bus and stand behind the guardrail.
In case.
Although the two were confused, they still got out of the car and did as they were told.
After all, this life is only one. If I really die, it's barbecue.
Although Li Changqing doesn't believe in these monsters. But looking at Su Yao's anxious look, it didn't seem like he was joking.
The most important thing is that the other party actually knows his identity. He nodded to the driver.
After getting out of the car, the two followed Su Yao and retreated outside the guardrail.
At first everything was normal.
Just as the truck was turning, the entire body of the truck tilted, probably because it was overweight. The rear wheels were visibly lifted.
The next second, the truck's steering wheel failed and it crashed towards Li Changqing's black Audi.
The large truck seemed to be equipped with a positioning system as it pressed straight towards Li Changqing's black Audi.
Boom! There was a loud bang. The sky is full of dust.
More than 1,000 bottles of beer were thrown all over the floor in the carriage. The main cause of the accident was that the truck itself was very heavy and there were more than 1,000 cases of beer in the truck. The most important reason was that the truck driver had drunk a little alcohol. Powerful penetrating power, coupled with the gravitational inertia of the cargo pressing down.
Li Changqing's black Audi was visibly crushed into a piece of iron sheet.
If this person had sat inside, he wouldn't even have a chance to breathe and would have died.
Now, outside the guardrail,
Li Changqing's eyes widened. He raised his hand to cover his chest, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses.
He couldn't believe it. What would happen if I were sitting in there now? A shocking scene.
Li Changqing shuddered at the sight. Fortunately, I listened to what that young man said just now, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable.
Just a few seconds.
There was a large area of wetness on Li Changqing's back and chest.
Yes, he was scared.
When he came to his senses,
Su Yao and others have disappeared in the traffic. In the car, Su Yao was organizing his thoughts.
According to the location of the accident where the foresight occurred, the place where the big truck was pressing down should be Didi driver's car.
But why, after turning around, the car still ran over Li Changqing's car?
This made Su Yao a little confused.
Could it be that the accident that happened inside cannot be changed? If we follow this reasoning, does that mean the Western Suburban Railway collapse cannot be changed?
In the car, Su Yao rubbed his soft short hair, leaned against the window and said nothing. The Western Suburbs accident would cause more than 2,000 casualties.
This means trauma for so many families. The people have been saved.
Naturally, there was no need for Su Yao to wait here. This is a crossroads, and there are cameras on both sides. As long as Li Changqing wants to find him, he is not afraid of not being able to find him.
What is this called? Playing the long game to catch the big fish.
Based on Li Changqing's personality, Su Yao concluded that he would come to find him.
After the shock,
Li Changqing calmed down. Said to the driver beside him, "Call the 4S shop to tow the car. By the way, go check on the young man just now.
He is a master.
We must find the address of this expert within 3 days.
If it weren't for Su Yao,
he, Li Changqing, died here today.
Such a great kindness. I will never forget it.
Just like the serious car accident that happened just now. Su Yao saved not only Li Changqing, he saved 3 families.
Soon, the traffic police rushed to the accident site.
Direct the scene and clear the lanes. Li Changqing took a taxi and followed the driver directly to the city.
This Su Yao followed Tang Ning back to Huanhua Creek. As for Tang Xiao,
Tang Ning didn't like him coming to the new house. With this uncle here.
She and Su Yaoka couldn't do any serious work at night. After all, there is an outsider getting in the way.
Affect her performance.
Wanawaxi Commercial Street.
Su Yao and Tang Ning booked a large luxurious room for Tang Xiao. In Tang Xiao's words,
a room without a beauty is no fun at all. In Tang Ning's words, I am only responsible for helping you get a room. I don't care about anything else. It's my uncle's job to find someone to compensate you for the night.
You can tell by moving your toes that this guy's lower body is starting to itch.
Grandpa is right. My son is good in every way. I'm just a little horny.
He does nothing all day but fuck women.
Oh my. I feel really bad for Grandpa.
Before leaving, Tang Xiao dragged Su Yao aside. The two people talked mysteriously for a long time.
After making arrangements for Tang Xiao,
Su Yao and Tang Ning returned to Huanhua Creek.
It's been a busy day. The two finally had some time alone. Open the door. Su Yao put the shoes on the shoe rack.
By the way, help Tang Ning put it on there as well.
Turn on the light.
There was a bouquet of large bright red roses on the dining table in the living room.
There are two transparent highball glasses on both sides of the dining table. In the middle of the table stood a bottle of 1982 Lafite.
Tang Ning bit her lower lip, stretched out her fingers to hook Su Yao's belt, and kissed Su Yao shyly on the face. Go take a shower first, and then we'll have a candlelight dinner together.
Then, let's do what a couple should do. Although, we are just trying out marriage. As long as it's you, I don't mind anything.
Su Yao is a normal man, and Tang Ning is a super beauty. Faced with such extreme temptation, if he really didn't react at all, he wouldn't be called a man.
Sister, are you planning to do something meaningful with me tonight?
Su Yao smiled wickedly, and with his good looks, he looked even more cool and handsome.
Tang Ning's face turned red after hearing these words.
How much courage does it take for a girl to say something like this? She didn't expect that this guy would tease her on purpose.
It's so bad.
Facing Su Yao's handsome face,
Tang Ning's fair face couldn't help but turn slightly red.
Women don't love men who are not handsome. Tonight, I will make my sister drunk and dreamlike, and go straight to the fairyland.
You will always remember me. I am still confident about this. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 Tang Ning's Ultimate Temptation. Tang Ning never dreamed that this seemingly upright young man could actually be as talkative as her.
This caused her to spend a long time flipping through the guide on how to conquer men on her phone. It seems that all she learned these things was in vain.
Before Tang Ning could react,
Su Yao's next move scared the woman who pretended to be very open-minded half to death.
Tang Ning's A4-sized slender waist was firmly restrained by Su Yao's strong and powerful arms. Su Yao really enjoyed the feeling of holding. It's like holding the whole world in your hands.
She's a girl and she's so proactive. As a man, he would be letting himself down if he didn't show some appreciation. Su Yao put one arm around Tang Ning's waist and supported the back of her head with the other. Although Tang Ning was relatively tall among girls, there was still a certain gap between her and Su Yao when they stood together. Even standing on tiptoe is still a bit difficult.
The hot and wet kiss was mixed with a hint of tobacco. Tang Ning's heart was pounding. After a passionate kiss, Tang Ning was dizzy from Su Yao's kiss.
His brain was deprived of oxygen and he collapsed weakly in Su Yao's arms. A blush appeared on her fair face. In Su Yao's eyes, the woman in front of him was as charming as she could be.
After a long time,
Su Yaokai slowly let go of Tang Ning.
Of course, he hadn't had enough. He wanted more.
I wish I could tuck this woman into my bones.
Sister, wait for me.
I'm going to the supermarket downstairs to buy a box of TT.
To be honest,
originally, Su Yao planned for the two of them to look around.
But that's it for today. No man can resist it.
Tang Ning is very beautiful, so beautiful that she is unforgettable.
Long white legs, slender limbs, and most importantly, her sexy and pure face. Su Yao thinks he is not that kind of scumbag.
I can't remain calm in the face of temptation. With his sixth intuition, he could sense that Tang Ning was truly kind to him. When everything is ready, but stuck at a critical moment, it feels so damn uncomfortable.
Sister, wait for me. I'll be back soon.
Su Yao let go of Tang Ning and closed the door. Run to the supermarket downstairs at a speed of 180 yards.
During this period, every minute and every second was torture for him. During Su Yao's absence,
Tang Ning held her slightly hot face in her hands.
She just did it. She flirted with Su Yao. And I got it. To give myself courage,
she returned to her room and changed into the battlesuit she had prepared long ago. Afraid that he might fail at the critical moment, he took a few sips of wine. As the saying goes, alcohol makes a man brave. Anyway, I was drunk, so I could pounce on Su Yao however I wanted.
Not afraid of being shy. Even if she was shy, she didn't know. Tang Ning was no longer drunk. After just a few sips, I felt dizzy.
Originally, I was thinking of taking advantage of the alcohol to tease Su Yao. I didn't expect the alcohol to be so strong.
I accidentally missed it.
The bedroom was replaced with warm lighting.
It looks very ambiguous. Under the light,
Su Yao saw Tang Ning wearing a black lace transparent dress and staring at him with blurry eyes.
Proud figure.
The slit-long skirt reveals two long, snow-white legs. Under the yellowish light, Tang Ning's body was clearly visible.
Su Yao could even see the shape inside clearly. Oh my god. This is simply a little goblin who wants to kill people.
Su Yao has watched quite a few films that introduce love to people. But, at this moment, such a perfect woman was standing right in front of him.
To be honest, he really can't stand it. Under the visual impact, Su Yao reacted immediately. The Adam's apple slides.
He never dreamed that this woman who looked domineering could be so seductive.
Su Yao. For a moment I didn't know what words to use to describe it.
Before Su Yao could stand firm, Tang Ning lifted her long hair and buried her head in Su Yao's arms. I drank just to give myself courage, but I accidentally drank too much.
Tang Ning just felt a little dizzy now.
She didn't care about being shy and pressed her whole body against Su Yao.
Tang Ning now looks like a drunk cat.
She tilted her head and looked at Su Yao like a nympho.
The fair hands gently held Su Yao's face and murmured, "Io. Did you know? I like you a lot.
From the first moment I saw you, I had a crush on you.
Do you know how sad I am when I learn that you are in love? Io, do you know?
I've had a crush on you for 4 years. 4 whole years. Even though I like you so much, I still have to pretend nothing happened in front of your sister.
Do you know how sad I am when I learned that you were going to propose to that girl? I want to thank the woman named Lin. At the most critical moment, you gave you to me. I love you." Facing Tang Ning's true confession, Su Yao was stunned.
During these 4 years when I was silently giving my all, there actually was a woman behind him who was as stupid as I was. After Tang Ning finished her words, she coquettishly pressed her body against Su Yao.
The snow-white mass on the chest was pressed into a semicircle.
Su Yao took a breath of cold air.
Tang Ning seemed more anxious than himself to break his 22-year virginity. From now on, I will only love you, Su Yao. I'm only good to you. If anyone dares to be mean to you, I will be mean to him." Su Yao listened quietly to the drunk cat's love confession.
I feel indescribable warmth in my heart. There is no right or wrong in life.
You have met the right person. The mistake is meeting the wrong person. Lin Yi was a mistake in Su Yao's life.
And Tang Ning was the turning point in his life.
Such a good woman is worthy of Su Yao's lifelong protection. Under the light, Tang Ning's face turned slightly red.
His eyes were blurry.
She looked so pitiful. Su Yao was struck by Tang Ning's beauty.
Even if he had a will as strong as steel and concrete, he couldn't stand such teasing. Plus, he already had a crush on Tang Ning.
To be honest, he didn't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. He didn't want Tang Ning to lose her virginity in such an unclear way. He, Su Yao, wanted to leave her with an unforgettable memory.
Therefore, we have to wait until Tang Ning wakes up before we can do this.
Su Yao suppressed his inner anxiety and picked up Tang Ning.
Seeing this, Tang Ning raised her hands and hooked them around Su Yao's neck.
While Su Yao wasn't paying attention, he bit him. Damn it. Does this woman have to tease me like this?
If Tang Ning was awake at this time, I guarantee she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights.
But she was drunk now.
Tang Ning never dreamed that he had been drinking just to have fun, but he ended up delaying the two from doing something good.
Maybe it was because he was too drunk. Tang Ning had no memory of what happened next. The next morning, Tang Ning opened his eyes, facing Su Yao's extremely handsome face. Last night, Su Yao couldn't sleep well because of this annoying little goblin. Tang Ning held his entire arm tightly, not to mention touching everywhere. She kept snuggling into his arms. Just don't let go no matter what. This made Su Yao feel extremely uncomfortable both physically and mentally.
I want to do something, but the other person is drunk.
I feel uncomfortable if I don't want to do anything. Finally, I couldn't hold it in any longer.
Su Yao could only go to the bathroom and take a cold shower.
I tossed and turned until 5 o'clock the next morning before I finally fell asleep.
Fortunately, these 2 days are Sundays.
If I go to work, I will definitely slack off the next day. Tang Ning lay on top of Su Yao.
He stretched out his fingers and drew circles on Su Yao's chest. At this moment, the system prompt sound came again in Su Yao's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully winning the heart of the heroine. Your charm value is increased by 10.
Give away a Truth Fan Club. Note, the host can open it by himself. This stuff sounds awesome. In sleep,
Su Yao vaguely heard the system prompt. His appearance and figure changed visibly. In Tang Ning's words, he was so handsome that it was stunning.
Just as Tang Ning was conscientiously admiring Su Yao's stunning looks, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Chapter 38 Chapter 038 Representing the God of Justice, destroy this old woman. In sleep,
Su Yao grabbed the phone reflexively.
Lazily said, "Hey."
Before Su Yao could finish his words, he heard Su Rui's lioness roar from the other side.
You still have time to sleep. Hurry and read the message I sent you.
Before Su Yao could figure out the situation, a beeping sound came from the other side.
Su Yao, my dear sister. No doubt. This is 100% Su Rui's style.
Su Yao held the phone away, looked at it, and rubbed his eyes. When he turned around, he saw Tang Ning looking at him with an infatuated look on her face.
Su Yao cleared his throat. Last night, you fell asleep and we didn't get anything done. Su Yao pinched Tang Ning's fair face.
His face was full of doting. If you hadn't been so drunk, maybe last night would have been very meaningful for us.
To be honest, it's a bit of a pity.
But you were really beautiful last night.
It really makes me feel beautiful. From now on, all your beauty will belong to me. Because I am extremely greedy.
Su Yao spoke the most earthy love words with a sincere heart. This made Tang Ning laugh. She smiled happily.
By the way, what did your sister say on the phone just now?
The two of them chatted for a while before finally returning to the topic.
Su Yao shook his head. I don't know either. She just told me to check the information. Last night, after Su Yao blocked Linny, Su Fengwan became anxious. How could she possibly come up with so much money in 7 days? Even selling a house takes time. If Su Fengwan can't produce the money, she will have to prepare to go to jail.
This period of stay will last for several years.
One night,
she borrowed money from all her relatives and friends. In the end, it was her old lover who lent her 300,000 yuan.
What to do if you can't raise the money? Finally, I made up my mind.
A real name report was made.
At worst, both sides will be destroyed. If you want me to go to jail, I won't let you have it easy either. In the video,
Lin Yuan was lying on the sofa with her face wrapped in bandages, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. It looked as if he had suffered serious injuries. Su Fengwan stood aside with a bandage on her leg covered with ketchup.
You know what, this prop is very well made. He was howling with snot and tears in the video. How miserable that would be. How miserable it would be. My name is Su Fengwan. Today I want to report a person by real name.
His name is Su Yao, and he is from Jinghai.
This boy is a scumbag.
He played with my daughter for 4 years and got her pregnant, but he still didn't take responsibility. He came to our house to argue and even beat us. I am a single mother who runs a small processing factory. It is not easy to raise 2 daughters alone. I didn't expect that this scumbag not only destroyed my daughter's innocence, but also wanted to take advantage of my family's property.
May I ask, where is justice? Excuse me, is there still law in this world? 2.1 million, are you trying to force us to death? How can we, an orphan and a widow, come up with so much money?
This scumbag not only raped my daughter, but also beat her up and extorted money.
He is the worst evil. I just want to say that we are just an ordinary family and cannot stand your torture. Please spare us. In the video, Su Fengwan not only fabricated facts and intentionally concealing it. Su Yao and Tang Ning looked at each other after looking at their phones. If they were not the parties involved, they might actually believe it. I have to say that Su Feng's ability to fan the flames is really great. Single-parent family. Do some small business. Raising a daughter is not easy.
In just a few words, you can maximize the sense of substitution and gain sympathy.
The internet is a big melting pot. There are all kinds of people there.
Some people were laughing at Su Fengwan, saying that her daughter had been molested and she was spreading rumors all over the internet.
But most people still have a strong sense of justice.
Soon, the number of recommendations for this video increased from a few thousand to tens of millions.
Comment.
Oh my god, I've only seen this kind of scumbag in novels before, but I didn't expect he actually exists in real life. I never knew that young men nowadays are so good at playing. Not only did they play with other people's daughters, but they also wanted to take their money.
This is too shameless. Call the police. This is fraud. This is a crime.
Tell the police to catch him.
Lock him up and help Wu operate the sewing machine.
At this moment, the popularity of the video is still rising visibly. In this world where traffic is king.
As long as this popular post is torn open by the majority of netizens. His public opinion was like a mountain torrent, unstoppable.
On the internet, many people are speaking up for Su Fengwan.
Scold Su Yao for being so immoral. He even put a photo of Su Yao in the message. After seeing the photos, Su Yao was scolded even more severely. What a pretty boy. What young master. He cursed out all kinds of nasty words. Even through the screen, one could feel that these people were even angrier than Su Fengwan. This world is broken. There is always someone mending things.
For a time, Su Yao became a scumbag who was cursed by thousands of people and disliked by tens of thousands of people.
Facing these brainless trolls, Su Yao remained calm. What the hell? You played with someone else's daughter and still expect to have someone else's property. How can you be so shameless?
I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect there were people who were even more shameless than me.
Scumbag. Big scumbag. There are constant comments below the video. If Su Yao really wanted to argue with this idiot, he would be so angry that he would die. Because these people only know one. Don't know the second one. The truth of the matter was that they originally thought it was funny. I wonder how these people would curse Su Fengwan and her family if they knew the truth. Su Yao sneered. He never dreamed that the Lin family was just a bunch of fleas. It's clear that he didn't do anything to her in the past 4 years, but he still said that he slept with her daughter. Get a big belly. It was clearly the mother and daughter who smashed his car, but they twisted the facts and said that he cheated them of their money. I've seen shameless people. Damn it, I've never seen anyone so shameless in my life. To be honest. Originally, he didn't hate Lin Yi so much. Until this family became famous. Su Yao finally saw everything clearly. After all this trouble, it's no longer a problem that can be solved with money. I'll go. This Lin family is so shameless. Even Tang Ning, who looked very gentle and noble, was embarrassed. You really thought we had no tricks up our sleeves, didn't you? I recorded the entire process of yesterday's fraud. How proud I am now, how much I am pitied. You will pay me back 1,000 times in a moment. Bullying my husband. I made you die without knowing how. At this moment, Su Yao's system began to stir again. Thoughtful benefits were given. Ding dong. Dear host BB. May I ask if you have opened the Truth Fan group? Vixen. She is a million-level female entertainment anchor on Doudu. Although this woman is not good-looking, she is very eloquent and has a great figure. And he is good at creating topics. She happened to be there when Su Yao proposed to Lin Yi that day. It was also she who mobilized all her fans to dig out Su Yao's rich identity on the campus network. It happened that morning. My assistant and I are researching the short video we are going to shoot today. Suddenly I came across the video of Su Fengwan slandering Su Yao. Out of an inner sense of justice. Tell her to stand up and speak a fair word for Su Yao. On behalf of the God of Justice, destroy this shameless old woman. Chapter 39 Chapter 039 Let the bullets fly for a while.
The assistant beside the vixen said indignantly. Sisterly, how can there be such a shameless person in this world? It was them who rejected the proposal and humiliated him severely. How come it turned out the other way around? The young assistant's cheeks were puffed with anger. This ability to confuse right and wrong is something that not everyone can do. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? The internet celebrity vixen's real name is Tang Ning. I am an alumnus of Linyi. Graduated from the Department of Acting. The day Suyao proposed to me, I happened to have something to do at school. Witnessed the whole process. Tang Ning has a unique look, her facial features are very sexy, she is 168 centimeters tall and has a good figure. The whole person looks very elegant. I am particularly relaxed when playing PK Live. She has a straightforward personality and many netizens like her. Say what you mean. Say what you mean. In reality, many people who come to her live broadcast room to show their presence are scolded by her. He is a very positive anchor. A person who loves to tell the truth. It is because of this personality that he has accumulated millions of fans in less than 2 months after entering the circle. In addition to live broadcast, I also usually take on some small scripts and play minor roles. After all, I graduated from the Department of Acting. Her dream is to one day become a super movie queen famous all over the country. It's good to have dreams, just in case they come true. As an anchor with an overflowing sense of justice, Tang Ning must expose this matter. Otherwise this society would be in fucking chaos. Come on, I know how to write the script. Let's write it well. We should expose this shameless woman. Those who spread rumors and cause trouble should pay the price. You can also earn some traffic by upholding justice. This side. Tang Ning was furious when he saw the message on his phone. But always stay calm. They have evidence in their hands, so what do they have to fear? In Suyao's words, let this bullet fly outside for a while longer. The bigger the incident became, the more serious the consequences they bear. It was just a normal breakup. Su Fengwan actually caused so many troubles. To be honest, this woman might be of some use if she were sent abroad. At least it can make the other party feel uneasy. Even if you have brains and a lot of ideas, you have to use them in the right place. Right at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Please decide whether to use the truth powder. Open or not. Suyao chose to open it without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for opening the truth fan. As an extra reward, I will give you a multiple choice question. A. Say no to online violence, keep things peaceful. Let Su Fengwan go unpunished and be rewarded with a 500 square meter luxury house. B. Ignore her and ignore her. Let her show off and reward her with 10 million in cash. C. Cooperate with the vixen to restore the truth of the matter, and reward true fans with 1.5 million. Suyao raised his eyebrows. He has no shortage of houses. He has plenty of money. His idea is simple. Restore the truth of the matter. Give yourself some justice and let everyone see the true face of Su Fengjuan's family. He, Suyao, is not the Holy Father. If you were slapped hard in the face, would you still greet it with a smile? Won't. Absolutely not. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. Su Fengwan has ruined his reputation like this, and he, Suyao, will definitely make them pay the price. The wind is now blowing in one direction. Once things get out of hand, what will happen will not just be a drizzle. It's a tornado, okay. As long as things are reversed. It is difficult for the Lin family to stay in Jinghai. When the time comes, she will just act miserable and see who will still pay attention to her. As soon as Suyao finished the multiple choice questions, the cell phone in his hand started beeping non-stop. I swiped the screen of my phone and saw that a new friend had appeared in my WeChat account. The woman's name is Vixen. The face of the avatar is not clear, only the figure can be seen. With thin arms and legs, a small waist and big breasts, she looks extremely sexy. Suyao went over it in his mind. I don't remember this person. After thinking for a long time, I clicked the accept button. Hello, is this Suyao, Mr. Suyao? I'm a blogger on the Doudu platform named Foxy. I was a witness to your proposal. As a righteous blogger, I must help you expose your story. Tang Ning has met Suyao in person.
She had a very good impression of Su Yao. He is handsome and affectionate. It is really hard to find a boy like him nowadays. It was because I felt compassion that I stood there for a while longer. Otherwise, given her personality, she isn't the kind of person who would seek trouble. You don't have to pay too much attention to public opinion on the internet. Justice is always on the right side. Don't worry, I will let my 1.5 million fans help you tie the score. I need more evidence from you now. Add it to my copy. Once the copy is ready, ask my 1.5 million fans to like this video. We must defeat this woman named Su Fengwan. You know what, this truth powder given by the system is really good. This woman named Fox Spirit is also very loyal. In her words, as long as every one of her 1.5 million fans gives a thumbs up, her video will go viral. This also means that Su Yao directly controls the steering wheel. There is no way, the system is just so powerful. You deserve to be so awesome. After some communication, Su Yao roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I have to say, fans are really a good thing. They can make any small video into a big hit. This is what is called fan power. Tang Xin only had the video of Su Yao being humiliated when he proposed to her. She wasn't very clear about what happened afterwards. She needs more strong evidence against Su Yao. At this time, Tang Ning also made a phone call to Tang Corporation. Su Fenghuan's behavior has violated Article 246 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, which stipulates that if a person publicly insults another person or fabricates facts to slander another person by violence or other means, the offender shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention if the circumstances are serious. In other words, Su Fenghuan's behavior has seriously damaged Su Yao's personal reputation. As long as Su Yao wants to appeal, he will have to spend a few years in prison. I've already asked. The actions of Su Fenghuan and others have already constituted a crime. As long as we appeal, the police will immediately ask her to remove all the videos. If it were an ordinary woman, her husband would have collapsed long ago after being attacked by so many online trolls. Tang Ning was still so calm in helping Su Yao analyze the situation. One could only say that Su Yao had really found a treasure. My wife is not only beautiful, but also smart, and most importantly, she has money. Do you want me to call the police now? Su Yao smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Let them show off for a while. The more happy you are now, the more miserable you will cry later. Wait a moment, I'll show you a good show. Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Stunning Internet Celebrity Tang Xin. Mr. Su, this is the case. I want to meet you in private now. I wonder if you have time now. Don't get me wrong, I just want to get more details from you. It would be a lie to say that Tang Xin has no selfish motives. Su Yao is handsome and rich, and I have finally gained his prestige, so of course I want to use this opportunity to get close to him. Generally, outstanding people have many outstanding friends around them. Even if she couldn't get Su Yao, she could still pick someone from his circle of contacts. Women have to be realistic sometimes. It would be great if you had the chance to marry a rich man. If you can't get it, that's your fate. Su Yao thought for a while and replied. Okay. Where are you? I'll come find you. After Tang Xin introduced herself, the two met in a cafe. Enter Ferrari. Tang Xin fastened his seatbelt and asked in confusion, where are we going now? Originally Su Yao wanted to go alone. But after thinking about it for a while, I felt that it was not possible. After all, the other person was a woman, and Tang Ning was afraid that she would misunderstand. Just take it along with you. With Tang Ning around, even if the other party had some evil intentions, they would still make a comparison. To the cafe. The coffee shop Tang Xin mentioned is not far away, very close to Huanhua Creek. It's only a 5-minute drive away. After getting off the bus, the two spent a few minutes drinking a bowl of porridge and each ate a fried dough stick to fill their stomachs. After all, skipping breakfast in the morning is bad for your stomach. You can lose anything except your stomach. The two had a simple breakfast. After leaving the store, I turned the corner and entered a high-end coffee shop. Welcome. How many people are there? A young and beautiful girl was walking towards them, and when she saw Su Yao driving a Ferrari, she wanted to get close to him. The waiter moved closer to Su Yao in a familiar manner. The girl was not very old, probably in her early 20s, and her eyes lit up when she saw Su Yao. After all, Su Yao is really handsome. Plus this time I gained 10 more charm points. Now Su Yao is like a magnet, attracting the attention of the opposite sex invisibly.
At this moment, Tang Ning stared at the girl angrily like a frog.
Don't worry, he's already taken.
Even if you stick to him, he may not want you.
Because he has me. This jealousy made Su Yao laugh. We met up with friends.
Bring 2 cups of coffee later. Then he looked at Tang Ning lovingly and said with a smile, my wife doesn't like flowers and plants around me.
Please stay away from me. Okay, let's go upstairs first. That friend is still waiting.
The waiter glared at him unconvinced.
But there's nothing I can do.
I watched them go upstairs.
Along the way, Su Yao told Tang Ning about his conversation with Tang Xin. Su Yao did not take legal action first, but he actually had a backup plan.
He wants to make it impossible for this family to make a living in Jinghai.
It's not that Su Yao is too cruel. It's because Su Fengwan's family really went too far.
In the private room,
Tang Xin was wearing a sexy black cheongsam dress.
Fair skin, slender waist, and long legs.
Especially that pair of black SOLs, which makes people happy. Tang Xin's figure is so many times better than in the photos. If the two of them really compete.
Her figure is comparable to Tang Ning's.
But there is still a certain gap in the face.
After all, Tang Ning is the most famous lady in Jinghai. She is a beautiful woman with both beauty and talent.
So Su Yao brought Tang Ning with him for a purpose.
After all, there are too many butterflies in the outside world. Even if he doesn't take the initiative, there will be women who will take the initiative to throw themselves at him.
With Tang Ning around, these women should know when to back off. Su Yao found the private room according to the address given by Tang Xin.
When I opened the door, I was greeted by an extremely seductive face.
Tang Xin has a very small face. The real person looks better than the video.
When he saw Su Yao pushing the door, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Finally, she had the opportunity to be alone with this super rich man. Of course, Tang Xin was very happy in her heart, but her face remained calm.
Mr. Su, right? You're more handsome in person than in the video. Who is this?
Tang Ning's appearance made Tang Xin suddenly feel a little uncomfortable.
But I still couldn't help asking. This is my fiancé Tang Ning. Tang Xin smiled. What a coincidence, I also believe in Tang, maybe this is fate.
Tang Ning carefully looked at the girl named Tang Xin for a while and felt like she had seen her somewhere before.
I'm a popular online anchor.
Miss Tang might have seen me when she was browsing Doudu.
That's nothing strange.
After Su Yao and Tang Ning took their seats,
Tang Xin stroked her skirt and sat opposite Su Yao.
Although this woman is not particularly beautiful, her figure and temperament are indeed unique.
Su Yao took a quick look at Tang Xin.
She and Tang Ning had one thing in common, they were both tall and had great figures.
Mr. Su, let's get back to the topic.
I am going to shoot a short video about Su Fengwan. I would like to ask if you have any strong evidence against yourself, such as pictures or videos.
This is what I prepared before, you can take a look first. Su Yao took the notebook that Tang Xin handed over. Inside is the copy she wrote. It has to be said that anyone who can become an internet celebrity has some skills. Tang Xin's copywriting is very good. It can be said that it is very eye-catching. In this location, I plan to add the video of you being insulted when you propose to me. There is also this position. I want to insert their fraudulent information.
When Tang Xin was introducing the copy to Su Yao, the two were very close to each other.
Under the control of charm value.
She actually thought Su Yao smelled nice. But reason told her that she should not destroy other people's families. What she hates most in her life is the mistress. I quickly adjusted my mood.
Continue to explain the copy to Su Yao. I have the video of Su Fengwan scamming people. Add me on WeChat and I'll send it to you. Beep. Tang Xin and Tang Ning added each other as friends. I immediately forwarded the video of the fraud incident yesterday afternoon.
It was too much to not watch it, and once Tang Xin saw it, she was so angry that she burst into swearing on the spot.
This reaction is bigger than that of the person involved.
He cursed loudly. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Not only does he confuse right and wrong, he also wrongly accuses people.
This kind of bastard must be exposed.
Not only should we expose her, but we should also call the police and ask her for compensation for mental damages.
It's so infuriating.
Such a despicable person should not live in this world.
Mr. Su, thank you for the information you provided. I'm leaving now. Give me half an hour.
I will join other Douyin users to help you expose her.
Tang Xin is not a fool.
Super rich people like Su Yao are very popular in themselves.
In addition, since Su Fengwan made such a big fuss this time, the entire internet was criticizing Su Yao.
Once her video is released, it will surely attract countless people to watch.
I wonder how many fans this wave of traffic will attract.
Therefore, the beneficiary of this matter is not just Su Yao.
And there is her Tang Xin. In this era where traffic is king.
As long as there is traffic, there will be fans, and as long as there are fans, there will be revenue from live streaming.
Therefore, in this matter, Tang Xin was not only helping Su Yao. You can also use Su Yao to hype yourself up. Achieve mutual benefit.
Su Yao is not stupid, he certainly knows what Tang is thinking. After all, he is also a businessman. Chapter 41 Chapter 041 The scumbag Su Yao, who destroyed someone's innocence and wanted to seize their property.
When Tang Xin left, her feet felt a little light. The joy that cannot be hidden in my heart.
Once this is done, she can legitimately invite Su Yao to dinner.
If I can't be his woman, it's okay to be his friend.
As the saying goes, more friends, more paths.
As for Su Yao, he also had his own purpose for meeting Tang Xin. Because live streaming can make money now. Who knows, maybe this Tang Xin will be useful in the future. City Government Office Building. A girl in casual clothes and carrying a crossbody bag rushed to the third floor angrily. Now. Li Changqing's office. The driver is reporting the situation. Secretary Li, this is the surveillance footage I retrieved from the accident site.
The driver enlarged the picture and handed it to Li Changqing.
Do you know this boy's name? I don't know yet. But I've asked someone to check it out. Just when the two were talking about Su Yao. Crunch. The office door opened. Lydia Su threw his backpack directly on Li Changqing's sofa, looking unhappy. I'm so mad. It really pissed me off. Uncle, you have to make the decision for me.
Li Changqing saw Su Xiao, whose face turned red and neck became thick with anger, and waved at the driver. The driver was also a sensible and considerate man, and he remembered to close the door for the two of them before leaving. Su Xiao is Li Changqing's niece.
This girl has been loved by everyone since she was young.
As there is only one daughter in the family, Li Changqing naturally dotes on her.
Who messed with my big baby? Tell me what's going on and I'll help you vent your anger. Who else? Isn't it the wealthy man named Su Yao who appeared on the internet recently?
I didn't expect this man to be so excessive. Not only did he take advantage of someone's daughter for free, but he also coveted someone's property.
Tell me, aren't you angry? I really want to strangle this man to death.
Su Xiao was filled with indignation. The way she described it, it seemed like the real thing. Su Xiao told Li Changqing everything that happened yesterday afternoon from beginning to end.
While speaking, she cursed Su Yao as a scumbag.
The curse was so ugly. Li Changqing sat quietly in the boss chair and listened to Su Xiao's complaints. He didn't stop until Su Xiao finished telling everything in one breath.
Are you done?
Li Changqing asked with a smile.
You're done? You must be thirsty. Drink some water.
Li Changqing took out a bottle of mineral water from the drawer and handed it to Lydia Su.
Drink more water in summer. By the way, what are you doing here today? To help someone vent their anger?
Li Changqing raised his eyebrows and looked at his eldest niece curiously.
Lydia Su said without hesitation, yes, that's it.
This kind of scumbag doesn't deserve to exist in this world. I hope my uncle can help me and send this guy directly to jail. Su Xiao was young and ignorant, and he could understand the passion of the moment many times.
But don't judge things by appearances. Li Changqing asked Lydia Su back. Have you ever seen that young man named Su Yao playing with other people's feelings? Lydia Su shook her head, no. Then have you ever seen that young man snooping into other people's property? Lydia Su still shook his head. That's right.
No matter who it is, we should not trust anyone easily without sufficient evidence.
Don't make judgments easily.
Sometimes what you see with your eyes may not be true, let alone what you hear. People like you who trust others easily become used as a tool by others.
Especially in your industry. You should be more responsible when speaking, you know?
Su Xiao originally wanted to ask his uncle for help, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson directly. Li Changqing eats more salt than Su Xiao eats sugar. These words are also the experience he has summed up over the years. Generally speaking, I don't tell outsiders.
Lydia Su nodded. I understand, uncle.
Su Xiao was so busy complaining that he almost forgot what his mother had told him. I quickly took out a few lunchboxes from my backpack.
This is the breakfast. This is lunch. 3 dishes and 1 soup.
My mom said you have a bad stomach, so don't go out to eat.
This is the stomach-warming meal she made especially for you. You can put it in the refrigerator and heat it up at noon. I'll bring you one every day on my way there. Also, my mom told you not to be too tired. Staying up late every night is bad for your health. With so many new people under you, you don't need to do everything yourself. It's time to let go and let the young people do it.
Lydia Su repeated her mother's words.
Although every word is an accusation, it is also full of concern. Li Changqing smiled and took the lunchbox and put it in the refrigerator.
Turned to look at Lydia Su. Tell me, you little girl, you were so nice to your uncle all of a sudden, you must have some ulterior motive.
Lydia Su chuckled. No one knows me better than my uncle. This is an interview I wrote yesterday.
Please help me take a look, uncle. Li Changqing smiled without saying a word and pinched Su Xiao's tender face.
You're
still the same as when we were little.
Give me some benefits first and let me help you do something. Take it out. I just happen to have some time now.
Otherwise you'll have to wait until I get off work. Su Xiao nodded and took out the laptop from his backpack and placed it on Li Changqing's desk. Open the content and push it directly in front of Li Changqing.
Su Yao is very popular now.
The entertainment company wants to use his popularity to hype himself up. So this task was assigned to Su Xiao.
Uncle, it's this kid.
Don't be fooled by his decent appearance, he is actually a dark person at heart. Not only does he play with other people's women, but he also covets their property. Li Changqing opened the box of porridge and took a sip.
Smiled. You just love to stand up for the weak. I still say the same thing, it's a good thing if you stand up for the right people. If you don't hold it right, then you are harming others. You can't draw conclusions without any basis, you know?
After Li Changqing said this, he took another sip of porridge. He praised, sister's porridge is still so delicious.
Girl, I will remember what you said today. You have to take care of my breakfast and lunch from now on. Lydia Su smiled sweetly. Yes, it's covered. Even if I'm busy, I will pack it and send it to you. You have such a good niece like me.
Li Changqing was amused by Lydia Su's words.
You are the only one who can talk nonsense. I have 10 minutes left before I go to a meeting. Hurry up and show me your so-called copy.
Lydia Su nodded, as you wish, my dear uncle. Li Changqing was reading the copy while drinking porridge. When he saw the photo in Su Xiaowen's copy, he almost spit out his food.
Xiao Xiao, do you know this guy? Lydia Su nodded.
Not only do I know him, but now the whole internet knows him. Li Changqing stared at the words on the screen in disbelief. The scumbag Su Yao not only destroyed other people's innocence, but also wanted to seize their property.
Where does this face come from?
Li Changqing subconsciously felt that Su Yao was not that kind of person.
There must be some misunderstanding here. Chapter 42 Chapter 042 System rewards 9-segment Golden Dragon. Relying on Li Changqing's many years of experience in judging people.
Su Yao is definitely not the kind of person who covets other people's property, as Su Fengwan said. Just based on the extraordinary temperament of the woman beside Su Yao, he may not be interested in other flowers and plants. Li Changqing looked at the copy in silence for a long time.
Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Girl, from what you just said, do you know where this Su Yao lives?
Li Changqing asked in a tentative tone. Lydia Su nodded, I know, I was squatting under his house yesterday, but unfortunately he ran away.
Su Xiao said this and didn't feel that he had said anything wrong.
But to Li Changqing, it felt like he was stalking someone's boyfriend downstairs. Li Changqing pursed his lips.
Your paparazzi industry is truly omnipresent. Lydia Su interrupted Li Changqing, Uncle, I'm not a paparazzi, we're called reporters, okay? Li Changqing nodded helplessly, okay, you are a reporter. But this is the first time I've heard of a reporter going to someone's home. Girl, I suggest you don't post this article.
Li Changqing finished reading Su Zhao's copy.
Just from the copywriting point of view, Su Xiao's copywriting is very well written and penetrating. But Lydia Su overlooked one thing. That's the reality of the matter. An article that has no real effect is likely to receive a court summons. Listen to my uncle, don't post this copy yet. I say if. Su Yao is not the person you say he is. He can sue you for defamation. And small media companies like yours just love to create gimmicks. Just know the truth. After saying this, Li Chongqing directly covered Su Xiao's notebook. He said earnestly, "Girl, it's good to have a dream, but I still hope you can go back to work at the city government. Although the salary is not high, it is very stable. What do you want to gain by working in the wind and sun every day?" Lydia Su pouted and held his head high with a righteous look. "I'm exposing evil. I am punishing evil and promoting good for society." Li Chongqing smiled when he heard Lydia Su's words. "You punish evil and encourage good, so what are the police for? There are so many unfair things in this world. Can you expose them all? Cannot. You know it. You want to be a host with a strong sense of justice. I support you. But you can't afford to be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy." How could Su Xiao, who had no experience in human ethics, understand this truth? In the face of Li Changqing's preaching, Su Xiao not only did not listen to a word, but became a little impatient. "Uncle, you can't deprive me of my hobbies." "No. Your uncle is an open-minded person. You can't accuse me of this." "Young man, if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how dangerous this world is." Su Xiao didn't want to continue this topic, so he found an excuse and left Li Changqing's office. Back at the company, she continued to do as she pleased. Obviously, she didn't take Li Changqing's words to heart at all. Just do it the same way. As the Iron Lady. Su Xiaofa's articles and videos are very convincing. Plus, this is the hottest topic on the internet right now. Once this article comes out, I'm sure it will become popular. Soon, a very eye-catching article appeared on major websites. As soon as Su Xiao's article was published, it caused an uproar on the internet. Not only post-bar. Whether on forums or video sites, everyone is cursing Su Yao. Some people even brought their ancestors out. I have to say, these people on the internet are really boring. They don't care about their own business at all, and each one is more indignant than the person involved. There was a video of Su Fengwan before. Now there are articles by Su Xiao. In addition, Su Xiao is certified as a yellow V on all major platforms. Her article is very persuasive. On this side, Tang Outyan was so angry when he saw Tang Ning in the video that he almost lost his breath. He roared, "Wang Zhong, quickly send someone to bring the young lady and the young master back to me. It really brings shame to my Tang family. You see, this girl, it would have been fine if she didn't look for someone, but she actually became a mistress and interfered with other people's affairs. Ouch. My little heart hurts so much. I've never been so annoyed by all the crap you've said about the company. These two. One doesn't work properly for me. Another one messing around. I haven't been home for a few days and yet so many things have happened." Seeing that Tang Badian was very angry, his whole body was shaking. Wang Zhong quickly stepped forward to help him calm down. "Master, please don't be angry first. Wait until the young lady and the others come back and ask them carefully, and you will know. Nowadays, the internet is full of ways to attract attention. Maybe these people are just taking advantage of Tang Jiabua's fame." After Wang Zhong said this, Tang Badian thought this was the truth. But the video is there, don't you think he won't be angry? He waved his hand and said, "Call and bring these two things back to me." After saying this, he put the teacup in his hand down on the table. Tea spilled all over the floor. Even the cup is crooked. It was obvious that the old man was particularly angry about this matter. "Yes, sir. Don't worry, I'll call the young lady back." Tang Badian waved his hands helplessly. "Go ahead. While I am still alive. Wait for Tang Xiao to come back, and I'll beat him to death." Ah. I'm so pissed off. It seems that Tang Badian was really angry. An hour had passed since Wang Zhong called. Su Yao's car is still being repaired at the 4S shop because it was dented by Su Fengwan. Tang Ning's car is at the company. Tang Xiao usually takes a taxi when he goes out. So now all three of us have no car. There was no choice but to call a taxi to Tangjia Villa. Su Yao is a polite person. You always have to bring something when you visit someone for the first time. Except for the original painting and the imperial green. Su Yao also brought 100 million yuan in betrothal gifts with him. Tang family villa. Tang Badian sat on the sofa with an extremely ugly expression. It's been an hour and he hasn't come back yet.
How long does this old man have to wait?
He's even marrying his granddaughter. If you marry into the family, do you plan to give up this family?
The old man's face turned livid. Wang Zhong saw that the situation was not going well, so he quickly went to a corner and called Tang Ning.
There's no way, it's peak season. Traffic jam.
I don't know if it was bad weather or they were just unlucky.
The journey usually takes half an hour, but today it took 1.5 hours.
I originally wanted to leave a good impression in front of the old man, but now it's completely gone.
After wandering around for a long time, we finally arrived at Tangjia Villa.
Su Yao, Tang Ning, and Tang Xiao had just stepped into Tang's villa. A system prompt came into my mind.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at Tang's villa. System rewards 9-segment golden dragon.
Immediately afterwards, a stream of energy coming from nowhere poured directly into Su Yao's mind. In an instant, it flowed into his every meridian. An infinite power is about to burst out of my body and it feels indescribable.
Chapter 43 Chapter 043 Tang Badian, boy, why don't you try it with me? Now.
Su Yao felt that his Ren and Tong meridians were fully opened. As for what the Golden Dragon 9 breaks is,
Su Yao doesn't know yet.
Master, the young master and the young lady are back and are already outside the door.
Tang Badian sat on the sofa with a dignified look on his face.
His face looked visibly ugly.
You still remember to come back? Isn't it you who asked them to come back? Wang Zhong secretly complained.
He smiled at Tang Badian.
Then I'll go out and pick them up.
As soon as Wang Zhong stuck out his butt, Tang Badian knew what kind of fart he was going to say.
This kid would definitely go out and spread the news to his unfilial son.
Tang Badian doesn't lose his temper easily, but this time he was so angry mostly because of what happened between Tang Xiao and Tang Ning.
The president of the Tang group was called a mistress. With his granddaughter's looks and huge wealth, he could find any kind of son-in-law. Why does she have to let him be a mistress? The more Tang Badian thought about it, the angrier he became.
If the rumors on the internet were true, he would be the first one to stop this girl from having such thoughts.
If the rumors on the internet are not true, anyone who dares to touch Tang Badian will be sent to jail for life.
The old man was as angry as a frog. His entire cheeks were puffed up.
Sitting quietly on the sofa and staring at the door.
He thought to himself that if he didn't give these bastards a good beating when they came back, he wouldn't be named Tang.
Niece, I have something to do and I will go back to my room first. Remember to help me carry your grandfather's bag.
After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he was about to run when he bumped into Wang Zhong head-on.
Although the two are of the same generation.
But Wang Zhong is more than 10 years older than Tang Xiao.
He is about the same age as Tang Ning's father.
As soon as Tang Xiao ran away, he was caught by Wang Zhong.
Young master, please stay. The master has repeatedly told you to go to the back garden.
Just when Tang Ning thought she had escaped, Wang Zhong continued.
And the eldest lady.
After saying these words, Wang Zhong's gaze finally fell on Su Yao. His real inner thoughts are.
This guy is even more handsome than in the video. No wonder his eldest daughter is so obsessed with him. With this appearance, it's understandable that she's a mistress, isn't it?
Tang Ning and Tang Xiao felt something was wrong when they saw Wang Zhong coming out in person to pick them up. Because the two of them got into trouble when they were young, every time Wang Zhong came out to pick them up, he would either be beaten or have to write a self-criticism.
This time is no exception. Before Tang Ning could say anything, Wang Zhong spoke first. You.
The master knows that you've gone to gamble on gemstones again. Hurry up and put on another pair of underwear, or your butt will be chopped off.
And you, the master saw the video on the headlines. He was so angry that his beard was about to explode. You too, what can I say to you? Tang Xiao asked tentatively, is my dad particularly angry now? Wang Zhong, I'm not particularly angry, I'm very, very angry.
I can't help you with this matter today, you two should take care of yourselves.
Let's go. The master is waiting for you in the back garden to give him a lecture.
After Wang Zhong said this, his eyes wandered over Su Yao. I thought this boy was really brave. He was pushed to the forefront of the storm, but he still dared to follow the eldest lady back to the Tang family.
He was really courageous. Shaked his head.
It's a pity that such a beautiful face will be unrecognizable soon.
Wang Zhong knew Tang Baishan's temper. He was more polite when dealing with his granddaughter. He used direct force against his son and subordinates.
Tang Xiao grew up under his torture over the years. If you ask Tang Xiao how he survived, he would probably say that he was lucky. This is a serious situation. The old man smashed all his favorite teacups.
Anyway, you two should be careful with what you say. I can only help you so far.
Young man, you better be careful later. If you try to play both sides, you will capsize sooner or later. You can't just play with the young ladies of our Tang family whenever you want. After saying this, Wang Zhong stopped talking.
Led the three people to the back garden.
Tang Batian sat in the pavilion without saying a word.
Looking at the comments on my phone, I was shaking with anger. Fuck, how dare you scold my granddaughter like that? You don't want to live anymore.
The more Tang Batian watched, the angrier he became. I wanted to smash the phone in my hand.
Bang! An unidentified object flew out into the air. If it were in the past, Su Yao would definitely not be able to catch it.
But at this moment, he didn't know where his muscle memory came from. He took a big step and flew into the air. With quick eyes and hands, he grabbed the flying phone. Then he did a perfect backflip and landed steadily on the ground.
This posture for answering the phone is as cool as it can be. Even Tang Batian was surprised by Su Yao's hype.
I originally thought that Su Yao was just a pretty boy, but I didn't expect that this guy is actually quite capable. The jump just now was at least 3 meters high, and it would be impossible for someone without more than 10 years of training to do it.
Oh. He's still a trainer. That's right.
I was just worried about not being able to find someone to vent my anger on, and someone just happened to come to my doorstep.
You're back just in time. You, kneel down for me.
Tang Batian pointed at Tang Zhao's nose and yelled regardless of the occasion. You don't go to work every day, but go out to gamble for me.
Have you forgotten how your cousin lost his hand? Tang Xiao stared at Tang Batian reluctantly. Dad, someone is here today, can you give me some face?
It would have been fine if Tang Xiao didn't say this, but as soon as he said this, Tang Batian got angry.
You know there's someone here. Do you still have any shame? I thought you didn't care about your face anymore? Kneel down. No, I won't kneel. I'm a real man. If I say I won't kneel, I won't kneel. I'd rather die than kneel.
Faced with such courage, Su Yao, Tang Ning, and Wang Zhong secretly gave him a thumbs up. Tang Xiao hadn't finished speaking yet. He immediately became timid under the murderous look of Tang Batian.
Whoosh!
Tang Xiao knelt down in front of everyone without saying a word.
Where is the momentum just now? Where did it go? Where is the masculinity you promised? No one else kneels so decisively.
When Tang Batian saw his son kneeling down, he didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Tang Ning. The murderous look on his face immediately eased a lot. They are indeed close relatives of different generations. Girl, come here.
Tell Grandpa, who spread rumors behind your back. Grandpa will help you find it out. Tang Zhao's attitude towards Tang Ning did a 180-degree turn. Where is the thunder? It seems that this thunder is only directed at me? Now. Tang Xiao even doubted whether he was Tang Baishan's biological son. Dad, can you be a little fairer to me?
Tang Xiao felt aggrieved. They are all members of the Tang family, but what a gap.
Tang Batian passed Tang Xiao and Tang Ning and came to Su Yao.
He raised his hand and placed it on Su Yao's shoulder.
Young man, I think you are quite skilled. How about trying a few moves with me?
After Tang Batian finished speaking, his face darkened, and he smashed Su Yao's crown with his palm.
Chapter 44 Chapter 040 For the kid is despicable. But I like it. Good fellow.
Based on Tang Baishan's skills, this palm strike would directly take Su Yao's life. If this kid can't hide, then he won't be qualified to be the grandson-in-law of the Tang family.
If I can get through a few moves, I can still consider it.
Although Tang Batian was old, his punches and kicks fell on Su Yao like raindrops. With Tang Batian, he doesn't care how rich or powerful the other person is.
As long as you can fight, it's fine.
At least it would save the money to hire a personal bodyguard for Tang Ning. Tang Ning had witnessed how powerful his grandfather was since he was a child, and subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands.
Tang Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, opened his mouth wide. This Su Yao looks very elegant, but I didn't expect he is such a good fighter. Su Yao's punches and kicks were swift and his body was agile. No matter how Tang Badian attacked, he could easily resolve it. For some reason, Tang Xiao felt inexplicably relieved when his father was being teased. Normally, if he fought with his father, he would be knocked down within 3 moves. Not only did he lie down, but he was also mercilessly ridiculed by Tang Badian. Practicing martial arts requires talent. Tang Xiao doesn't have the talent for this, and there's no way to force him to do something. Beat. Nephew, you fought well. You helped dampen the old man's arrogance. Let him see what a master is. What surprised Tang Badian was that Su Yao's skills were extraordinary. I originally thought that this guy just had a face that could make girls happy, but I didn't expect he was so capable. After dozens of rounds, Su Yao just dodged. After all, the other party was his elder. What if he got hurt and then made things difficult for him? Tang Badian, with decades of martial arts training, couldn't tell that Su Yao was letting him win, and he immediately became unhappy. Boy, if you can beat me into submission today, I will accept you as my grandson-in-law. If you can't, please get out and never set foot in the gate of my Tang family again. Hearing this, Tang Ning became anxious. She knew how powerful her grandfather was. If she really used this method to choose a son-in-law, she would never have to get married in her life. Tang Badian was furious when he thought about his precious granddaughter being abducted by this kid. This kid's deceptive attitude towards him made Tang Badian even angrier. In the yard, the two men dodged back and forth. After several rounds of competition, Su Yao roughly understood what Golden Dragon 9th stage was. This is the highest level of Sanda. As soon as Su Yao absorbed it, it immediately formed muscle memory. Grandpa Tang, this is what you said. Then I will be offended later. Tang Badian sneered, even though I've offended you, no one in Jinghai has ever challenged me, Tang Badian, in a one-on-one fight. Su Yao smiled and said, then I will make an exception for you today. Let me show you what it means to be a disciple who surpasses his teacher. Ha ha. I just like young people like you who love to brag. It will be so cool to see you crippled. Su Yao just smiled and said nothing. I thought, it's a good opportunity to try out the power of Golden Dragon 9th stage. If Tang Badian didn't say this, he would be held responsible if something went wrong. Tang Ning was a little worried. After all, her grandfather was a well-known gangster leader in Jinghai and was also famous for his fighting ability. What if Su Yao is beaten to a pulp? How can she use him in the future? He turned around, put his arm around Tang Badian's shoulders and said, Grandpa, can you not fight? Tang Badian's eyes widened. Even though he usually doted on Tang Ning, the girl didn't dare to say anything at this moment. I could only pray silently in my heart, hoping that Su Yao's injuries would be less severe. Because she knew that Su Yao had never practiced martial arts. How can I fight with my grandfather, this old-fashioned guy? Isn't this just asking for death? Tang Ning was worried to death. Tang Xiao, who was kneeling on the ground, looked as if he was gloating. Nephew, beat this old man. Let him see what it means to fish for the moon in the bottom of the sea and what it means to be a monkey stealing peaches. Kill him. Is this still my biological son? Just shut up and stop showing off here. I'll deal with you when I'm free. Tang Badian's methods of torturing people are always the same. When he heard his father say this, he immediately became scared. Kneel straight. If you dare to bend this leg, I will break it severely. This is my real dad. Come on, kid, don't be polite, hit this hard. Tang Badian pointed at his chest domineeringly. Before the old man could react, Su Yao clenched his fist, took a big step forward, and slapped Tang Badian on the shoulder. Su Yao only used 3 levels of strength in this palm strike, which directly made Tang Badian stagger. This kid has no moral principles. How dare you sneak attack me? But I like. After all, he is old, and Tang Badian felt a little tired from the palm strike just now. But for the sake of face, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. As the saying goes, even if a person loses, his ambition cannot be lost. He yelled at Su Yao. Boy, is that all your strength? It's just like tickling an itch. Tang Badian didn't know that Su Yao only used 3 levels of strength. If he had used all his strength, this palm would have paralyzed him even though he was a martial artist. I'll probably be lying in bed for the rest of my life. Tang Ning hated him to death. Su Yao would never do such a stupid thing. Besides, judging from Tang Baishan's temper, one can tell at a glance that he is a person who cares about face. If he really wanted to fight hard, that would be Su Yao's ignorance. In other words, what if something bad happens during the fight and his wife gets upset with him? Faced with such a tough old man, if Su Yao did not agree, he would feel that Su Yao looked down on him. It's a bit difficult. It's not right to hit, and it's not right not to hit. In the end, Su Yao had no choice but to go ahead. At worst, I can just give in at the critical moment. Grandpa Tang, watch out. Su Yao flashed and swept a circle across Tang Baishan's cheek. The old man's reaction was faster than Su Yao expected. Immediately afterwards, Su Yao threw a hook punch. His speed was so fast that Tang Badian could only barely dodge the second move. If Su Yao came again, where would he put his face today? Before Tang Badian could fully react, Su Yao grabbed Tang Baishan's hand and made a fake move, doing a 720-degree spin in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground. Bang! I feel so sorry for Tang Ning. I.O. Are you okay? Su Yao waved his hand. I'm fine. Grandpa Tang, I lost. Tang Badian didn't say it, but in his heart he had already approved of Su Yao as his grandson-in-law. He walked up to Su Yao and helped him up from the ground. He whispered in Su Yao's ear, "Young man, not bad. You have good judgment. Very smart. I like people like you." I originally thought that Tang Badian would turn his back on Su Yao since he lost the fight, but I didn't expect him to just put his arm around Su Yao's shoulder and walk away. Tang Ning and the others who were left in the back garden stared at each other in confusion as they watched the two men leave. Finally, the two of them turned their attention to Wang Zhong. At this moment, Wang Zhong was also confused. He shrugged and spread his hands. "Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on." Chapter 45 Chapter 045 If you dare to harm female colleagues in the company, I will tie you up with a rubber band. What's your name, kid? Tang Badian put his arm around Su Yao's shoulder, and the two of them acted like brothers who had met again after a long separation. He wasn't even that polite to the old antiques in Jinghai. This is the first time I see the old man care about the younger generation. Grandpa Tang, my name is Su Yao. Yes. This is a good name, just what I need. That 720-degree mid-air kick you did just now was so beautiful. By the way, you must have been practicing for a long time. Not long. If Su Yao said that he learned it a few minutes ago, would it be too Versailles? Watching the two people walking away, Tang Xiao yelled, "Dad? Did you forget something? Your son is still kneeling like this, and you just pat your butt and walk away?" Until the two of them disappeared at the end of the yard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Tang Ning. She was afraid that her grandfather would object to her and Su Yao being together. On the sofa in the living room, Tang Badian personally made tea for Su Yao, a treatment that even his son did not receive. "Yes. Grandpa Tang, it's Su Yao." Tang Badian smiled and said, "They are all the same anyway. By the way, what's going on with Su Fengwan? Do you need Grandpa to help you?" Su Yao shook his head. "No need, it was the Lin family who were looking for trouble. They did all this just to extort 10 million from me. Grandpa Tang, don't worry, I've already arranged it. I can handle this kind of thing." Tang Badian nodded. "Okay then. If you need me to help, just let me know. You stay here tonight and have dinner with an old man like me. Don't go back at night. Stay here overnight. The Tang family has many houses, you can choose whatever you want." Su Yao thought, could he choose Tang Ning's room? You and Ning Ning haven't gotten married yet. There is a rule in our Tang family that you can't sleep in the same room before you get married. Oh no! A naked ultimatum. After saying this, Tang Badian let out a long sigh. Tang Badian got angry when he thought of that brat Tang Xiao. If Ah Xiao had half of your ability, I would be dead with honor. As a person with third-party vision, Su Yao knew that Tang Xiao had a talent for business. As long as he was willing, company affairs would be a piece of cake for him. Grandpa Tang, my uncle is actually a talented person, but you haven't discovered his strengths yet. Tang Badian pouted and said, if he can make it big in the company, I will write the word Tang backwards. Dad. That's what you said. I will go to work at Tang Corporation tomorrow. My son wants you to see what a business genius is. If I don't show you a few tricks, you won't know how amazing your son is. Tang Badian looked disapproving. I know you're awesome, especially your lower body. How many girls have you harmed since you were in school? If I knew that you were harming female colleagues in the company, I would tie you up with a rubber band. Tang Xiao chuckled. If they really tie them up, our Tang family will be extinct. If your bad genes are gone, then so be it. I don't care. Dad. Are you sure I didn't pick it up from the hospital's trash? You can think whatever you want. Tell your Uncle Zhong to go to the hotel and book a table. We need to eat here tonight. Tang Badian always mispronounced Su Yao's name, and Su Yao felt helpless. Why do you guys eat while I have to run errands? Tang Xiao said angrily. Then you don't have to eat. Just eat instant noodles at home. No one is forcing you. Go away, don't stand here and get in my way. Don't you see I'm entertaining guests here? Tang Xiao took a breath of cold air. He looked at Wang Zhong with a sad face. I went out reluctantly. Tang Ning stood at the door with a confused look on his face. Well, what about Star Wars? How come it has become a happy planet now? At this moment, Tang Badian noticed Tang Ning standing at the door with a confused look on her face and said with a smile, Girl, come here. Grandpa has something to ask you. Tang Ning pursed her lips. She didn't know what Grandpa was going to say to them. He quickly took out the imperial green jade that the two of them had found on the antique street. Tang Badian is very good to his family, but he is not so friendly to outsiders. In addition, Su Yao had just lost the competition, so Tang Ning was now extremely nervous. He was afraid that his grandfather would be unhappy and kick Su Yao out of the house. Grandpa, this is something Su Yao gave you. After saying that, he handed the box in his hand to Tang Badian. Grandpa, look, this is something Su Yao spent a long time choosing. In fact, Su Yao didn't spend a long time choosing this thing, he just picked it up when he was about to leave. After Tang Ning said this, the mood instantly changed. As expected of the president of Tang Corporation, he is extremely good at telling lies with open eyes. This is so fucking talented. Tang Badian has another hobby, which is collecting antiques. He took the opened box and looked inside. This is an excellent imperial green stone, crystal clear and feels cool to the touch. When you look at it from a distance, the green lines inside look like a bright heart. It's so beautiful that I can't describe it. Even the knowledgeable Tang Badian was fascinated by this jade ring. I didn't realize that you are not only a master in martial arts, but also a master at identifying antiques. It just so happens that my Tang group is planning to open a branch company. Will you go and help Grandpa Tang manage it? Tang Badian didn't speak easily. Since he said so, it means he has recognized Su Yao. This indirectly reflects Tang Badian's importance to Su Yao. But Su Yao refused. He has plenty of money now and doesn't want to be so high profile. As for the sales job that he had interviewed for, it happened to be in the same building as Tang Ning. How cool would it be to work and date his wife at the same time? After a moment of silence, he politely rejected Tang Badian's request. Grandpa Tang, thank you for your kindness, but I want to build a better future for Sister Ning with my own hands. Tang Ning knew that Tang Badian didn't like people who disobeyed him, so he pulled Che Shu Yao's clothes and signaled him to agree. Unexpectedly, Tang Badian was not angry but praised it repeatedly. Ning Ning. This is a good idea. I like it. Go ahead, take him to your room to change clothes, and then we'll go down to eat. After the young couple left, Tang Badian looked at the imperial green jade again and again. My own son doesn't care about this grandson-in-law as much as he does. In the room, the servant handed Tang Ning a set of brand names. Su Yao's clothes and pants got dirty after fighting with the old man just now. You can't let people go out to eat with dirty clothes. As Su Yao took off his coat, a beautiful figure flashed in. Tang Ning hugged Su Yao's waist from behind, jumped up and kissed him hard on the face. Praise, Io, you are so awesome. Except for my grandmother, no one else in my family has received this treatment so far. Tang Ning hugged Su Yao's waist, and her plump breasts just happened to rest on Su Yao's chest. If it weren't for what the old man said just now, Su Yao would have wanted to push Tang Ning onto the bed. Chapter 46 Chapter 046 Li Changqing takes action, Su Fengzhuan's good days are over. Good boy, it looks like I won't have a chance to deal with you today. Let's do it another day. After saying this, Su Yao raised an eyebrow at Tang Ning. What do you mean by this sentence? So dirty. Su Yao pinched Tang Ning's cheek.
After taking the t-shirt from her hand, he pushed Tang Ning out the door.
Just for a moment, just to look. Su Yao rubbed Tang Ning's head and said lovingly, "When we get back, I'll be shirtless every night for you to see. That's okay, right?"
It wouldn't be good if your grandfather saw it.
Tang Ning pouted and walked out of the guest room reluctantly.
I complained in my heart, sooner or later, we will all be Su Yao's people, why do you have to set such rules?
I finally got it, what if Grandpa takes it away like this? Snort.
It was 10 minutes later when Su Yao came out of the guest room.
Night falls.
A ray of setting sun shines on the corner of the community.
Now.
Su Fengwan sat on the sofa with a look of grievance on her face.
Of course she was pretending.
Taking advantage of this incident, the mother and daughter also started live streaming to gain sympathy. Under the manipulation of public opinion, the number of people online for the two of them increased from a few in the morning to hundreds of thousands now. Originally, the mother and daughter just wanted to bring disgrace to Su Yao, but unexpectedly, the enthusiastic onlookers gave them gifts out of sympathy. In just a few hours, the mother and daughter earned almost 1 million. Lin Yuan couldn't help but get excited, because her entire face was wrapped in gauze, others couldn't see her face clearly at all. No matter how brightly this face smiles, the audience outside the screen cannot see it.
Yes, it's issued. It's just like printing money in the bank.
More than 1 million is enough for them to buy another house in Zhangcheng. Su Fengwan turned her head away from the camera and pretended to wipe away tears.
I actually don't know how happy I am laughing.
He snorted coldly, if you want to ask me for money, it depends on whether you have the ability or not.
Pooh. Shameless.
At this moment, the mother and daughter couldn't suppress their joy.
Lin Yuan sat next to Su Fengwan with a gloating look on her face. "Mom, I performed well, didn't I? Look, the current scolding can probably overturn Su Yao's family. It makes me feel good just thinking about it." Su Fengwan glared at Lin Yuan, who was laughing so hard that she was lying on the ground. "Don't laugh too much.
Watch out for that bandage of yours.
Let's just wait for Su Yao to be ruined. And then be spurned by everyone."
After saying this, the mother and daughter turned their backs to the camera and laughed so hard that they were shaking all over.
In the eyes of netizens, these two women are simply pitiful.
Even if he only had 200 yuan in his pocket, he would give 180 yuan to the mother and daughter for the sake of justice. Little did they know that the mother and daughter were cursing these loving netizens behind their backs, calling them idiots and being taken advantage of.
These netizens are so easy to fool.
Just cry and trick them into giving you money, and the money will flow into your pockets like water. If they continue like this every day, within a year, their family will become the richest in Jinghai. At that time, she can buy whatever she wants and do whatever she wants. The mother and daughter made a lot of money by taking advantage of the sympathy from all walks of life.
"Mom, it's really nice to make money while lying down.
Our small factory can't even make this much money in a year."
"Mom, you are my idol. You are so amazing. As the person involved, I even believed what you said was true. Let's go to the 4S store and buy a BMW tomorrow." BMW? BMW? How unsophisticated.
If we want to change, we'll change to a Porsche or a Bentley. If we have enough money, we'll change to a Ferrari like Su Yao did. Just as Su Fengwan and Lin Yuan were thinking about what car to pick up from the car dealership tomorrow.
Municipal government office.
There was knock on Li Changqing's door again. The driver rushed in with a stack of documents.
"Secretary Li.
According to the address provided by Miss Su, I have contacted the family of my savior.
And look at this."
The driver handed Su Fengwan's live broadcast video to Li Changqing. Li Changqing took the phone and saw Su Fengwan, who was live streaming enthusiastically, with a frown on her face. Based on his many years of experience in judging people, he could tell at first glance that this woman was pretending. Li Changqing is a grateful person. After returning home last night, he told his wife what happened in the afternoon. The daughter-in-law was also a sensible woman. She held Li Changqing's hand and asked Li Changqing to thank his savior. If it weren't for that young man, Li Changqing would probably be a corpse now. Li Changqing will definitely repay this favor. Go call the captain of the Jinghai Traffic Police Brigade and ask him to check for this Su Fengwan. The Jinghai police station has a detailed record of the entire video of Su Fengwan smashing Su Yao's car hood.
And there is Lin Yuan.
Because for swearing he only got a few slaps in the face, it was not as bad as Su Fengwan said. Whether it is the traffic police record or the video record in the 4S shop. All of them pointed to Su Fengwan as a fraud.
So many years. Li Changqing has met all kinds of people.
This was the first time he had seen such a shameless woman who turned the tables on others.
After understanding the whole process,
Li Changqing's brows were furrowed into a shape of a cross.
He slammed the document in his hand on the table with a bang. The rage is unstoppable.
At this time, the driver frowned, opened another account, and handed Su Zhao's previous article to Li Changqing to read. Nonsense, this little girl is just being ridiculous.
Didn't you tell her not to post this? You followed me and made trouble.
Call that girl and tell her to delete the article immediately.
Fabricating false facts will land you in jail. After that girl deletes the article, you can ask the traffic police brigade to issue a notice. In the name of the city government.
Okay, Secretary Li.
I'll call Miss Su now.
The driver turned and walked out of the office, but turned back after a few steps.
He said to Li Changqing, "What if Miss Su doesn't delete the article?"
Li Changqing stood up from his chair in a flash. Send her the video of the traffic police brigade.
The driver slapped his head, wondering how could he have forgotten about this. Nodding repeatedly. I'll do it right away.
The internet has reached a state of frenzy at this moment. All major forums, Tieba, Douban, Hohu and other well-known platforms are filled with articles criticizing Su Yao. In order to gain traffic, these bloggers exaggerated Su Fengjuan's words and cursed Su Yao as worthless. This is exactly the effect the Lin family wants.
It would be best if Su Yao could be sprayed to death directly.
At this moment, Su Yao was completely furious.
To be exact, I got angry because of being scolded. Not only did he play with someone else's daughter, he also tried to snoop on their property. Not only that, they came to argue and beat the whole family so badly. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as this one. Everyone, tell me, is this still human? She is simply a bitch, a beast, a scum. One person's saliva could drown Su Yao.
I really hope the authorities will take action to punish scumbags like Su Yao.
Chapter 47 Chapter 047 IO, how about we do something inappropriate for children together? Su Fengwan took advantage of the common people's sympathy and magnified the matter infinitely.
Not only did he want to default on the 2.1 million yuan he owed Su Yao, and he wants to turn the tables. As for those enthusiastic netizens who don't know the whole story, seeing that Su Yao hasn't come out to explain yet, they are more certain that Su Yao has something up his mind and doesn't dare to speak out. The scolding became more and more excessive.
Hotel. At the dinner table, Tang Badian couldn't help but watch Su Fengjuan's live broadcast. How can one tolerate the insults and curses inside?
He slapped the table with his palm, shocking everyone present.
This is too much. Do you really think our Tang family is easy to bully?
Wang Zhong, gather the lawyers of the Tang group. I want to sue them until they have nothing left to wear. And they will have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Wang Zhong was about to stand up when Su Yao persuaded him to stop.
Grandpa Tang, why don't we wait a little longer? It's not satisfying to just put people like them in jail. People who distort the facts should bear all legal responsibilities.
After this incident, it's unlikely that the mother and daughter will be able to hold their heads high in Jinghai.
Grandpa Tang, let's eat first. If I, Su Yao, can't handle this kind of trivial matter, how can I survive in Jinghai in the future and how can I support this family?
Seeing that Su Yao was so confident, Tang Badian finally compromised.
Okay, I won't do anything about this for now. Yeah. Su Yao nodded.
Eat, it's a shame to let such delicious food get cold. Tang Xiao also chimed in, that's right, it would be a waste if we don't eat such delicious food. I don't know why, but whenever Tang Badian heard Tang Xiao's voice, he felt like there was a fire in his chest. If Tang Xiao worked harder, Tang Badian wouldn't dislike him so much.
He let out a long sigh. If his eldest son was there, he wouldn't be so angry.
Seeing the sadness on Tang Beishan's face, Tang Ning guessed that Tang Badian was thinking about his father, and quickly kicked Tang Xiao. Uncle, you are the one who caused this trouble, hurry up and comfort him. Back then, Tang Ning's father was too tired from work and drove to pick up his wife after a performance in the middle of the night.
He had a car accident on the way there.
This was a lifelong knot in Tang Beishan's heart. Tang Badian felt really sad that such an outstanding son was gone just like that. At that time, Tang Ning and Tang Xiao were only 12 years old. Tang Ning's mother blamed herself for this, thinking that if her husband had not come to pick her up and she had gone home directly, perhaps this would not have happened.
Not long after, she developed depression and went abroad for treatment. Until now.
Over the past 10 years, Tang Ning would send money and write letters to him every month.
She just didn't want to answer Tang Ning's video.
Even though the family never blamed her from beginning to end.
But Tang Ning's mother just couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Dad, I've made up my mind.
I'm going to work at the company tomorrow and help Ning Ning so that she won't be alone in the company.
Don't worry, I'm here to help the Tang family regain its glory.
Tang batted inside and said to Tang Xiao in a serious tone, without you being so extravagant, maybe our Tang family still has hope. With you, I think our Tang family's hope is slim.
After I die, it will be good if you can take care of yourself.
In Tang Baishan's opinion, it was also his own fault. Ever since Tang Ning's father passed away, he has placed all his love on these two children.
Tang Zhao's current status as a playboy has something to do with him. He picked up a sour bean with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, muttering,
"You deserve this for what you have done to yourself." Several people were eating at the table, and the conversation turned to the development rights of Huanhua Creek and the western suburbs land. "Grandpa Tang, don't worry about the development rights of Huanhua Creek. As long as the Tang Group needs it, the contract can be signed at any time." Hearing this, Tang Baishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Huanhua Creek is a popular place, backed by Jinghai Group. The copyright is not that easy to get.
It's good to have confidence, but bragging will make people disgusted. Obviously, Tang Badian didn't believe what Su Yao said.
After all, the Tang family has been holding this piece of land since the beginning of the year. During this period, many people have negotiated with the Jinghai Group, but no one has been able to succeed.
How can I say it so simply in front of this kid? Grandpa Tang, I won't hide it from you.
The land in Huanhua Creek is mine. Plus, we're a family now, so it doesn't matter who develops it.
After listening to Su Yao's words, Tang Badian suddenly understood. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Could it be that this guy was trying every means to avoid selling it in order to seduce his granddaughter? Tang Baishan's heart. But it must be said that Su Yao has a good business sense. Even if the contract was signed, he would not lose anything and would get a girlfriend for free. This is the first time I have met such a scheming guy among all the young people I have met. I have to say that this kid is a talented person. Many young people of his age are still hiding at home and relying on their parents. There is no harm without comparison.
If it were Tang Xiao, he would have sold himself out long ago.
For a while, Tang Badian was actually becoming more and more satisfied with this scheming grandson-in-law.
By the way, in addition to this piece of land, there is also the piece of land in the western suburbs. Rumor has it that there will be a development project there in 3 months. If we can get this piece of land, we can make more than 1 billion by reselling it. I have to say that Tang Badian is really well informed.
They deserve to make a lot of money.
He sighed and continued, "This new municipal party committee secretary is so stubborn and difficult to deal with."
Municipal party committee secretary? Isn't that Li Chongqing?
There were 2 main reasons why Su Yao saved Li Chongqing. The first is that Li Chongqing is indeed a good official who serves the people.
The second is also for the development rights of the land in the western suburbs.
Since Tang Badian wants it, he will do them a favor and treat it as a betrothal gift to the Tang family.
Grandpa Tang, I think I should be able to get the development rights for that piece of land. Then consider it as a betrothal gift. Hearing this, Tang Badian laughed.
He doesn't know how difficult Li Chongqing is. A few years ago, Tang Badian's competitor gave gifts to Li Chongqing in order to get a project, but he not only refused to accept the gifts but also sent the competitor directly to the police station. From then on, Li Chongqing became famous in Jinghai for his stubbornness.
I have confidence, Su Yao added. Tang Badian just smiled and thought Su Yao was just telling a joke. Night.
Su Yao stayed at Tang's house to sleep.
The old man had said that Tang Ning was not allowed to hang out with Su Yao. So Su Yao went to the guest room. In the middle of the night,
a slender figure sneaked into the guest room with her eyes focused on her waist.
Before Su Yao could react, Tang Ning lifted the quilt and crawled directly into Su Yao's bed. "Io, I can't sleep. Can we do something inappropriate for children together?" This series of actions made Su Yao laugh and cry, "Sister Ning, you are not sleeping in the middle of the night and ran into my room. Aren't you afraid that Grandpa Tang will know?" Tang Ning didn't care about that.
She had finally gotten Su Yao, and she felt uneasy because he was not tied up tightly.
"Don't worry, at worst, I'll just get up early tomorrow morning." Chapter 48 Chapter 048 IO. I want to stick with you. Sister Ning, this is not good.
Tang Ning grabbed Su Yao's wrist and pushed it towards her head. Before Su Yao could react, she pressed herself against him.
I want to stick to you. Tang Ning directly used human cannonballs. Which man can stand this move?
Su Yao poked his cheek with his tongue, and with a force, the two exchanged positions.
He teased Tang Ning, Sister Ning, that position wasn't very good just now. Personally, I still like to be on top. What do you think?
Dim light shines into the guest room through the window.
The yellow light shone directly onto Tang Ning's face. Su Yao's gaze fell directly on Tang Ning's lustful and pure face. He leaned over and blew a breath of hot air gently into Tang Ning's ear. Then a wet kiss landed directly on Tang Ning's face. Just when Tang Ning thought the two were about to proceed,
suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
My eldest nephew? My eldest nephew? Did you sleep? I have something to ask you. If you don't answer, I'll assume you're awake.
Hey, the door is not closed, then I will just come in. When the couple was at a critical moment, Shen Yao Jin appeared.
Anyone would be happy. You can come in. Don't turn on the light.
Tang Xiao was puzzled.
Grown man, you're not allowed to turn on the lights at night. Are you still shy? Is Su Yao shy?
It's just that Tang Xiao came at the wrong time.
Does this guy wash his feet on the 30th night? Is he always so punctual? Uncle, wait for me outside. Let me get dressed.
Su Yao's voice was heard from the room. But this sounds a bit strange.
Nephew, what are you doing? Why do I feel like you're breathing so hard?
We kissed each other under the quilt for a long time.
Do you think you can catch your breath?
Hearing Tang Xiao's voice, Tang Ning protected his chest with both hands and dared not move. Not only is her uncle a bad person, but he is also sometimes rude. If her grandfather knew that she sneaked into Su Yao's room in the middle of the night, he would probably scold her to death. Tang Ning squeezed Su Yao's arm and put her finger to her lips in a hushing motion.
Get my uncle out of here.
I'll find a chance to sneak out later.
No, if you go out, you'll be more likely to be discovered. It's really risky to have an affair in your own home. Who is Tang Xiao?
The number of women he has slept with could fill a train car.
How could I not understand what Su Yao and the others were doing? I thought, what a brat.
He ran to Su Yao's room late at night instead of sleeping in his room.
Since you schemed against me during the day, I'm going to ruin your good fortune. To be honest, Tang Xiao knocked on the door on purpose.
Just now he was smoking at the stairs and saw a man hunched over as he flashed past in the corridor. He, Tang Ning, and Su Yao were the only ones living on the second floor. His father lives on the first floor because of his mobility problems.
So you can guess who this person is with your toes.
This guy didn't even come knocking at the door right from the start. He calculated the time perfectly, and came to disrupt the fight just when the two were fighting fiercely and unable to extricate themselves.
Hey! This is what it feels like. Who asked this girl to trick me today? Tang Xiao grinned evilly and glanced at the bed. Okay.
I'll wait for you at the door.
After a cigarette. Su Yao put on his clothes and opened the door. Now. Outside the door.
Tang Xiao was leaning against the door of the guest room, wearing a pair of white flip-flops and a set of light blue pajamas. From time to time, he would glance towards Su Yao's room.
Don't turn it off, I know everything. Did that girl Tang Ning sneak into your room?
Don't worry, you know that my dad and I don't get along, so even if something happened between you two tonight, I wouldn't tell.
Su Yao was puzzled. Since my uncle knew that Sister Ning was in his room, why did he come to disturb them? Tang Xiao smiled and said, I couldn't sleep, so I came here to disturb you on purpose.
Hearing this, Su Yao felt particularly speechless. This guy looks to be at least 25-26 years old, and his IQ is just like an idiot.
It seems too boring.
When he gets to work, ask Tang Ning to assign him more work, preferably keeping him busy all day long, to see if he still has the leisure time to sit around here.
Want a smoke?
Without waiting for Su Yao to react, Tang Xiao took out a cigarette from the cigarette box he was carrying and handed it to Su Yao.
No poison. It won't affect your work even if you smoke it. Who knows, it might get worse later. Tang Xiao took a deep puff of his cigarette.
He hunched his back with his hands on the railing on the second floor, looking nonchalant. Looking at Su Yao seriously, she said, I only have this one niece.
I can see that Ning Ning likes you very much. But I have to say something ugly first. From now on, if you dare to do anything to let her down, your uncle, will never let you go. You must remember what I said tonight. Suyao smiled and said, "Are you threatening me with this, uncle?" "I don't dare to threaten you, I just want to remind you. I am a man too, I know men's stuff. It's just that my uncle can't control his lower body, not me. Besides, I'm not the kind of animal who only thinks with the lower half of my body. It's getting late, go to bed early." After saying this, Suyao cut off the cigarette butt in his hand and threw it into the ashtray on the second floor. Then he locked the door. Tang Xiao was left standing alone outside the door. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Is Suyao calling him an animal with a lower body? After returning to the room, Suyao lay back on the bed. As soon as she got on the bed, Tang Ning poked her head out. "What did you say to my uncle when you went out just now?" Suyao rubbed Tang Ning's head lovingly. "We didn't say anything, we were just chatting casually." At this moment, Tang Ning suddenly thought of something. "By the way, what are you going to do about Su Fengwan?" "This is none of your business. Don't worry, everything will be over when you wake up tomorrow morning. Believe me. Go to sleep. I have to report to your company tomorrow morning." Tang Ning said coquettishly, "If you want me to sleep, then you have to kiss me." Suyao nodded and smiled slightly. I thought to myself, what a troublesome little goblin. He gave Tang Ning a heavy kiss on the forehead. Tang Ning placed her hand on Suyao's chest, and Suyao gently hugged Tang Ning's waist. The two hugged each other and fell asleep soon. Early the next morning, Tang Ning got up. She had no intention of waking Suyao up. Before leaving, she gently pecked Suyao on the mouth. Then he crouched quietly and tiptoed to run to his room. Just as Tang Ning quietly closed the door, a familiar cough sounded behind me. Tang Ning turned around awkwardly and happened to see Tang Badian walking out from the corner of the second floor. An idea suddenly occurred to me. He raised his hand and knocked on Suyao's door a few times. Tang Badian stared at Tang Ning and scolded, "Why are you knocking on Suyao's door so early in the morning? If you don't sleep, others will follow you and not sleep? Go back to your room immediately." Conspicuous bag. Tang Ning turned around and patted her chest, thinking to herself that it was a good thing that she was quick-witted, otherwise she would have let herself slip. Chapter 49 Chapter 049 I Know You. Tang Ning was stunned for a moment, then secretly delighted. He said, "Grandpa, I was wrong. I will go back now." He was smiling happily with his back to Tang Badian. It was a close call. Grandpa almost found me. Had a crazy 2 days. After breakfast, everyone returned to business. Tang Ning had no choice but to go to the company and face the group of old guys. As for Tang Xiao, he was forced to do something he was not prepared for. Although he followed her reluctantly to Tang Group. "At least I have a place to live in the future." Who asked the old man to freeze all his cards? There is no other way. I need to eat. I got into the driver's car reluctantly. Before leaving, Tang Badian was still a little worried about Suyao. Since the young man told him not to interfere, he should just wait and see what happens. If all else fails, he will take action again. With the strength of his Tang family in Jinghai, it will not be easy to turn the tide. In the car, Tang Ning and Suyao sat in the back row. Tang Xiao sat in the passenger seat. There were 2 nanny cars following behind. Needless to say, the people sitting inside were all bodyguards protecting Tang Ning, and of course, they would also protect Tang Xiao. Just by the way, the old man has said that if you are really too busy, just leave it alone and let him fend for himself. Tang Xiao. I am not a biological child. You treated me like a treasure before, but now you've grown up and treat me like grass. You can't play like this. 20 minutes later, the driver parked the car in the parking lot of the Tang Group building. As soon as he walked downstairs, Suyao heard the system prompt sound again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host Tang Group for signing in successfully. The host is rewarded with the automatic shielding function. Note, the automatic shielding function can shield the other party's information, and can also shield one's own information. Unless the host wants to, others cannot spy on it. Suyao smacked his lips. This system was giving him more and more surprises. It's so heartwarming. I wonder what kind of reward will be given after this. Cannons, tanks, or shopping malls? Su Yao doesn't dare to imagine it yet. Miss, we're here. The parking lot downstairs of the company. The driver quickly got out of the car and helped Tang Ning open the door. The bodyguards in the car behind also dispersed on their own. Tang Ning pulled at her sleeves and said, "Io, we're here. Are you sure you don't want to consider my grandfather's proposal?" Tang Badian meant to let Su Yao come directly to the company as a manager, but Su Yao politely refused. He used to work in the company to support himself, but now he works just to protect his wife. The manager of a big company has a lot of trivial things to do, so he doesn't have the time to focus on his work. Patting Tang Xiao on the shoulder, he said confidently, "With my uncle here, it will be my turn." Tang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Don't flatter me. I'm good at eating, drinking, having fun, and picking up girls, but I'm really bad at doing things. Don't put too much hope on me." Several people got off the bus. Head straight to the building. As soon as he reached the door, a handsome security guard straightened his back and saluted Tang Ning. "Good morning, Mr. Tang." "Morning, Mr. Tang." "Good morning, Mr. Tang." Yesterday, Su Fengwan's video became known to everyone. It can be said that anyone with a mobile phone knows this. She didn't dare to say anything in front of Tang Ning. But behind the scenes, I don't know. Tang Ning seemed to realize this and stopped, turning around to glance. The sound is not loud, but very intimidating. If I find out who was gossiping about a Yao behind his back, he won't have to come to work tomorrow. Do you understand? All the employees walked away in silence with their heads down. You, call the HR manager over and help them get on board. I met a lot of beautiful girls along the way. As for the male colleague, Tang Xiao forgot about him after just one glance. Sure enough, the company is a paradise on earth. After completing the entry formalities, Su Yao went to the sales department. Of course, Tang Ning's words spread throughout the company that morning. Although these people looked at Su Yao strangely, no one gossiped about him behind his back. This saved Su Yao a lot of trouble. In the past, new people were brought in by assistants. This Su Yao was actually brought here by the personnel manager himself. Judging from the manager's attitude towards Su Yao, it goes without saying that he is a relative of Su Yao. Everyone agreed that Su Yao dumped his ex-girlfriend in order to get close to their president. With this analysis, Su Yao became even more of a scumbag. This is your position from now on. The president has told us to do things if we can, and forget about it if we can't. Don't force yourself. And you, get along well with your new colleagues in the future. These words were spoken with great emphasis. The manager of the Human Resources Department seemed to be speaking for Su Yao, but in fact he was creating hatred for Su Yao. After working in the workplace for 3 years, Su Yao has already gotten used to it. Pursed his lips. I thought it was up to me. However, the HR manager just left. A middle-aged man with only a few hairs left on his head, wearing a striped t-shirt, suit pants, and a bunch of keys hanging around his waist. From the outside, he looks like a typical greasy man. He came to Su Yao with a contract. This person is nominally Su Yao's boss, but in reality he is just a commander without any troops. After a subordinate finally came, he finally found an opportunity to show off and cleared his throat. "Boy, since you have come to my department, you should work hard with me in the future. Wait a minute, I'll take you to the city hall to see the world." The middle-aged man is named Ma Yukai, and he is the lone commander of the second sales department. This guy likes to flatter and show off, so many young people can't stand him. He has worked in sales department 2 for almost 2 years and no subordinate is willing to follow him. The department finally had a subordinate, and he couldn't help but take Su Yao out to show off. Especially the nun Miju next door. "By the way, young man, what's your name?" Su Yao pointed at his nose and asked curiously, "Me? You don't even know me?" "I know you. Take the contract. Come on, Lao Ma will take you to the city government to eat and drink for free." Su Yao opened the contract, and the words Western Suburb Development appeared in front of him in large letters in the first chapter. This is a hot potato. He licked his lips and handed the contract to Ma Yukai. "Manager Ma, right? I don't think it's easy to sign this contract." Ma Yukai suddenly stopped. He turned around and leaned forward to stare at Su Yao, who was sitting on the chair. Hanging on for a second sentence, young people nowadays can't bear any hardship at all. "Isn't it just a contract? I'll take you to see it later. I'm not bragging, but the city government staff all call me brother when they see me."
Especially the municipal party secretary, we are very familiar with each other.
This is so awesome. If it were someone else, Su Yao might believe it.
Speaking of Li Changqing, he would not buy into any of the wealthy families, let alone a small company manager. As a man, he knows what size noodles are.
Su Yao was not the kind of person who liked to talk about other people's shortcomings.
He shrugged and said, "Okay, then I'll go to the city government with Director Ma to make some friends."
13th floor.
As soon as Tang Xiao entered the office, a beautiful girl with a hot body came up to him. The girl greeted Tang Xiao enthusiastically. "Hello, Manager Tang. I am your personal assistant. My name is Shuer."
Tang Xiao looked the girl named Shuer over and asked, "How close can you be?" Chapter 50 Chapter 050 How big are your breasts?
This question stumped Lin Shuer.
Lin Shuer used to be Tang Ning's assistant and was quite familiar with the company's affairs.
Tang Ning arranged her to Tang Xiao because she wanted Tang Xiao to get started quickly. Of course, it's the hands that are involved in work. I originally thought that the young master of Tang Group was such a remarkable person. I didn't expect it to be such a conspicuous bag. Lin Shuer forced a smile on her face.
Just serving tea and water, delivering documents, and so on.
How big are your breasts?
Lin Shuer's eyes almost popped out.
I could hardly believe my ears.
I've seen porn, but I've never seen it so direct. This gave Lin Shuer a very bad first impression of Tang Xiao. In Tang Baishan's words, if you don't want to be led by the nose, you have to take the enemy by surprise.
I have to say, Tang Xiao has really learned my way of doing business. He immediately changed his playful expression and became serious.
Go and sort out all the recent investment project reports of the company. Send every copy to my office. Lin Shuer nodded.
By the way, make me another cup of coffee.
No sugar. Shuer wondered, how can I drink it without sugar? Tang Xiao, can't I smell it? Okay, Mr. Tang.
After Lin Shuer left, she complained a few words, saying that this guy was really weird.
Tang Group's main business is real estate project investment. Plus clothing trade exports, tourism, and so on. Anyway, the structure is a bit complicated.
Most of the senior management positions in these projects are occupied by the descendants of those old-fashioned people.
If Tang Badian hadn't been watching behind the scenes, these people would have wanted to remove Tang Ning from the position of CEO. Not only was he eager to do so, he was already trying to find a way to get Tang Ning out of office. They believe that a woman is not qualified to be the president of a company.
Although Tang Xiao is a playboy and has a foul mouth, he is not promiscuous and never forces women of good character into prostitution. Every time I dated a girlfriend, we broke up and left with a smile.
No one ever cried. Although Tang Xiao's girlfriend talked a lot, he always had a good reputation. This is the difference between a scumbag and a talented and romantic man. According to Tang Xiao,
the company's investment projects appear to be profitable, but in fact many of them are bottomless pits. Just take this opportunity to smoke out these bunch of termites. All unprofitable projects will be cut off directly. Lin Shuer is very efficient. Although she is only 25-26 years old, she has more than 5 years of work experience.
She joined Tang Group right after graduation and has been there ever since.
This woman is not only beautiful, but also smart.
If you don't have some skills, you really can't be the president's assistant.
Lin Shuer was not only able to deal with those old antiques, but she was also able to trick them into running around and help Tang Ning buy time.
This showed how capable this woman was. Knock knock. Lin Shuer knocked on the office door.
She held a document in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other.
To be honest, coffee without sugar can be really bitter.
Just because Tang Xiao ordered coffee without sugar doesn't mean he doesn't want sugar. So Lin Shuer took the plate and added 2 pieces and placed them aside. "Mr. Tang, here are the information you requested, and this is the unsweetened coffee you requested.
This is a separate candy for you." In the boss chair, Tang Xiao clasped his hands together and placed them on the desk. A pair of eyes looked Lin Shuer up and down.
She is 170 centimeters tall, has long legs, an ant waist, and her breasts are at least a D-cup.
There is nothing to say about her figure.
The face belongs to the pure series. It just happened to suit Tang Xiao's taste. Tang Xiao stared at Lin Shuer for a long time and came up with an idea.
"Mr. Tang, I have already placed the information on your desk. I will go get some of it now." "Not for long." Tang Xiao didn't say anything, just pointed to the chair opposite.
"No hurry, sit down first." Lin Shuer lowered her long skirt and sat opposite Tang Xiao. To be honest, looking at it from such a close distance, this woman named Lin Shuer is really pretty.
There is something different about a woman who knows how to make money.
In terms of affinity, no other girl can compare to her.
Tang Xiao nodded and began to look at Lin Shuer. How many years have you been in the company?
To reply Mr. Tang, it has been 5.5 years.
I heard from your president that you rarely take a vacation these years. Don't you need to spend time with your boyfriend?
Lin Shuer blushed and shook her head. I'm busy with work, I don't have time to fall in love, and I haven't met anyone who's right for me.
Tang Xiao nodded. It doesn't matter. As long as you follow me, there will be time for you to fall in love in the future.
Lin Shuer. It took me a long time to understand what Tang Xiao meant by that.
This is such a double standard. Okay, then go out and work.
I'll call you if anything happens. Lin Shuer was confused by Tang Xiao's question and walked out of the office with her head tilted. She thought that as soon as those old guys on the board of directors opened their mouths, she knew what they were going to do.
How come the new manager couldn't see this?
Tang Xiao didn't play by the rules, and Lin Shuer couldn't figure it out even if she racked her brains. Looking at Lin Shuer wearing high heels and trying to walk out of the office with her but twisted, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I shrugged my shoulders and thought, it seems that working in a company is pretty good.
It's not as boring as the legend says. Lunchtime. Lin Shuer knocked on Tang Xiao's office door. Mr. Tang, the president wants you to have dinner together. Tang Xiao put down the documents.
He never dreamed that the time he was spending reading documents would pass so quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time for dinner.
Okay, I got it. Tang Xiao picked out all the information about the loss-making projects.
The interests of many shareholders are involved here, so he cannot make a decision arbitrarily. It would be better for him to ask his eldest niece for her opinion.
Then Mr. Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave work first. Tang Xiao nodded and said, okay, go eat first.
Okay. Lin Shuer smiled sweetly, turned around and left with her sweet hips twisted.
Tang Xiao touched his chin with an unsatisfied look, looking at the figure of the beauty. The following thoughts are a bit dirty, so I just omit them. Forget it, take your time. I'm going to have dinner with my eldest nephew and niece. Only when you are full can you have the energy to do your work.
In the morning, Su Yao followed Ma Yukai to the gate of the municipal government to stake out. When Tang Ning called, he and Ma Yukai were sitting in the Volkswagen in a daze.
Didn't you say you would come and see the world? I was turned away before I even entered the door. The sun is strong at noon and sitting in the car all the time is not a good idea.
Su Yao endured it for a long time and finally couldn't help it. Manager Ma, how long are we going to stay in this car?
I think it's time for dinner. Why don't we eat first?
It's a bit uncomfortable to stay here with an empty stomach.
Su Yao did not directly expose Ma Yukai.
To be honest, it's not easy for men, especially when they are old and still a middle-level manager in a company. Most of these people don't have any real abilities, and only companies with a bit of conscience give them a nominal management position out of consideration for their friendship.
Okay, let's go find something to eat nearby first, and then come back to continue squatting after dinner. I don't believe that he can still fly. Chapter 51 Chapter 051 You all should apologize to Su Yao.
I happened to take advantage of the dinner time to sort out Su Fengzhuan's family's affairs. Ma Yukai found a decent snack bar near the city government and ordered 2 dishes. After the two of them sat down, Su Yao took out his cell phone.
10 million renminbi has arrived in Alipay.
Today is the day when the rent for Wanawaxi Commercial Street is paid, and Zhou Wenbin directly transferred all the rent into Su Yao's account.
Ma Yukai smiled after listening to this. Young people nowadays are really good at showing off. You should learn from me.
Su Yao smiled without saying anything. He took out his cell phone and looked at the screen where Su Fengwan and her daughter were looking very sleepy. The live broadcast must have made a lot of money on this day. But it is hard to say whether the money earned can be credited to the account. If this energy is used in the right way, people may admire it, but if it is used in the wrong way, people will only despise it.
Doing anything too much always has a price. In the video, Lin Yuan still looked very excited. In one night, they just sat there and earned more than 3 million yuan by playing the victim. This is such a cool way to make money.
While the two were still gloating over their misfortune, the traffic police brigade and the municipal government each issued an announcement on their authoritative official websites.
Prove Su Yao's innocence.
When Foxy saw that the official website had posted the video, she also followed suit and placed the text in video she had prepared under the work. With 1.5 million fans commenting on it, it became a huge hit in just a few minutes. The turn of events caught people off guard. Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan were still immersed in the pleasure that money brought them, and had no idea that the direction of the matter had changed. The mother and daughter are also planning to buy a Bentley or Ferrari after a few days of broadcasting. Just when the mother and daughter were thinking about sleeping until they wake up naturally and counting money until their hands cramped, the police car from the police station had already arrived. In half an hour, mother and daughter will probably be invited to operate the sewing machines.
You will reap what you sow.
All these consequences are caused by themselves.
Don't blame others.
Oh my God, how can there be such a shameless person?
Yes.
Not only did they confuse right and wrong, but they also framed others.
How shameless.
Yes. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen anyone so shameless.
That's right. I still sympathize with them, mother and daughter. Can anyone be a host now? Anything can be done to gain sympathy. Many netizens are confused.
You guys should hurry up and watch the video on the hot search. It shows the truth of the matter.
We have been deceived by this vicious mother and daughter. Cheat our money and cheat our sympathy. It's just so shameless. Yes, ask them to return the money. You must return the money.
In less than 10 minutes, all the comments in Su Fengjuan's live broadcast room changed. Apart from verbally abusing the mother and daughter, they also demanded a refund. When Lin Yuanyuan came to her senses, she found that there were no gifts floating on the screen and realized that something was wrong. He quickly pulled Su Fengwan, who was dozing off with her back to the screen.
He whispered, "Mom? No one is giving gifts on our screen. If you haven't brushed it, then don't brush it. Maybe people are eating it this time."
Su Fengwan said casually without taking it seriously at all. "I'll take a nap first, otherwise I won't have the energy to cry later."
"If you don't work harder, you won't be able to afford a Bentley." "Mom!"
Lin Yuanyuan was anxious and went straight to shaking Su Fengjuan's arm. "Mom, the comments are all cursing us."
"Really, that's a terrible curse."
"They also asked us to return the money."
Hearing the word money, Su Fengwan immediately perked up. "What did you say? Ask us to pay back the money? It's just a fucking daydream. It's in my pocket and you want me to spit it out. No way. Fraud. Swindler. Scam us of our money."
In the comments, some people started to lead the trend and curse their ancestors.
"Anyway, just say whatever ugly words you want."
Lin Yuanyuan couldn't stand the scolding anymore and discussed with Su Fengwan whether to close the live broadcast room, but Su Fengwan strongly opposed it.
"Closing the live broadcast room at this time shows that we are guilty. I will definitely not close it. I will fight them to the end."
In the barrage, there was nothing but curses.
Su Fengwan couldn't stand the scolding anymore, so she just started arguing with netizens. "Did I ask you to give me gifts? Did I hold a knife to your neck and give you the presents? You've been given one, yet you're still asking for it back. Where's your dignity? You can't afford to pretend to be a big shot, bah, shameless."
The popularity of the live broadcast room once again rose with the war of words.
The quarrel between Su Fengwan and the audience became a major attraction. The traffic volume increased from hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million in an instant.
Some people just wanted to watch the fun, and the more Su Fengwan cursed, the more fiercely she cursed. The more Huazi rockets they swipe, the more Huazi rockets they get. The more heated the cursing in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan seemed to have opened up a new world. It turns out that they can earn more by swearing at each other than by crying poor.
All I can say is, God.
What kind of world is this now?
You can make money even by quarreling. In just over 10 minutes, 500,000 sound waves were credited to the account.
This huge sum of money simply surprised Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan. Just when the mother and daughter felt that they were about to become rich,
a knock on the door interrupted the live broadcast. The moment she opened the door, Lin Yuanyuan was stunned. He kept shouting, "Mom? Mom? Police!" Su Fengwan was busy cursing and making money, so she didn't have the time to pay attention to Lin Yuanyuan and said impatiently, ghost howling, "Can't you see I'm making money? No time. Mom!"
Lin Yuanyuan was stunned when she saw the 5-6 policemen standing at the door and couldn't help shouting several times.
Finally, Su Fengwan got so angry that she started scolding Lin Yuanyuan, who was at the door. Call the soul. Didn't you see your mother is busy helping you make money? We'll talk tomorrow if you have anything to say.
Hearing this, the police outside the door were speechless.
He bypassed Lin Yuanyuan and went straight into the living room. Su Fengwan, right? I am the captain of the 2nd Squadron of Jinghai City.
You are suspected of fraud, damaging other people's property, and making rumors on the internet to attack others.
Please follow us to the 2nd Squadron to cooperate with the investigation. Su Fengwan turned around and saw several uniformed policemen standing in the living room with confused looks on their faces.
He rolled his eyes, sat down on the ground and howled, "Comrade police, I am a good citizen.
I did nothing.
Besides, you are trespassing.
I will sue you."
The leader, the man with a crew cut, said nothing.
He pulled out the arrest warrant from his chest bag. It is clearly written in black and white. The entire process of Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan being arrested was presented to everyone via live broadcast.
Spreading rumors, distorting facts, and causing adverse effects on society will eventually come at a price.
Please come with us to the police station for tea.
After the police did all this, all the people who were deceived by Su Fengwan and her daughter felt satisfied even through the screen.
Then on the screen, a more outgoing policeman leaned half of his body out and said to the more than 1 million viewers, "Today's live broadcast ends here. I advise everyone to hold on to their pockets and not be misled by performance phenomena.
I would like to use this platform to remind everyone that Su Yao was an innocent victim throughout this whole process.
Don't stir up trouble before you get the facts straight. Be careful or the internet police will invite you to have tea. Besides, all of you should apologize to Su Yao." Chapter 52 Chapter 052 It doesn't matter what you apply, what matters is the stimulation.
Lin Yi went out for some fresh air, and when she came back to move her things, she found that Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan were gone.
Call your mother's cell phone. The caller shows no one is answering. Still no one answered Lin Yuanyuan's call. Because of Su Yao's matter, she and Su Fengwan had a big fight. I came back at this time just to get something.
She can no longer stay in this house and plans to move directly to the company. Lin Yi didn't know yet that her mother and sister had been taken away by the police station. He packed his clothes, left a sticky note on the table in the dining room, and dragged his suitcase out of the Lin family's house. What happened in the past few days made Lin Yi physically and mentally exhausted. All the mother did was blame. She is like a sinner now. After a breakup, I feel depressed and miserable. Not only do I get no comfort, but I am also scolded for being useless.
It's their family's fault.
Lin Yi sniffed, looked at this home without a trace of warmth, gritted her teeth, dragged her suitcase and left without looking back.
That's the reality.
If she had promised Su Yao at the beginning, she wouldn't be in this terrible situation now. Lin Yi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, dragged her luggage and resolutely left this home.
Because Lin Yi really couldn't stand what the mother and daughter did.
She wanted to stop it before the live broadcast, but was met with the cold stares from Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan. In their words, Lin Yi's heart was too soft, so she was abandoned by Su Yao. They also said that Su Yao never cared about Lin Yi's feelings. If you back down now, you'll never get a penny out of his pocket again. Lin Yi has been submissive since she was young. She could never win an argument with Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan and was a complete coward in front of them. She was afraid that she could no longer stay in this home. After Su Fengwan and Lin Yuanyuan were taken away by the police, many people who had donated money to their family ran to the police station and besieged them. Eggs, vegetable leaves, mineral water bottles, whatever you have on hand is thrown away. If it weren't for the police protecting them, there is no telling how badly this mother and daughter would have been beaten. As for the money in their accounts, the police station has asked the Do company to return along the original route. In other words, the mother and daughter were busy for 2 days, but all their work was in vain. Now not only did he not get the money, but he also got himself into trouble. As the old saying goes, you lose both the lady and the army. The loss outweighs the gain. With this series of charges, it will probably take at least 1.5 years to get him out. As for the properties under Su Fengwan's name, they will all be auctioned off. All the money obtained from the auction will be compensated to Su Yao. Su Fengwan never dreamed that after all her planning, she would end up losing all her belongings. Not only that, but people were also killed. There is a Chinese saying that goes, "It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come." Those who do evil will sooner or later be punished by law.
There's nothing I can do, it's retribution. This side. Not long after Su Fengwan was arrested, news came from Tang Xin.
Mr. Su, the matter has been successfully resolved.
Thanks. Tang Xin sent Su Yao a naughty expression on WeChat. You're welcome. Actually, I should be the one to thank because of this video.
In just one morning, I gained 5 million followers.
To be honest, I am really grateful to Mr. Su. Boss Su, when are you free? Please come and have dinner with me. No matter what, please don't refuse. How about we make an appointment for tomorrow?
I'll book the hotel and send it to you then.
Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. 88, see you tomorrow. Tang Xin didn't give Su Yao any chance to refuse. Is this the legendary forcing someone to do something? Su Yao held the phone and smiled. Su Fengwan, a beggar, was committing fraud and trying to extort money. It was really hilarious. People are greedy and will eventually kill themselves. All I can say is, you deserve to die. This side.
While Ma Yukai was eating, his eyes kept moving in front of the city government like a thief. Suddenly, a familiar figure walked out of the city hall building.
This middle-aged man is none other than him.
It was the municipal party secretary Li Changqing.
Ma Yukai wolfed down the rice and patted Su Yao, who was eating. Boy, the target has appeared. Let's go and stop the car.
But Director Ma, I haven't finished my meal yet.
Ma Yukai, what do you want to eat? Once this order is closed, you can eat crayfish every day. Walk.
After saying that, he dragged Su Yao and chased after him.
How can two legs outrun a four-wheel drive vehicle? This is simply a joke.
It was a hot day, and Ma Yukai was running in front with a beer belly, and Su Yao had to follow behind. It was not until the car drove away that Ma Yukai stopped, breathing heavily. The sweat on my forehead flowed down my cheeks. The few remaining hairs on his head were stuck to his scalp under the control of sweat.
It looked as miserable as it could be. Completely different from the boastful Ma Yukai before. Su Yao couldn't help but ask, Manager Ma, why are we running behind like this? It doesn't matter what you put on, what matters is the stimulation.
After saying this, Ma Yukai smiled helplessly. He hunched over, found a step and sat down on it.
The reason why I worked so hard just now was to make money.
There is no such thing as easy in the adult world. Ma Yukai was helpless and patted the stone bench beside him. You are still young and don't understand many things. When you reach my age, with parents and children to take care of, and a month's salary to pay off mortgage and car loan, there is little left. You may not have more hair than me.
If I don't work harder, how will I support my family? Ma Yukai smiled bitterly.
I hope you never understand this kind of trouble.
Su Yao sat silently beside Ma Yukai.
If it were in the past, perhaps Su Yao would have been like Ma Yukai, working hard for a house, a car, and money.
If Ma Yukai knew that he had billions of funds at such a young age, would he be strangled to death?
Su Yao was silent and sat next to Ma Yukai cooperatively.
He asked, Manager Ma, wait, what should we do? Ma Yukai slapped his thigh. Aren't you still not full? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Only after we're full will we have the energy to continue squatting here.
In sales, the main thing is to be shameless. I just don't believe that we can't catch Li Changqing even if we stay here for 10 days or half a year. Young man, remember, as long as we set our minds on something, there is nothing we can't accomplish.
Perhaps Su Yao was moved by Ma Yotsai's enthusiasm, or perhaps he was moved by Ma Yotsai's spirit. Asked, Manager Ma, do you really want to get this order? Ma Yukai nodded. He really wanted to win.
If he could really get this deal, he could pay off the mortgage on his house early and spend more on his children and wife in the future. Then you know that this contract in Shijiao is very difficult to sign.
Ma Yukai nodded.
Of course he knew that it was precisely because the company could not hire enough people that the commission was so high. For the sake of his wife and children, Ma Yukai pursued this order for half a year. It would be a pity to back down at this moment. He sighed and said, Brother, I, Ma Yukai, have no real skills. I just cling to others and flatter them.
I know many of my colleagues in the company look down on me, but this is the only way.
What is face? Without money, face is nothing, you know that.
Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Hot News, Inside Story of the Sales Department.
This is the truth that Ma Yukai figured out after living for most of his life.
Let's go. Weren't you hungry just now? We're done eating and I'll take you back. As a new employee who has just joined the company, you won't get any commission even if you get an order. So, there's no need for you to wait here with me. For young men like you who have never experienced any hardship, it is enough for you to experience this once. There are still many days to come. In sales, if you have good results, you are the boss. If you don't, you are nothing. Ma Yukai rested for a long time before he came to his senses. Then he took Su Yao back to the restaurant and ordered 2 more dishes. During the meal, Ma Yukai told Su Yao about the current situation of the sales department. The sales manager is Tang Quan, the son of Tang Ning's third-grade uncle. This person was extremely greedy. Soon after taking office, he directly reduced the sales department's commission by 5 percentage points. Don't underestimate these 5 points. If you encounter a slightly larger order, your commission will be reduced by tens of thousands. For rich people, these tens of thousands may not mean much. But for those working people who rely on performance to make a living, this is life-threatening money. The sales department of Tang Group has a total of 5 branches, with a total of nearly 200 employees. A few tens of thousands per person is still a small number, but when hundreds of people are added together, it would be nearly tens of millions. All this money blatantly went into Tang Quan's pocket. In the company, Tang Ning, the third uncle, dances the loudest. Last time, he even wanted to get Tang Ning out of office and let his son become the CEO. If such an ignorant person were to be appointed as the president, the Tang Group would probably be doomed to decline. Ma Yukai didn't know Su Yao's true identity, and he just talked to Su Yao freely. During the meal, he explained all the internal affairs and social conventions of the sales department to Su Yao. He also told Su Yao not to provoke Tang Quan, because this man was narrow-minded, and if you offended him, at best you would be in trouble, at worst you would be killed without knowing how. Although I don't know what your relationship is with the president, I have to remind you that Tang Quan and President Tang don't get along, so you have to be careful in the company. I'm worried that he will cause trouble for you. In fact, sometimes people have no choice in the company. You should be tactful when you need to be tactful. Don't be so stubborn, okay? Possible. Even Ma Yukai himself didn't know why he said so much to Su Yao. Back then, he was a handsome guy when he was young, but he became what he is now after the ravages of time. Bald head and big belly. Thinking of this, Ma Yukai smiled bitterly. Have you eaten yet, kid? I guess Secretary Lee doesn't eat that fast. I'll drive you back first. I'll come over by myself this afternoon. To be honest, Ma Yukai is not a bad person. Instead, he is quite enthusiastic. This was Su Yao's first impression of him. After they finished their meal, they returned to the car. Ma Yukai was just about to start the car. The system sent a reminder tone again. Ding! Congratulations on signing in successfully at the host city government. Please answer the following multiple choice questions. A. Follow the car back, show no concern, and receive a cash reward of 10 million. B. Sign the order independently and get a cash reward of 100 million. C. Get in touch with Li Changqing, help Ma Yukai sign the contract, improve your position in the Tang Group, and gain a loyal subordinate. D. Don't care about anything, be a hands-off manager, and get a top-notch beautiful secretary. Su Yao combined the above questions in his mind. His main purpose of working at Tang Corporation is to help Tang Ning consolidate his position. Among the options, C is the most suitable. Su Yao chose C without even thinking about it. Ma Yotsai's car had just started and had not yet left the city government. Su Yao's cell phone rang. It's a landline phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su? I finally found your phone number. I'm Secretary Lee's assistant. I'd like to ask if Mr. Su is free this afternoon. Our Secretary Lee would like to invite you for tea. Yes, I just happened to be at the city government doing some business. From the voice, Su Yao could tell that the other party was very excited. That's great. Where are you now? I'll go downstairs to pick you up. The assistant was very respectful to Su Yao. If it weren't for Su Yao, he would be lying on the bed now. He did not dare to neglect this lifesaver at all. I'm in the city hall parking lot. Okay, wait there for a moment, I'll be downstairs now. After Su Yao hung up the phone, he turned his head to look at Ma Yukai. Manager Ma, let's wait a moment. Secretary Lee's assistant will come to pick us up. Hearing this, Ma Yukai laughed. Boy, my company is the second best in bragging. No one dares to claim to be the best. You can learn anything, but you must not learn this. I understand that you want to help,
but I feel bad for letting you suffer along with me.
I originally brought you here today to try your luck. After all, you are my first subordinate.
If this deal is signed, you will have a firm foothold in Tang's company, and no one will dare to gossip about you behind your back.
And I can also get rid of the previous stigma.
But I didn't expect it to be such a big joke.
Ma Yukai expressed his true feelings. It didn't seem like he was acting.
As a commander without troops, I have shouldered too much responsibility over the years.
Sometimes I feel like I'm not a good person to anyone.
As he spoke, he smiled with grievance.
Adults collapse in an instant. Suyao clearly saw that Ma Yotsai's eyes were wet. This is completely different from the company's playful image. Turning around, he asked, "Boy, do you look down on me? Maybe when you have a child, you will feel my sadness. Let's go. The sun is shining brightly. I'll take you home at this time. You can even take a nap." Ma Yukai smiled awkwardly and started the car again.
This was the first time Suyao saw an adult man show that kind of expression in front of him. House, car, and children, these three invisible mountains have already made him feel suffocated.
Perhaps this is a portrayal of countless real families.
Because if we stop, the whole family will starve to death. Ma Yukai sighed deeply, started the car, and prepared to leave the city government.
Stopped by Suyao. "Give me a few minutes, since you've told me a lot about the sales department. I have a surprise for you. Of course, don't get too excited. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to take responsibility." Ma Yukai licked his lips and pursed his nose, forcing a smile. Surprise? What kind of surprises haven't I, old Ma, experienced? Now, apart from the land in the western suburbs, nothing can surprise me? But let's just think about it. If this business was so easy to get, would it be my turn? It would have been snatched away long ago. Let's go, let's stop daydreaming here. Chapter 54 Chapter 054 I have nothing else, I just want to be sincere. You have to have dreams, what if they come true? Give me some time, maybe I can solve this problem in the western suburbs. This project is extremely difficult. How can he, an intern, solve it? Of course, Ma Yukai didn't want to dampen Suyao's enthusiasm, so he said to Suyao, "Brother, you are right. If you have a dream, go for it. I'm waiting for you here. It doesn't matter if we can't solve it. At least we tried our best, right?" Ma Yukai made a gesture of encouragement to Suyao. "The worst that can happen is that you'll be rejected, and it won't mean you'll lose anything.
To be a salesperson, the key is to be thick-skinned and shameless, and to count money until your hands are tired.
Understand all of this thoroughly. Basically, you're on the right track."
Faced with Suyao's insights, Ma Yukai, a veteran salesman, had to give him a thumbs up. This kid has a bright future. In a few years, he will definitely become the ceiling of the sales industry. He stretched out his hand and punched Suyao on the shoulder.
This kind of action is almost only done between friends. Not bad. Boy, you have a high level of awareness. You will definitely be a big leader in the future. If you don't mind, I will run errands for you. I don't have anything else, I just want to express my sincerity. Suyao smiled. This system is so damn accurate.
It hasn't been long since Ma Yukai started to lean towards him. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Suyao has to keep a low profile for now, as his target is not just the city of Jinghai.
He wanted more, much more. Suyao opened the car door and got out, walking straight towards the gate of the city government. To be honest, he did not place his hopes on a young man. I just simply don't want to dampen Suyao's enthusiasm, that's all. What kind of person is Li Chongqing? He is a well-known miser. It is harder than climbing to the sky to get anything from him. Not to mention this piece of land in the western suburbs. This was simply going to kill him. Ma Yukai let out a long sigh.
Even the old bones on the board of directors might not be able to win him over, let alone a newcomer in the workplace.
This is extremely difficult, so I don't have much hope for Suyao. Just tell Suyao to do his best. At worst, I can just brag and go back and let them continue laughing.
Anyway, his image in the company is that he is flattering and talking nonsense, and he doesn't care how other departments laugh at him.
In the words of Ma Yukai, smiling won't cost you anything. It's painful to have no money. Go ahead, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Anyway, this thing is not something that can be done in a day or two.
Ma Yukai concluded that Suyao had made a wasted trip.
But he couldn't bear to discourage Su Yao's enthusiasm, and silently watched Su Yao walk towards the city government building. Straight posture and strong physique. At first glance, this guy is quite handsome. Su Yao got off the car at the same time. The main entrance of the city hall building. A man in a suit and tie appeared. The man walked across the hall, cell phone in hand, and trotted toward the front door. This person is talented and can be recognized. He is Li Changqing's driver and part-time assistant. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. A few seconds later, Ma Yukai overturned his idea. Because he saw Jiang Min greet Su Yao very enthusiastically. How is that possible? How could Su Yao recognize him? Ma Yukai thought. Very confused. Jiang Min, like Li Changqing, is a lean type. This kind of person is best at playing with his brain. Jiang Min stood at the gate and saw Su Yao at a glance. He raised his hand, took the initiative to greet Su Yao, and then trotted all the way to Su Yao. Then, the two of them walked into the city hall building, talking and laughing. In the car, Ma Yukai stared at Tang Ning with wide eyes through the windshield. You can fit an egg in your mouth if you open it wide. Jiang Min was not only enthusiastic towards Su Yao, he also led him to the outside. If you didn't know, you would think Su Yao was a big leader from somewhere. My dear. The people with connections nowadays are really special. No wonder Mr. Tang always brought him here personally. It seems that I will have to lick it well in the future. City Hall. Jiang Min was the first to mention the life-saving incident 2 days ago. Jiang Min and Li Changqing were grateful to this lifesaver from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Min first introduced himself to Su Yao. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Jiang Min, Secretary Li's personal assistant. Thank you so much for that day. If you hadn't stopped us. When Jiang Min mentioned the water tanker truck that day, he felt a chill down his spine. Then, if Su Yao hadn't stopped them from passing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Min is just like Li Changqing, he looks very majestic. However, his attitude towards Su Yao was very kind. Mr. Su, I, Jiang Min, will not say much about my gratitude. I have booked a private room in the city government staff rest area, and our Secretary Li would also like to thank you in person. In addition, our Secretary Li's eldest niece also wants to apologize to you. Before, she was ignorant and followed Su Fengwan to make trouble. Don't bother with her. As for the eldest niece Jiang Min mentioned, Su Yao searched his mind but couldn't figure out who she was. I just don't think about it anymore. The two stood in the hall talking and laughing. Ma Yukai was shocked the whole time. According to the information he found, Jiang Min is also a ruthless character. In the entire municipal government, except for Li Changqing, he is the only one. Looking at Jiang Min's attitude towards Su Yao through the windshield, Ma Yutsai's heart was boiling. A question flashed through his mind. What is so sacred about this new intern? Ma Yukai had countless questions in his mind. Assistant Jiang, I have a friend in the car. Can I take him with me later? Jiang Min nodded. Of course, Mr. Su's friends are our friends, of course we can be together. Wait, just walk straight into the hall and through the corridor, and you will see the staff lounge. Go directly to the 3rd floor. I'll wait for you there. Okay, Assistant Jiang, we'll meet later. After the two finished chatting, Jiang Min went directly to the staff lounge. As for Su Yao, of course he went to the parking lot to call Ma Yukai. Su Yao called out several times in a row. Ma Yukai finally came to his senses. He just kept attacking Su Yao like crazy. Awesome. I didn't expect Assistant Jiang is someone you know. You should have said so earlier. You've embarrassed me here. How about it? What did Assistant Jiang say? Ma Yukai really wanted to know what Su Yao had said to Jiang Min. If he could sign this contract, he could finally put down the burden that he had been carrying for his entire life. Without a mortgage, my children and daughter-in-law can live a better life. Can Assistant Jiang help introduce me? Su Yao saw desire in Ma Yutsai's eyes. Perhaps, this is the responsibility a father carries on his shoulders. Although Ma Yukai is not a sales elite in the company, one can feel from his words that he is definitely a responsible and capable father. Let's go. Put on your contract and go to the staff lounge for tea. Chapter 55 Chapter 054 Su Yao's apology. Ma Yutsai's face broke into smiles when he heard Su Yao's words. He looks very calm on the surface, but I don't know how happy he is inside.
This smile was full of wrinkles on his face, and he nodded repeatedly. Drink tea.
I love tea. Is this about tea? No.
This sitting meant that from now on, Ma Yukai would stand out in the second branch of the Tang family.
How can a horse be unhappy if it has talent? Cannot. Brother. What can I say to you? In one word, it's awesome. The two walked through the corridor and went up to the third floor for employees.
As expected, Jiang Min was waiting at the door. When I saw Su Yao, I felt so friendly. Mr. Su, this way please. Secretary Li has already made the tea and is waiting for you in the room.
Su Yao nodded politely at Jiang Min. Thank you, Assistant Jiang.
Jiang Min smiled back at Su Yao and led the two of them to the private room. When I opened the door, what came into view was a pair of long legs. Su Xiao, with a ponytail and wearing casual clothes, pouted and stared at Li Changqing with a resentful look on her face.
Uncle, I understand. Please stop questioning me.
I will apologize sincerely later. Who knew that mother and daughter were so sinister that they even dared to ignore the law?
I just fell into their trap.
Li Changqing sat on a rattan chair with bamboo whips, looking up at Su Xiao, who looked as aggrieved as a child.
Don't know what to say for a moment? He let out a long sigh. Wait, they're here, you need to be nicer. You need to apologize properly, you know.
Lydia Su kept his head down and his mouth pursed from beginning to end.
I understand, Uncle.
I will apologize to them later.
Li Changqing nodded.
You can apologize, but if someone pursues legal responsibility and accuses you of spreading rumors, I can't do anything about it even if your uncle is the secretary of the municipal government.
Lydia Su nodded. I understand, Uncle.
These words were heard clearly by the three people who had just entered the room.
To ease the embarrassment,
the three of them stood at the door for a while until Li Changqing finished his lecture, and then they came in. After Jiang Min greeted the two, he left the private room and went to the office building to do some work.
Only Su Yao, Li Changqing, Ma Yukai, and Su Xiao were left in the room. In the private room, Ma Youcai's desire to flatter was revived again. When people mention Li Changqing, they are showered with compliments. To be honest, Ma Yukai was the only one in the entire private room who didn't feel embarrassed. As the saying goes, if you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed.
With this shameless spirit, Ma Yukai has praised countless people.
Certainly.
What Li Changqing hates most are people who flatter. As soon as this bunch of flattery came out, the favorability rating immediately dropped by half from 100. Later, Su Yao couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Ma Youcai's foot to make him stop. If they don't know what's tactful, the people in the private room will be embarrassed to death by Ma Yukai sooner or later. Li Changqing looked at Su Yao's face and endured it, but when he really couldn't help it, he asked. You must be thirsty after talking so much.
Come, have some tea first. Li Changqing's speech is quite sophisticated. Anyone who is smarter will immediately understand what he means. To be honest, not everyone likes to hear flattery. Especially a stingy person like Li Changqing, who was surrounded by flattery every day. After being kicked several times by Su Yao, Ma Yukai immediately realized that he had talked too much and quickly stopped talking. A little embarrassing.
He smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, I was so excited that I couldn't stop for a moment. Secretary Li, please forgive me. Li Changqing just nodded for the sake of meaning. The reason why he was able to drink tea with Li Changqing was all thanks to Su Yao. Originally, Su Xiao wanted to apologize to Su Yao first, but after being disrupted by Ma Yukai, she could only sit on the rattan chair and stare at Su Yao. Su Yao had no impression of Lydia Su. After all, there were too many people who came that day, so it was normal that Su Yao couldn't remember someone like Su Xiao who was just there for show. Ma Yukai finished speaking. Su Xiao stood up quickly. He bowed 90 degrees to Su Yao.
Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for that article. I didn't know it was going to turn out this way.
So, please accept my apology. These words left Su Yao somewhat confused.
After all, he didn't have much impression of Lydia Su. He looked at Li Changqing in confusion. Secretary Li, who is this?
Li Changqing quickly replied, this is my niece Su Xiao, the author who wrote the article attacking you.
Su Yao nodded. Oh, it's you. The article is well written and very inspiring. To be honest, if I wasn't involved in the incident, I would have believed it was true. Lydia Su was embarrassed.
Of course, Su Yao said this just to praise Su Xiao's excellent writing skills.
Otherwise, why would she be called the Iron Lady by the TV station? Su Yao is not a stingy person. Naturally, I won T-bother with Lydia Su. By the way, I would like to thank Su Xiao for this article. If it weren't for her article, Su Fengwan and her daughter wouldn't have attracted so much attention. As the saying goes, how great it is up front. What a tragic ending this mother and daughter had. Therefore, Su Yao did not mean to blame Su Xiao at all. On the contrary, because of Su Xiao's instigation, the situation reached its most serious point. Li Changqing also joined in. Mr. Su, this girl is too reckless. Please don't bother with her. I have criticized her many times for this matter. Can you please not pursue it further for my sake? Of course, if you need any help, as long as it is within my ability, I, Li Changqing, will definitely help. What Su Yao was waiting for was Li Changqing's words. He smiled and handed the folder in Ma Youcai's hand to Li Changqing. Secretary Li, it just so happens that I really need your help with something. I think you can definitely help me with this. This is the project contract, please take a look. Of course, I know a lot of companies are bidding, and that puts you in a difficult position. But please believe me, as long as you cooperate with my Tang group, this piece of land in the western suburbs will only add icing on the cake and make your reputation in Jinghai soar. Li Changqing believed Su Yao's words without a doubt. After the accident, Li Changqing's wife asked the old man to tell Li Changqing's fortune. The hexagram showed that Li Changqing was already a corpse. But he is definitely still alive now. The old man who told the fortune teller told Li Changqing's wife that she must cling to the thigh of a master in order for everything to go smoothly, otherwise she would bring about a catastrophic disaster. Half a month later, the Western Suburban Railway was open to traffic, and the car accident happened on the same day. Thousands of people died. Su Yao had foresight and clearly saw that the leader in charge was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve and deprived of his political rights for life. This person lived in guilt every day, which was more tormenting than if he died directly. If Li Changqing hadn't died, this project would naturally not have fallen into the hands of his subordinates. Therefore, according to the development of the plot, Li Changqing will be sentenced to life implicated in the Western Suburbs Railway incident. Chapter 56 Chapter 055 If I don't beat Su Yao to a pulp today, he won't be called Tang Quan. The old man's words kept circling in Li Changqing's mind. The master he was talking about was right in front of him. If he wants to curry favor with someone, he has to show some sincerity. After thinking for a few seconds, he pushed the documents on the table back. To be exact, he didn't even look at it. Then, he said to Su Yao with a serious face, as long as it is not against the law or ethics, feel free to speak up. I, Li Changqing, will definitely help if I can. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Youcai's heart felt like fireworks had just been set off. Bloomed. Su Yao also went around in circles and explained the general contents of the contract to Li Changqing. I hope the city government can give this land to our Tang group. Of course, Secretary Li can rest assured that our Tang group will pay the people's compensation at the highest level. We will never let ordinary people suffer any loss. I, Su Yao, always keep my word. This piece of land in the western suburbs belongs to the municipal government. In the company's words, this is a piece of juicy cake. Apart from strength, ordinary people cannot achieve it without some rights. Based on the highest compensation and the budget available, this project is expected to make nearly 1 billion. As for the bonus, you should be able to get at least 50 W. After saying this, Su Yao turned and looked at Ma Youcai. Li Changqing has spoken, so Su Yao must strike while the iron is hot. Because he was too excited just now, Ma Youcai actually took the wrong one. There was only a project introduction book in it, and no contract at all. This time I was in a hurry. The chain broke down at the critical moment. Get up quickly. He smiled and said, wait a moment, I'll get it from the car right away, it will be quick. Ma Youcai nodded towards Li Changqing as he spoke. That was extremely humble. To be honest, this is the true portrayal of many salespeople in reality. As for Lydia Su, Li Changqing pointed out that he had gone to Jiangmen to get the information and would not be able to return for a while. Now there are only Li Changqing and Su Yao left in the private room. Li Changqing didn't beat around the bush and stood up from the rattan chair in a flash. The body was bent at 90 degrees. Li Changqing was the elder after all, so Su Yao quickly stood up when he saw him. He supported Li Changqing's shoulders and asked, Secretary Li, what are you doing? I, Su Yao, can't bear it. Li Changqing shook his head, if even Mr. Su can't bear it, who else can bear it? I am able to survive this time thanks to Mr. Su. I, Li, cannot thank you enough.
Li Changqing kept calling him Mr. Su, which sounded awkward. After listening for a long time, Su Yao couldn't help but said to Li Changqing, "Secretary Li, why don't you change your words?
Just call me Su Yao or a Yao. Calling me sir really doesn't sound right."
Li Changqing straightened up, a hint of embarrassment on his dry face. In his early 40s, with gray hair at the temples. It is completely different from those fat and big-eared officials who only care about taking advantage of the situation. This age should be the prime time for men. Li Changqing lived like he was 60 years old.
To be honest, my wife asked the old man in our hometown for a fortune teller. According to my fate, I am already a dead person now. Li Changqing is right.
If Su Yao had not stopped Li Changqing's car, he would have died. Li Changqing let out a long sigh, feeling frightened when he thought of the water tanker at that time.
If he died, what would happen to the children? What should I do with my wife? What about my parents?
Li Changqing couldn't even imagine these.
You must accept this gift.
After saying this, Li Changqing got straight to the point.
He repeated all the old man's words to Su Yao.
The Western Suburban Railway will be open to traffic in half a month. This was decided by the Railway Bureau a long time ago. But the person in charge is Li Changqing. If there is a problem with the railway, Li Changqing, as the person at fault, will not be able to escape.
Mr. Su, please give me some advice.
Su Yao has foresight, but here he is regarded as a charlatan by Li Changqing.
Does he want to explain? It seems there is no point in explaining. In half a month, there will be an accident when the Western Suburban Railway opens to traffic. This accident is huge. More than 2,000 people will die. I don't know if you can handle it. I can't say anything else. That's all I can say. Because that's all Su Yao knows.
He wanted to say something more, but he couldn't. But knowing this is already a lot for Li Changqing. When Ma Yukai came back, the two were almost done. After signing the contract, Li Changqing personally sent Su Yao to the car.
This kind of treatment is not something that ordinary people can have. As for Ma Yukai, he was so happy that he almost flew. He didn't even feel worthy enough to hug Su Yao and kiss him twice. On the way back, Ma Yukai said to Su Yao while driving, "Brother, this time it's really thanks to you. I, Ma, am not an ungrateful person. When the bonus comes in, I'll give you 30% and you 70%. On Sunday, I'll ask your sister-in-law to cook some delicious food, and we'll stay up all night until we're drunk." If it weren't for Su Yao, he might not be able to get this business even if he worked for a whole year. Even though the intern did not receive any commission, he personally felt very bad about it. "No, I don't need that little money." Su Yao pretended to be Versailles. "That little money? This order is so big, the commission should be at least hundreds of thousands. What do you mean by that little? It's really true that young people don't know the benefits of having money." Ma Yukai was in a particularly good mood along the way. Until I returned to the company. I happened to meet Tang Quan.
As the saying goes, enemies are jealous of each other. Before, Su Yao caused him to be slapped hard in the face and lose face in front of so many people. He was waiting to settle the score with him. Didn't he expect that God would really open his eyes?
He actually met this kid Su Yao in the sales department. As expected, this guy was hired by Tang Ning to act.
He said how could it be so easy to get the land in Huanhua Creek?
Jinghai Group is leading hundreds of millions in profitable. How stupid they are. I have to tell my dad about this right away.
That bitch Tang Ning teamed up with outsiders to deceive them.
Now it's time to watch something interesting. Office.
Tang Quan was wearing a vertical striped suit, had his hair combed back, his hands in his pockets, and stared at Su Yao fiercely. Ma Yukai saw that something was not right and quickly stepped forward and apologized with a smile.
"Manager Tang, what brings you here? Your presence in the sales department too is a real boon to our humble department."
Ma Yukai's flattery was of no use, instead it made Tang Quan feel that this guy was a nuisance. He raised his hand and hooked his fingers. The bodyguard behind him immediately understood what Tang Quan meant. This is to get this troublesome guy out of here as soon as possible so that he won't be a nuisance here. The bodyguard grabbed Ma Yukai by the collar and threw him directly onto the office chair.
The action was as rude as it could be.
Ma Yukai had never seen such a scene before and was directly frightened.
I sat in the chair in a daze, not knowing what to do. After a few seconds, he came to his senses.
She quickly called Lin Shuer to get Tang Ning to help.
As the sales manager, Tang Quan considers himself the boss here. But at this moment, Su Yao is his employee.
Thinking of this, Tang Quan smiled and touched his cheek with his tongue.
He will remember that slap that day for the rest of his life.
If he doesn't cripple Su Yao today, he won't be called Tang Quan.
Chapter 57 Chapter 056 I won't go with you, are you planning to bite me? Tang Quan smiled at Su Yao. This smile is like a hidden knife.
It wouldn't be a good idea for me to ask you to leave in front of so many people.
I suggest you just follow me obediently.
Su Yao pursed his lips, shrugged, and asked, if I don't go with you, are you going to bite me?
Sales department. Everyone's attention was attracted by Su Yao.
Tang Quan is the sales manager, and everyone knows that his father is a shareholder of the company and has a say. If you make him unhappy, he might pack up and leave at any time.
Who is this Su Yao and how dare he confront Tang Quan like this? That's really brave. What is meant by if you don't seek death, you won't die? This probably refers to people like Su Yao.
He still looked down on Su Yao in the morning, but now there was a bit more sympathy in his eyes.
Why pick a fight with Tang Quan when there are so many people to fight with?
He is known for being petty in the company. Still holds grudges. The sales department's top seller was kicked out of the company by Tang Quan because he had a few words with him. I don't know what means Tang Quan used to get him kicked out of the company. In the end, he embezzled other people's sales commissions. He acts so arrogantly in the company just because he is a shareholder.
It's disgusting. Everyone is angry but dares not speak out. I can only curse a few words in my heart. Okay, since you choose to embarrass yourself here, I don't mind. Wait a minute, my men don't know how to control their strength. It will be useless even if you kneel down and beg me. Su Yao smiled and asked Tang Quan, how do you know that the loser must be me and not you? Everyone in the office was upset.
Ever since Tang Quan became the manager, many people's commissions have been deducted by Tang Quan, which made them feel aggrieved.
I don't know why. Hearing Su Yao's criticism of Tang Quan, they actually felt inexplicably relieved. By the way, does Su Yao really have a backer?
Otherwise I wouldn't dare to be so awesome in the company.
To be exact, it's really cool for the people born in the 2000s to go to work now.
His actions were exactly the same as Su Yao's.
I'm just a small employee.
And you're the manager.
You don't feel ashamed, so why should I, an employee, be afraid?
Tang Quan was so angry when he saw that Su Yao didn't take him seriously. He shouted angrily, believe it or not, I will destroy you in front of so many people today.
Destroy me?
Su Yao pursed his lips.
That depends on whether you have the ability.
It just so happened that Su Yao wanted to try out how powerful the 9-segment golden dragon rewarded by the system was.
Yesterday, he couldn't do anything to Tang Ning's grandfather.
After all, he would marry Tang Ning in the future, and Tang Batian would still be his grandfather. If anything went wrong, Tang Ning would fight him to the death. Women are very difficult to please. If you can avoid provoking someone, it's best not to provoke them.
Because I can't afford to offend. Tang Quan felt terrible after losing face on his own turf. He gritted his teeth and said, boy, don't be arrogant. You are talking about yourself. Su Yao retorted. Tang Quan. A little overwhelmed.
I'll let you come in standing up and leave sideways laterally.
Ma Yukai sat in his office, worried through the glass. What to do? What to do?
I heard that Tang Quan's bodyguards are all mercenaries. If a fight really breaks out, Su Yao will probably have to explain himself today. Ma Yukai was spinning around in his chair anxiously. Because of my low status, I am just a tiny ant struggling to survive in front of these capitalists. If you try to fight along, it won't have any effect.
You never know, you might even lose your job.
He still has to pay off his mortgage and raise children, so he absolutely cannot be so reckless.
Use your brain. Use your brain. Use your brain quickly. Yes, Mr. Tang. Now only Mr. Tang can save Su Yao. After that, he quickly dialed the number of the president's office. Tang Ning's calls were usually answered by Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer handled the unimportant calls herself. Lin Shuer would only transfer important calls to Tang Ning's office. Ma Yukai saw that the phone call was connected.
I briefly explained the sales department's affairs to Lin Shuer. I hope Lin Shuer can connect the call directly. But Tang Ning was busy right now, so Lin Shuer didn't dare to connect the line casually and spoke to Ma Yukai.
Boss Tang is busy right now, so I can't get through to the office via the phone.
How about this? I'll go there in person to explain the situation for you later.
Okay, thank you, Assistant Lin.
Ma Yukai said that this matter concerned Su Yao, so Lin Shuer naturally did not dare to neglect it.
After hanging up the phone, he went straight to Tang Ning's office. In the office, Tang Ning and Tang Xiao were discussing how to deal with the projects that were in deficit. Both of them focused on the project book. Until Lin Shuer knocked on the door again. Knock, knock. Boss Tang, something bad happened.
Just now, Manager Ma from the sales department 2 called and said Su Yao was taken away by Manager Tang.
I want you to come over quickly.
In the office, Tang Ning and Tang Xiao were looking at the reports they had picked out that morning. He nodded and simply said
Then continue to look at the report.
Lin Shuer is just an assistant. Her main job is to convey information. Once the message has been delivered, it is none of her business.
After explaining the matter, he walked out.
When Tang Xiao saw Lin Shuer leave, he stretched his neck and looked at Tang Ning in confusion. This girl is the most protective of her children.
Su Yao was taken away by Tang Quan, why didn't she make any movement? Puzzled, niece, aren't you worried that Su Yao might get into trouble after being beaten? How about we go over there and take a look now?
Tang Ning shook her head, still sorting out the documents in her hand, and said,
No rush. If we go too early and see Tang Quan getting beaten, do you think we should help or not? Tang Xiao nodded.
What Tang Ning said made sense. If they went too early and happened to see Tang Quan being beaten, they would go and complain if they just stood there and did nothing to help. It means that family members don't help their own family members.
Then they will be bitten back. Then let's wait a little longer. Wait a minute to go and see Xiao Hua. Sales department. Ma Yukai was pacing anxiously in the office. Why haven't you come yet? Isn't Su Yao Mr. Tang's man? He's in such a pickle, why doesn't he come to help?
The bodyguards that Tang Quan brought with him were all specially trained. If Su Yao had gone a little later, he would have been dead. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to go to the 13th floor to see Mr. Tang. Ma Yukai jumped up from his chair.
He walked quickly to the door and secretly peeked outside.
After making sure there was no one there, he ran into the elevator. After all, Tang Quan is the sales manager and he has to support his family, but his conscience tells him that he cannot abandon Su Yao.
If you don't have the ability, find someone who does for help. Ma Yukai went up to the 13th floor in one breath. In the office, Tang Ning and Tang Xiao were still leisurely selecting documents. This made Ma Yukai very anxious.
In addition, the company has regulations that prohibit skipping levels.
Ma Yukai could only go to Lin Shuer's office and ask Lin Shuer to inform him again.
What I got in return was still, wait a moment. Chapter 58 Chapter 057 Monkey Steals Peaches.
What are you waiting for? Wait a moment and you'll die. Is Su Yao President Tang's man? If you want to say yes, then don't bother asking at this critical juncture. Ma Yukai didn't know what to say. He didn't know why he was so anxious here.
Maybe it was because Su Yao helped him, and his conscience told him to help Su Yao. You can't be such a heartless person.
Ma Yukai said to Lin Shuer in an almost pleading tone, Assistant Lin, could you please help me make 2 more trips? Su Yao is arguing with Tang Quan downstairs. There are 5 of them, and we are just their subordinates. We are all just working in the sales department and have no capital at all. Can you help me?
Ma Yukai was as anxious as an ant on hot pan in Lin Shuer's office. Lin Shuer has already run twice.
The next run will be the 3rd trip. Tang Ning was not indifferent. She took this opportunity with Su Yao to deal with this parasite.
Tang Ning and Tang Xiao both knew how capable Tang Quan was.
He is so arrogant because he has a few mercenary bodyguards around him.
If I didn't have these people around me, I would be just a pile of stinky dog shit, nothing.
As for Su Yao,
the 2 of them had seen his fighting skills. It would be a blessing if Tang Quan wasn't beaten half to death.
How about it? Assistant Lin, what did President Tang say?
Lin Shuer shook her head.
Boss Tang said to let them fight for a while. Ma Yukai's eyes almost popped out when he heard Lin Shuer's words. What the hell? Also, Mr. Tang told you to go back and work hard. Don't meddle in other people's business. Hearing this, Ma Yukai became a little angry. Who is this person? Women are terrible creatures. They won't admit their mistakes once they get out of bed. If he didn't go, Suyao might be beaten to death. Knowing that Mr. Tang treated him like this, Suyao wondered if he would be sad. Of course, these are all made up by Ma Yukai. There is no way out. Ma Yukai could only help Suyao in his own way. Back to the office. Ma Yukai dragged a bench with great courage. Just as I turned the corner, there was a loud bang. An unidentified object flew out. Ma Yukai was so scared that he ran to the office holding a bench. He was right to want to help. But the opponents are all mercenaries, so if he goes there he will just be indirectly giving away kills. What to do? I want to help, but I can't. If I don't help, I will feel guilty. Irritable. When Ma Yukai looked carefully, he found that the unidentified object that had just flown out was actually a man. He recognized this man. He was Tang Quan's bodyguard. If Ma Yukai hadn't dodged quickly just now, this 200-pound tall guy would have been knocked shit out of his mouth. Office corner. Employee smoking area. 5-6 people surrounded Su Yao. Tang Quan stood in the corridor, leisurely lighting a cigarette with a sly smile on his face. You caused me to get beaten, and now you dare to run right under my nose. Isn't this like turning on the light in the toilet and looking for trouble? I don't know where this kid gets the courage from. Was it given by Fish Leon? Tang Quan snorted coldly and smoked his cigarette leisurely. Go ahead and beat them. Kill one at a time. Tang Quan's joy has not yet worn off. A burly man was kicked out by Su Yao. It fell not far from Ma Yukai. Ma Yukai looked around and his colleagues in the office disappeared into the corridor in an instant, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Because these lackeys often bully the people in their sales department. I finally got the chance. Don't try to kill him. Ma Yukai looked up again. After so many years of intrigue, this is the first time that the groups are so united. The next second, the bodyguard who was about to get up felt a pain on his head and fainted. Ma Yukai looked up again, and the office returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Everyone worked in an orderly manner, taking documents and pouring water, as if what had just happened had never happened. If there wasn't someone lying in the office. Ma Yukai even thought he was hallucinating. Ever since Tang Quan became the sales manager, the 5 teams in their sales department have been suffering a lot. He was originally entitled to a commission of 100,000 yuan, but Tang Quan reduced it to 50,000 yuan. And the 50,000 went directly into his pocket. A colleague of mine went to the board of directors to complain. Although he received the commission, he became a vegetable the next day. There are several more examples of this kind. Tang Quan would not let him go even if he resigned. The entire sales department hated Tang Quan. Everyone felt indescribably happy when they saw Su Yao fighting him head-on. So far, no one has dared to provoke Tang Quan. Su Yao was the first one. Just when everyone pricked up their ears. From the smoking area next door came screams like pigs being slaughtered. Then 2 more flew out. Ma Yukai widened his eyes when he saw this scene. Fuck you guys, here comes another one. Before that person could react. The ending is exactly the same as the previous bodyguard. Sometimes, don't underestimate the power of the people. These people combined can indirectly cause deaths. This is not. The office is already lying down. Anyway, as long as they refuse to admit it, no one will know who did it. Tang Quan smoked half of the cigarette in his hand. When he looked back again, several mercenaries around him had been knocked down by Su Yao. You have to know that these people are the elites invited back by his father. But being bullied by Su Yao was like being a weakling. Seeing Su Yao approaching him step by step, Tang Quan panicked. He was so scared that he stepped back again and again. The cigarette butt in his hand fell unconsciously on the back of his foot. You. What are you going to do? Tang Quan couldn't help but stutter. Su Yao smiled and said, do whatever you want. After saying that, Su Yao hooked with one hand and did a monkey stealing peaches. This wave of operations confused Tang Quan. Shouldn't he be beaten? Why are you pinching his vitals? It hurts. It's too easy for you to hit me. I'm telling you, avoid me next time you see me, otherwise, your little Gigi will be in danger. If you don't believe me, try it. Also, from today on, you must return all the 5% commission you withheld from your employees to them, otherwise, I will be rude to you. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll crush your little dick.
If you're not afraid of playing with fire, I wouldn't mind playing with you. Go back and tell your father that if he dares to target my sister Ning again, I will crush him too. If your family is not afraid of being left behind, please continue to build. I'm just giving you a heads up today. I won't be in such a good mood next time. Su Yao let go of Tang Quan only after warning him. Before leaving, he looked at Tang Quan evilly. This smile is very much like the villain in the novel. Tang Quan couldn't help but tremble all over when he saw this. Demon! This guy is simply a monster. Su Yao turned around and happened to run into Tang Ning and Tang Xiao, who were coming down from upstairs. He shrugged and said, I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, ask them. Just based on Su Yao's spirit of seeking benefits for everyone would stand on Su Yao's side even if it goes against their conscience. And it's true. They all nodded. It would naturally be better if Tang Quan could be driven away. Chapter 59 Chapter 058 Su Yao belongs to all of us. Tang Quan covered his crotch with his hands, looking like he was about to die. It hurts. It really hurts. As for that bitch Tang Ning, why did she come out at this time? Did she come here just to laugh at his joke? According to seniority, Tang Ning should call Tang Quan uncle. But this person doesn't behave like an uncle at all. Not only did he exclude Tang Ning everywhere, he also tried to trip her up. To be honest, Tang Ning would rather not acknowledge such an uncle. Tang Ning smiled as she watched Tang Quan awkwardly covering his crotch. She asked curiously, Uncle, what are you doing? This bird is about to fly away, are you covering it to prevent it from running away? Tang Quan was already unhappy with Tang Ning. He thought that Su Yao had hit him and that all this was deliberately arranged by Tang Ning, and the ferocity in his eyes grew even stronger. He leaned against the wall, staring at Tang Ning fiercely. I could feel his resentment even through the glass. Tang Ning, let me tell you, this matter today can't end like this. I'm going to sue you at the board meeting. You can threaten Su Yao, but he will never allow an outsider to threaten his wife. He raised his fist and looked like he wanted to bite someone. He yelled at Tang Quan, you dare to threaten my sister? Believe it or not, I will punch you to death. It would be great if you could file a complaint. Recover the 5 commission points that the sales department lost in the past 2 years. Tang Quan covered his crotch and leaned against the pillar in the corridor. He was the one who secretly deducted the commission points. His father had no idea about it at all. If it really came to the board of directors, he would definitely lose his position as a manager. There was no way. Tang Quan could only swallow his anger. As long as he remains in this position, he will get rid of this anger sooner or later. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. Tang Quan endured this anger for the time being. When I get back, I'll discuss it with his parents, and ask Tang Qiren to go and complain to Tang Badian, and see how he kills Su Yao. Thinking of this, Tang Quan endured the severe pain and left Tang Group with the help of his bodyguards. After Tang Quan left with his group of lackeys, Tang Ning nervously pulled Su Yao aside and touched him all over his body. How was it, did they hurt you? Su Yao smiled and said, I didn't expect Sister Ning to be so blatant in taking advantage of me during the day. What will happen at night? Tang Ning looked up and glanced at Su Yao in complaint, you're such a chatterbox. Your sister told me you're not good at talking, but I didn't expect you to be so talkative. It seems that the people Tang Quan brought didn't do anything to you. Now that everything is alright, I'll go back to work. Tang Xiao smiled and spread his hands. Just now I was worried whether you could beat those people led by Tang Quan. It turns out that I underestimated you. He gave Su Yao an approving smile. If you're okay, my uncle and I will go up to work first. By the way, what did you do to Tang Quan just now? Did you destroy his life force directly? I saw that he looked like he was going to eat shit. Su Yao pretended to be mysterious, this is a secret. There will be plenty of opportunities to tell you later. Don't worry. I have the upper hand over him. He won't embarrass me temporarily. If he wants to embarrass me, he should see if he has the ability to do so. Tang Ning thought about it and it seemed to make sense. After checking and finding that Su Yao was fine, I felt relieved. After watching Tang Ning get on the elevator, Su Yao returned to his office. When everyone saw Su Yao pushing the glass door into the office, they all showed admiration on their faces. There is no way, it's good to have someone as thighs to hug. If their commission can be returned as Su Yao said, it would not be a small amount.
In addition, in the morning, the label of Su Yao as a scumbag was clarified, and everyone's misunderstanding of Su Yao was completely eliminated. They came to the second sales department with food, drinks, and snacks. After all, we just gave everyone some benefits. When Ma Yukai saw Su Yao returning safely, he felt relieved from the anger in his heart. He trotted all the way to Su Yao and asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay? From the noise I heard just now, it seemed pretty fierce. I was afraid you would get beaten up by them." Su Yao could see that Ma Yukai cared about him from the bottom of his heart. He said to Ma Yukai, "Boss Tang just told me that it was you who went up to call her." Su Yao patted Ma Yukai on the shoulder and said, "No matter what, Su Yao, appreciate your kindness. Next time you encounter something like this, don't go to Mr. Tang." Ma Yukai wondered, why? Because I can handle it myself. Whether in terms of strength, financial resources, or military force, Su Yao is now capable of competing with him. But why are you still so low-key? Come to the company and work as a small employee? Because he wants to. A few minutes later, the second sales department was surrounded by crowds of people. Most of the people who brought gifts to Su Yao were unmarried girls. The main purpose was to come here to make himself familiar, because Su Yao is so handsome. "You, let me go." The leading girl pulled Ma Yukai, who was blocking the way, aside. Immediately afterwards, the girls swarmed in. What are you doing?" The girls in their business suits all stared at Ma Yukai. "Are you blind? Can't you see that we are giving gifts to handsome guys again? Go away if you have nothing to do. Don't get in the way here." This is the first time in more than 10 years since Ma Yukai joined the sales department that several departments have been so united. Su Yao's handsome figure was instantly buried among the beauties. The smell of various perfumes mixed together is indescribably uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Yao couldn't understand how a sea king who had his feet on so many boats could bear it. Raised an eyebrow. If this continues, the already poor sales of the second unit will be destroyed by these beauties. As for Tang Ning, who was working on the 13th floor, she had no idea how popular her young husband was in the sales department. "Wow! You look even more handsome up close. I'm almost dying of your handsomeness." After saying that, the girl leaned forward and moved closer to Su Yao. Because she was wearing a tight business suit, the girl bent down, revealing most of her breasts. "It should be a C, I guess." The girl came up and started to stick to Su Yao regardless of whether he agreed or not. "I've seen unrestrained people, but I've never seen anyone as unrestrained as this." The scene before him made Su Yao gasp. "Who gave you the courage to say Su Yao is yours? Don't anyone grab it from me. I'm the top seller here. I have beauty and money. Who among you can compare to me? Don't fight with me. Who said it was yours? He belongs to all of us." The girls were chattering all at once. The small office was packed with women. Obviously, Su Yao still underestimated the fighting ability of these women. The whole person was squeezed in the middle. He asked Ma Yukai for help sadly. Su Yao, who was in the position, struggled to reveal his face, which was almost deformed by the breasts. "Brother, you don't know how lucky you are. You should know this. How many men want to be squeezed by women's breasts?" At the door, Ma Yukai looked envious. At this moment, he wished he was Su Yao. A man's happiness is actually very simple. Come on, let me be happy too. Chapter 60 Chapter 059 I think there is a D. This made Ma Yukai very envious. "Sisters, let go of Su Yao and let me do it." Before Ma Yukai could finish his words, he felt a tightening on the back of his collar. I subconsciously protected the back of my neck with my hand. I couldn't help but greet the other person's mother. The next second, Ma Yukai will pay a heavy price for his actions. A loud voice sounded behind Ma Yukai. "Everyone has nothing to do, right? Do you want me to invite you upstairs for tea?" The woman who was speaking was wearing a black business suit, her hair was tied up in a high bun, and her pretty face was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The woman's name was Ling. 29 years old and still single. She has a bad temper and is very aggressive. Everyone says that she has been single for too long and lacks the care of a man. "Deputy Manager Qin, what brings you here?" Ma Yukai turned around and widened his eyes. When he saw that the person coming was Ling, he started to flatter him. Not only Ma Yukai, but all the female colleagues were shocked in the blink of an eye when they heard this voice. "The person is missing. This shows the status of Deputy Manager Qin in the hearts of these people.
Qin Ling grabbed Ma Yukai by the back of his collar, pulled him gently and threw him aside.
A pair of beautiful eyes looked Su Yao up and down.
I thought this boy was really good looking. No wonder the girls in the office are clinging to him like crazy.
Afterwards, Qin Ling leaned directly against the glass door of Sales Department 2. Cross your arms across your chest. This link is amazing.
It is visible to the naked eye and is more than twice as large as before.
I guess there should be a D. The fullness of her breasts is about to burst out. Straight legs. Although Qin Ling is not a super beauty, she is also top-notch.
A woman like this who still hasn't talked about her boyfriend either has problems of her own or her standards are too high.
Of course, Qin Ling is the latter. She has very high requirements for men. The first is height, and the second is appearance.
It's best if he is a cute little guy who will blush when flirted with.
As for making money? It doesn't matter how much, as long as it makes her happy. The two looked at each other for dozens of seconds.
The sales department came back to life only after Qin Ling walked away swaying in her high heels.
Su Yao didn't know Qin Ling, so naturally he didn't know how powerful this woman was. If Tang Quan didn't interfere, she would be the direct leader of the sales department.
Qin Ling felt somewhat unhappy about Tang Quan snatching his manager position. In their words, this guy is a hot-eyed person who relies on the fact that I am a shareholder to do whatever he wants in the sales department. He doesn't get many orders, but he always bullies his own people. He is well known for being a bully in his own circle.
Even if people have complaints, they dare not say too much.
The one who suffered the most here was Qin Ling, whose annual salary of 2 million was cut in half.
Anyone would be happy to do it.
Later, in order to take care of Qin Ling's emotions, the company gave him a deputy manager and a high salary.
Only then did Qin Ling remain.
Even though the salary is the same, it is still a deputy position and is suppressed by others. Qin Ling didn't say anything, but he felt uncomfortable.
The entire sales department knows about it. As for why I came down today, no one knows.
Even Qin Ling himself was possessed by some strange force.
Brother Ma, who was that woman just now? Why did she look so cool? Su Yao wondered. Watched Qin Ling get on the elevator. Ma Yukai was also confused.
The woman just now is the deputy manager of our department.
She has the same figure as her, and she has big breasts.
If this relative hadn't come out of nowhere, the position of sales manager would have belonged to Qin Ling. Speaking of this, Ma Yukai let out a long sigh.
There's nothing we can do about it. This is the way the world is now. Capable people may not necessarily hold high positions.
Just because someone has no ability doesn't mean he can't hold this position. The strongest ones are those with connections.
Isn't it beautiful?
I think it's beautiful, too.
Do you know what his colleagues in the sales department call him? Mistress Miju. It's okay, you should stop messing with this woman. Very fierce. Su Yao watched the rising elevator in silence for a long time.
The reason why women are fierce is because they haven't met the right man.
If you meet the right man, he will be as obedient as a kitten. By the way, brother, what on earth happened to you guys in the smoking room just now? Those bodyguards are mercenaries hired by Tang Quan.
We have seen how powerful they are.
Su Yao smiled and asked back. It's just as you see it. That's just their level. After leaving the company, Tang Quan went straight to the hospital.
Su Yao's claw almost took half his life.
Rolling back and forth on the hospital bed.
He wished he could cut Su Yao into pieces.
Ouch. It hurts. Can you be a little gentler? It hurts. Ward.
The door was pushed open. A white-haired man in a Zhongshan suit walked in. When Tang Quan saw this, a hint of joy flashed across his mind. Then he started to show his superb acting skills.
Uncle, you have to make the decision for me.
Tang Ning relied on her position to team up with the sales staff to bully me.
Tang Quan's father also joined in. Yes, second brother, if it wasn't for the emergency medical treatment, Quaner's life would have been lost. We have to go and ask for an explanation from Big Brother about this matter. Does that girl Tang Ning still take us uncles seriously? Tang Qiren knew Tang Quan's character very well.
He was a ruthless person.
He has always been the one bullying others. When have I ever seen him being bullied? Second brother, I have thought it through. This time, we just happened to use the Quan Air incident to ask for an explanation from the eldest brother. If he protects his shortcomings and doesn't solve the problem, we'll have an excuse to make trouble. Let's divide the equity assets according to the number of shares. This way, we won't have to look to Big Brother for our lives anymore. We can do whatever we want. As he spoke, Tang Jiangwo's eyes became moist. Uncle, in the Tang family, you and my father love me the most. Tang Ning knows that you two are my backers, yet you still dare to target me on purpose. After saying this, he looked so aggrieved that he could have won an Oscar. Standing next to Tang Quan was a woman wearing gold and silver jewelry and with beautifully manicured hands. She was crying inconsolably. Xi Tong knelt down in front of Tang Qiren and said, "Second uncle, Quaner has been bullied so badly. You know that my old man has no say in the company. As a woman, I am really helpless." As she was talking, Bai Yulan started crying. He fell to the ground with a thud. There are 3 brothers in the Tang family. Tang Badian is the eldest, Tang Qiren is the second, and the remaining third is called Tang Jianxiang. Tang Qiren had no son, so he tried to adopt Tang Quan as his own son. The 3 people had different opinions on the company's dividends and were in conflict. There is a gap in my heart. Now, things have gotten out of hand. Second brother, you know that my eldest brother is partial to me. You have to make the decision for me regarding Quaner's matter. If I encounter this kind of thing again next time, I don't know how to live. Tang Qiren was a calm and composed person. As for what happened today when Tang Ning injured Tang Quan's vitals, she had indeed gone too far. He grabbed Bai Yulan's wrist and soothed her, "Get up first. I'll go and help you get an explanation for this matter."